Hermione Granger sat on the Hogwarts Express, her nose buried deep in a thick volume titled Advanced Magical Theory. The compartment was nearly empty, save for a few younger students who had drifted off to find friends or snacks from the trolley. Unlike most first years, Hermione hadn't come to Hogwarts hoping to make fast friends. She had come to learn, to excel, and to prove herself in a world she had only just discovered. Her first meeting with Ron Weasley had left an impression, though not the sort others would have considered meaningful. He had been loud, somewhat rude, and entirely too focused on sweets and hand-me-downs. While Harry Potter intrigued her, he was quiet, uncertain, yet oddly powerful. Ron felt like the very sort of person Hermione had spent her childhood avoiding. By the time they reached Hogwarts and were sorted, Hermione had already written Ron off in her mind. When the sorting hat placed her in Gryffindor alongside both boys, she didn't see it as a fated trio coming together. She simply took her seat, adjusted her robes, and tried not to roll her eyes at Ron's complaints about the lack of meat pies on his plate. Classes began the next day, and Hermione quickly distinguished herself. She had read nearly all the first-year textbooks cover to cover before arriving. She raised her hand for every question, corrected misused spells, and frequently tutored struggling classmates, though rarely Ron. She found him lazy and inattentive, always trying to copy off Harry or play wizard chess when he should have been revising. Her distance didn't go unnoticed. Ron complained often to Harry about Hermione's attitude, calling her a know-it-all and saying she thought she was better than everyone. Hermione overheard him once and simply turned away, jaw tight, refusing to let his words affect her. Then came Halloween, the troll incident. In this version of the story, Hermione hadn't been crying in the bathroom because Ron insulted her. She was there because she had been frustrated with Professor Snape's dismissal of her potion work and needed a quiet place to calm down. When the troll was led into the castle, Harry still realized she was missing. But this time, Ron hesitated. "She's always acting like she doesn't need anyone," he said to Harry as they ran through the corridors. "Probably fine. Probably hex the troll herself, just to prove she's clever." Harry, however, didn't wait. He still had a sense of loyalty and worry that couldn't be ignored. He found Hermione cowering behind a sink, wand trembling as the troll loomed near. But it was Harry alone who took charge. He distracted the troll, used its own club against it, and pulled Hermione away just in time. When professors arrived, the story was different. Hermione didn't lie for them. She stood, still pale from fear, and simply said, "Harry saved my life." That's all that matters. There was no tearful bonding. No sudden friendship. Hermione thanked Harry quietly later, and though Harry appreciated it, there wasn't a trio formed that night. Instead, Hermione began spending more time on her own or with Neville, who shared her quiet curiosity and respect for rules. Harry, caught between Ron's jokes and Hermione's silence, often felt like a bridge no one wanted to walk across. As the months passed, Hermione grew even more committed to her studies. She didn't attend many Gryffindor parties. She often skipped meals to stay in the library. And she never once looked at Ron with anything beyond mild irritation. The more he mocked her, the more she distanced herself. Professor McGonagall noticed. One day after Transfiguration class, she pulled Hermione aside. "You know, Miss Granger," McGonagall said kindly, "it's all right to ask for help. You don't have to do everything alone." Hermione hesitated, then said, "I know, Professor, but I haven't found many people worth relying on." The professor regarded her for a long moment, then nodded. "Sometimes those people show up when we least expect them." The moment stayed with Hermione, and slowly she opened up, not to Ron but to others. She joined a small study group with Padma Patil and Hannah Abbott. She helped Neville with his herbology notes. And one afternoon, she and Harry stayed late in the library, poring over a book about Nicholas Flamel. That was the beginning of their real friendship. Without Ron between them, Hermione and Harry's dynamic changed. It was quieter, steadier. They didn't argue often, and when they did, it was about theories or spell structure, not feelings or insecurities. Harry, still uncertain about the fame and pressure he carried, found Hermione's grounded presence comforting. And Hermione found Harry surprisingly thoughtful when not pulled into Ron's antics. By the time Christmas arrived, the lines had been drawn. Ron spent most of his time with Seamus and Dean. Hermione was often with Harry, Neville, and Luna, who had recently transferred from a smaller magical academy. The dorms were still loud, but Hermione's world had shifted. There was no awkward crush, no bitterness from hurt feelings, no trio bound by forced fate. There was just a girl with a wand and a plan, and a future that was already starting to look very different. The new year at Hogwarts brought an icy chill that matched the air between Hermione and Ron. Though they remained housemates and occasionally shared glances during meals or in class, there was no warmth, no curiosity. They weren't enemies, but they were certainly not friends. Ron, still smarting from Hermione's lack of interest in anything he had to say, had begun to call her Granger, even in casual conversation. Hermione, meanwhile, had decided that Ron Weasley was simply another distraction she would ignore. Harry, however, found himself caught in the middle. He had grown closer to Hermione since the troll incident. They shared a mutual respect, which deepened with every quiet conversation in the library or late-night question about spells. Harry began to enjoy his time with Hermione more than with Ron, who constantly mocked anything too academic. One evening, Hermione and Harry were sitting near the fireplace in the common room. The other students had cleared out for the night, leaving only the crackle of flames and the rustle of parchment between them. "I've been thinking," Hermione said, setting down her quill. "What if the Philosopher's Stone is actually hidden in the school?" Harry looked up from his notes. "That's what I was starting to think too. Ever since that thing with the three-headed dog. Fluffy, Hagrid called it." Hermione nodded. "And he said something odd that day, that what's underneath is between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." Harry blinked. "That name. I saw it in one of the chocolate frog cards, didn't I?" Hermione's eyes lit up. "Yes. And I think I've found him in one of the restricted section references. He created the Philosopher's Stone, an object that grants immortality." The two leaned in, voices low but urgent, both caught in a rhythm that didn't need Ron's commentary or distractions. They were functioning as a pair, sharper, more focused. It was not about affection or affection disguised as arguments. It was intellect and instinct working side by side. Ron, across the room, watched them from behind a game of wizard chess. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Seamus was trying to get his attention, but Ron wasn't listening. He had noticed it for weeks now, Harry and Hermione's growing closeness. It wasn't romantic, at least not yet, but it was solid, and Ron didn't like it. In class, the shift became clearer. When Professor Snape sneered at Harry, it was Hermione who defended him, quoting potion theory and countering Snape's passive-aggressive insults with cold precision. Ron no longer stepped in. In fact, he barely looked up. "Why do you always stick up for him?" Ron muttered once after potions. "He can handle himself." Hermione gave him a brief glance. "It's called being decent, Ron. You should try it sometime." Ron scoffed and walked off. Hermione didn't watch him go. Spring approached, and with it came new dangers. Harry's scar began to ache more frequently, and Hermione doubled her efforts to find out more about Flamel and the stone. Their theories grew deeper, their late-night talks more detailed. Together, they mapped out the trapdoors, the enchantments, and who among the professors might be guarding the stone. Hermione was often the one with the breakthrough ideas, and Harry was always the one to act on them. Their partnership wasn't flashy. It wasn't full of laughs or wild adventures. It was built on trust and challenge. Harry had never known someone who pushed him to think so deeply, and Hermione had never found someone who actually listened when she explained things. Then, during a late night in the library, Harry looked up from a book and asked, "Do you ever feel like we're seeing a different Hogwarts than everyone else?" Hermione considered it. "Yes, but I think that's because most students aren't looking beyond what's right in front of them. They're here for fun, for games. But you and we're looking for answers." "Ron said we're wasting time," Harry said. Hermione didn't even blink. "Ron says a lot of things he hasn't thought through." And Harry, to his own surprise, agreed. By the time exams rolled around, Harry and Hermione had a plan to get past Fluffy and uncover the truth about the Philosopher's Stone. It was the night before their last test when Harry confided in her that he believed Snape might try to steal it. "You'll come with me," he said without hesitation. "I can't do this alone." "I know," Hermione replied, "and I wouldn't let you." The next night, the two slipped through the castle under the cloak of darkness. Neville tried to stop them at the common room entrance, still the same shy but loyal boy he'd always been. But Hermione's fierce words, "This is bigger than house points, Neville," were enough to send him stepping aside. Through the trapdoor they went, just the two of them. No Ron. No trio. They tackled the challenges with a rhythm that felt second nature. Hermione handled the devil's snare calmly, while Harry focused on catching the flying key. When they reached the potion riddle left by Snape, it was Hermione who solved it in seconds, her mind precise even under pressure. And when Harry insisted he had to face Voldemort alone, Hermione's voice was firm but soft. "I know you do, but promise me something. Anything. Come back. Not for me, for yourself." He nodded, and she let him go. What followed, the confrontation with Voldemort, the protection of the stone, and Harry's unconscious return to the hospital wing, still unfolded much like it had in the original timeline. But when he awoke, it was Hermione sitting beside his bed. Not Ron. Not Hagrid. Just her. "You did it," she whispered. Harry smiled weakly. "We did." And as Dumbledore later awarded Gryffindor the house points that secured their victory, Harry and Hermione stood side by side, not as part of a trio, but as the start of something entirely new. The second year at Hogwarts began with heavy rain and heavier whispers. The train ride had been uneventful, except for Draco Malfoy's renewed taunts and Ginny Weasley's nervous glances in Hermione's direction. The moment they stepped off at Hogsmeade Station, Hermione felt the shift. People looked at her and Harry differently now. Not as part of the legendary trio, but as two who had uncovered a mystery the rest of the school had barely noticed. Ron had barely spoken to Hermione during the journey. He sat with Seamus and Dean, telling exaggerated stories about Quidditch and pretending not to care that Harry chose to sit with her instead. Even as their carriage rattled toward the castle, Hermione caught Ron glancing at them through the rain-slicked glass, something unreadable in his eyes. "Do you think he's angry?" Harry asked quietly. Hermione didn't need clarification. "He's always angry when people don't do what he expects. It's not our job to make him feel comfortable." Harry didn't argue. He hadn't seen much of the old Ron lately. The Ron he remembered was starting to feel more like a character from a past life. As the school term resumed, it became clear that things had changed more than they'd expected. The whispers about the Chamber of Secrets started early. Rumors of the heir of Slytherin, of strange voices in the walls, of Mrs. Norris petrified outside a message painted in blood. Hermione, as ever, approached the situation like a puzzle to be solved. "The legend says only the heir of Slytherin can open the chamber," she said one evening in the library, "and that it houses a monster. But no one knows how it's being controlled." Harry frowned. "You think it's Malfoy?" "He fits the description. Pureblood obsessed, arrogant, and let's not forget his father's ties to the dark arts." They both knew accusing someone openly, especially someone like Malfoy, was dangerous without proof. So Hermione started her own investigation. She scoured books on magical architecture and secret chambers. She created timelines of the attacks and cross-referenced them with student schedules. Harry helped where he could, but Hermione was the one pushing everything forward. Meanwhile, Ron stayed on the periphery. He spent more time with Fred and George, laughing loudly at dinner and shooting glares toward Hermione whenever she corrected someone in class or questioned Professor Lockhart's ridiculous stories. He had tried once to make peace with Harry, inviting him to a game of chess, tossing a chocolate frog his way during breakfast, but Harry had quietly declined. "I just don't like the way he talks about you," Harry admitted one day after defense against the dark arts. "It's always snide. And it's not fair." Hermione blinked, surprised. "You don't have to defend me, Harry." "I know," he said. "But I want to." They fell into a rhythm again. Not romantic, at least not yet, but one of unspoken understanding. They studied together, prepared potions together, and investigated the mystery of the chamber late into the night. When Colin Creevey was petrified, Hermione took it personally. "This isn't just Slytherin pride anymore," she said. "Someone's trying to terrify the entire school." Their biggest breakthrough came one cold November morning when Hermione slammed a thick, ancient volume down onto the library table. "Polyjuice potion," she said. "It lets the drinker take the form of someone else." Harry stared at her. "You think we should use that?" "It's illegal without permission," she admitted. "But if we used it, We could find out if Malfoy is the heir. It took weeks to gather the ingredients. Hermione led the operation with clinical precision, brewing the potion in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and delegating tasks to Harry and, reluctantly, Neville, who was always willing to help but far too jumpy. Ron was nowhere in the equation. In fact, he openly mocked the idea when he overheard them whispering about it. "You're brewing illegal potions now," he sneered. "You really think you're better than the rules, Granger?" Hermione looked at him coolly. "Better than sitting around doing nothing, isn't it?" He flushed, muttered something about bossy bookworms, and stormed off. Eventually, the potion was ready. Hermione's transformation into Millicent Bulstrode didn't go as planned. She had accidentally used cat hair and ended up in the hospital wing with furry ears and a tail. Harry, however, succeeded in getting information from Malfoy. As expected, Draco wasn't the heir. But the conversation confirmed something else. Malfoy was just as scared as the rest of them. The investigation hit a wall after that. Hermione spent hours trying to decode more clues, while Harry grew increasingly haunted by the voices he heard in the walls. Neither of them noticed how distant Ron had become until they saw him dueling Draco in the dueling club, wand trembling and eyes dark with frustration. Later that night, Harry asked, "Do you think we pushed him out?" Hermione paused before answering. "No, I think he chose to stay behind." Christmas arrived, and Harry stayed at Hogwarts again. So did Hermione. They exchanged books as gifts. Harry gave her magical runes through the ages, and Hermione surprised him with flying with the cannons, even though she privately thought Quidditch was silly. "You're not so bad at this gift-giving thing," Harry teased. She rolled her eyes but smiled. "You're not so bad at being a friend." The moment hung between them, not heavy but meaningful. And then disaster struck. Just after the new year, Hermione was found petrified near the library. The sight of her, stiff and frozen in mid-step, broke something in Harry. He sat by her hospital bed every night, clutching her hand, whispering updates on the case, promising she would wake up soon. Ron visited once, awkward and quiet. He stood at the foot of her bed and muttered, "She'll be fine. She's too stubborn not to be." Then he left without another word. But Harry stayed. He knew the person lying there was not just another student or sidekick. She had become his partner in every way that mattered, and her absence left the castle colder than ever. Hermione's petrified body remained in the hospital wing for weeks, a reminder to everyone that danger still stalked Hogwarts. Yet to Harry, it was something far worse. It was personal. He had relied on Hermione for every step of their investigations, every theory, every quiet moment of logic amidst chaos. Without her, he felt adrift. Still, Harry continued what they started. He scoured the books Hermione had left behind, reread her notes, and tried to think like she would. He visited her every evening, talking aloud in case she could somehow hear him, updating her on what he had discovered or simply recounting his day. It was the only time he allowed himself to drop the mask of composure. In the common room, Ron sat with Seamus, Dean, and the twins, laughing loudly and pretending everything was normal. But Harry noticed the way Ron avoided the hospital wing, how he never asked about Hermione, how his jokes fell flat when her name was mentioned. One night, as Harry sat by Hermione's side with his head resting on her bed, Madame Pomfrey bustled in with a tray. "She's holding on," she said softly, seeing the worry on his face. "The mandrakes are almost mature. A few more days." Harry nodded. "She'd want me to keep going." "And she would be right," Madame Pomfrey replied. Then came the breakthrough. Harry stumbled across a torn page in Hermione's clenched fist the night she was attacked. It had been overlooked, crumpled tightly, and nearly unreadable. But once flattened, it revealed exactly what they needed. "Of course," Harry breathed. "A basilisk." That's what she figured out. He ran to Professor McGonagall the next morning, breathless and shaking, begging for an audience with Dumbledore, who was still temporarily suspended from the school. But McGonagall listened, pieced together the clues Harry offered, and confirmed that Hermione had indeed cracked the case even as she faced danger alone. It wasn't long before the final events unfolded. The diary, Ginny, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets through the girls' bathroom, and Fawkes leading Harry to face the serpent beneath the school. With bravery and instinct, Harry defeated the basilisk, destroyed the diary, and saved Ginny. Hermione was revived days later with the others, blinking up at the light and gasping as if from a long, suffocating dream. Harry was the first face she saw. "You're back," he whispered. "And you're not dead," she replied hoarsely. For the first time in a long while, Harry laughed. She clutched his hand, then noticed the bandage over his arm. "You didn't get through that unscathed." "Snake fangs tend to do that," Harry said. "But you were right, Hermione. About everything." Her eyes softened, but she didn't cry. "I knew you'd figure it out." Ron didn't visit until much later. He mumbled an awkward congratulations, avoided eye contact, and left quickly after. Hermione said nothing about it, but her face turned cold every time his name came up. As summer approached, the school returned to a sense of normalcy. Dumbledore resumed his duties. The corridors were once again filled with laughter and casual chatter. But for Hermione, everything had changed. She returned to her studies with renewed fire, determined not to let fear or darkness ever catch her unprepared again. But something else had shifted, something more subtle. Her dynamic with Harry had grown deeper. Not just friendship, it was trust at its most unshakable. One afternoon, as they sat by the lake revising for exams, Hermione closed her book and looked at Harry. "I never thanked you," she said. "For what?" "For staying. For not giving up on me." Harry shrugged. "You'd have done the same for me." "I would have," she admitted. "But still, thank you." There was a pause. Then she added, "When I was petrified, I kept thinking I didn't get to finish what we started. That I never got to tell you." She stopped. Harry turned to her, brow furrowed. "Tell me what?" She hesitated. "Nothing. It can wait." Harry didn't push. Maybe it wasn't the right moment. But something unspoken passed between them, fragile, unformed, but real. The final days of term passed quickly. Hermione received top marks in every subject, naturally. Harry came close behind, and Dumbledore personally congratulated both of them for their efforts in solving the mystery of the chamber. At the final feast, as Slytherin banners were replaced with Gryffindor's red and gold, Hermione smiled politely but didn't cheer. Her eyes scanned the room, then settled on Ron. He was clapping with the rest of the house, but his expression was stiff, unreadable. "I think," she said quietly to Harry, "some friendships aren't meant to happen." Harry followed her gaze. "Maybe. Or maybe they just fall apart before they begin." She turned to him with a small smile. "I'm glad ours didn't." That night, as the Hogwarts Express rumbled back toward London, Hermione sat beside Harry in their compartment. They spoke of summer plans, of books to read and spells to master. And when the train crossed into golden sunlight, Hermione turned to the window, the shadow of her reflection beside his. Ron Weasley was somewhere else on the train, but in Hermione's world, he had become little more than a ghost of what never was. Hermione's return home to the Muggle world was quiet. Her parents, proud as always, asked about school and her grades, which she shared with enthusiasm. But when they asked about friends, she gave vague answers. She didn't mention Ron. She barely mentioned Hogwarts at all, except when talking about books or professors. What lingered in her mind was Harry. Their shared experiences had carved out something deeper than friendship, though she couldn't quite define it. She found herself rereading her old notes, tracing Harry's handwriting in the margins where they had studied together. It wasn't a crush. It was connection. She wrote him once, just a simple letter. "Dear Harry, I hope your summer's going well. I've already started reading ahead for next term. I'm thinking of taking up ancient runes seriously now. I hope you're getting some rest. Please don't go chasing dark secrets without me. Warmly, Hermione." Harry replied with a short, neat letter that made her smile. "Dear Hermione, I'm staying at the Burrow for a few weeks. It's chaos here, but better than the Dursleys. Ron's been all right, but it's not the same without you. I think you were right about the diary being part of something bigger. I keep thinking about what's next. Write soon. Harry." Hermione didn't miss the way he mentioned Ron. All right, but not the same. It was clear something had changed between them too. She spent the rest of the summer buried in books, mostly on magical theory, but also on magical history, trying to understand more about Voldemort, about ancient curses, about everything they weren't taught in class. She had a feeling their troubles were far from over. When the Hogwarts letter arrived, it contained the usual list of supplies, robes, books, parchment, but also a new addition, a permission slip for third years to visit Hogsmeade. Hermione's parents signed it immediately, thrilled she'd be allowed to explore more of the magical world. Platform 9 3/4 was buzzing with excitement when she arrived. She spotted Harry immediately, standing near the back of the crowd, looking both eager and out of place. He waved, his face lighting up the moment he saw her. "Glad you're here," he said as she reached him. She smiled. "Did you read Defensive Magical Strategies for Advanced Learners?" He chuckled. "No, but I figured you'd summarize it for me." Ron joined them on the train, slipping into their compartment with a short nod. The air turned stiff quickly. "Hey," he muttered. "Hi," Hermione replied, barely glancing at him. They rode in silence for a while before Ron finally spoke again. "So, I heard you did all right on your exams." "I always do," she said flatly. Harry looked between them, but said nothing. He had long stopped trying to bridge the distance between them. When the train arrived and carriages carried them up to the castle, Ron fell behind with Seamus, while Hermione and Harry talked about elective schedules and the rumor that Hagrid was now teaching care of magical creatures. Their first few days back were uneventful. The whispers of Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban cast a strange shadow over the halls. Professors were more cautious. The fat lady had become stricter about letting students into the common room, and security seemed tighter than usual. Hermione, as always, took everything in with sharp awareness. "They're not telling us something," she said as they walked back from Transfiguration. "They're saying Black is dangerous, but no one explains why." Harry glanced around. "I heard he was after me." She stopped walking. "What?" "That's what Mr. Weasley said. He thinks Black escaped Azkaban to find me." Hermione's expression turned grim. "Then we're not dealing with a common criminal. We need to find out why." From that point on, their school year began to revolve around another mystery. Hermione buried herself in newspaper archives and books on magical prisons. Harry spent time with Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts professor, who was gentle and observant, exactly the kind of mentor Harry needed. As weeks passed, Hermione noticed something odd. Ron had started acting differently. He was quiet around her, never outright rude, but the smugness and sarcasm were gone. One evening in the common room, as Harry and Hermione sat planning their next study session, Ron approached them. "Mind if I join?" he asked, voice uncertain. Hermione looked up, surprised. "You never liked our study sessions." "I know," he said. "Just thought maybe I'd try again." Harry raised his eyebrows but said nothing. Ron sat, awkwardly flipping open a textbook. Hermione didn't comment, but she didn't make it easy either. She corrected him 3 times in the first 15 minutes. He stayed, but his frustration was obvious. Eventually, he stood up. "I guess not much has changed," he muttered. Hermione's eyes didn't leave her book. "Maybe not." Ron left without another word. Later that night, as Harry and Hermione walked through the courtyard under the stars, he finally asked, "Do you think he's trying to make peace?" Hermione considered. "Maybe. But trying doesn't erase everything that's happened. He didn't just tease me, Harry. He dismissed me, ignored me, acted like I was something to put up with. That doesn't go away because he feels left out now." Harry nodded. "You're right. You don't owe him anything." She looked at him. "Neither do you. But you always try." Harry smiled faintly. "I try because I want peace. Not because I expect people to change." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a large black dog in the shadows, briefly seen, then gone. It left them both shaken. Hermione clutched her wand. That wasn't an ordinary dog. Harry agreed. "No, I think Sirius Black might already be inside the castle." And just like that, they were pulled once more into a secret the rest of the school was too afraid to face. Together. As always, autumn crept over Hogwarts like a whisper, casting the castle in warm gold and deepening shadows. The excitement of the first weeks faded as classes grew more demanding and whispers about Sirius Black turned into full-fledged fear. Portraits were being slashed, secret entrances sealed, and rumors swirled through the halls that the escaped prisoner had already breached the grounds more than once. Hermione wasn't afraid, not exactly. She was too focused, too driven. But she was concerned, not just about Black, but about what wasn't being said. She knew there were missing pieces to this puzzle. Pieces no one seemed willing to share. "I don't trust the Ministry's version of the story," she told Harry one evening as they walked along the edge of the Black Lake. They say Sirius Black betrayed your parents to Voldemort, but nothing about it makes sense. Harry kicked a stone into the water. I've been thinking the same. Lupin won't talk about him either. He always changes the subject when I ask. They stopped beneath a tree as the wind picked up, carrying the distant sounds of laughter from the castle. You think he knows something? Hermione asked. I'm sure of it. That night, back in the common room, they pored over articles and library scrolls Hermione had been collecting, most of them banned from the student section. She'd borrowed them under the pretense of writing a paper on magical crimes, but her real intent had always been deeper. Sirius Black was James Potter's best friend, she said, pointing to an old article from the Daily Prophet. They called him the godfather of your family. Why would someone that close suddenly turn traitor? Harry's face tightened. I don't know, but I need to find out. Their conversation was interrupted by Crookshanks leaping up onto the table, hissing loudly. Hermione calmed her cat, but not before noticing something strange. He wasn't hissing at her or Harry. He was staring toward the common room window, eyes wide, body tense. The wind howled again. Hermione looked outside, but the grounds were empty. Still, a feeling settled in her chest, a heaviness she couldn't explain. Things continued to spiral in the following weeks. The fat lady was attacked. The Gryffindor common room was invaded. Students whispered about Sirius Black wandering the corridors with a knife. Hermione didn't believe most of it, but she did believe he was close. Too close. Meanwhile, Ron tried again. After a particularly long history of magic class, he caught up to her in the corridor. Listen, Hermione, he began, voice low. I've been an idiot. I know I was harsh last year. And I've been jealous. You and Harry. She cut him off. This isn't about jealousy, Ron. You didn't just get left out. You pushed people away. He flushed. I didn't mean to. Hermione's eyes were sharp. That doesn't mean it didn't hurt. He didn't argue. But he didn't try again either. Back in the library, Harry and Hermione spent most of their time trying to unravel the truth behind Sirius Black and his connection to Harry's parents. They mapped out everything they knew, names, timelines, betrayals. Hermione's quill never stopped moving. Then, just before the first Hogsmeade weekend, Harry received a letter from Lupin. It was simple and discreet. Come see me. We need to talk. Hermione went with him. Professor Lupin's office was lined with shelves of dark books and odd trinkets. The moment they entered, he gestured for them to sit. I owe you both an explanation, he began. Hermione leaned forward. About Sirius Black? Lupin nodded. And about your parents, Harry. There are things the Ministry won't tell you. Things they've buried. What followed was a story that changed everything. Lupin spoke of the Marauders. James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. How they had been inseparable. How, during the war, someone among them had been a spy. And how everyone had believed it was Sirius. But I never did, Lupin said quietly. There was no trial. No evidence. Just fear. Hermione's breath caught. You're saying he might be innocent? I'm saying it's possible. Harry sat in silence for a long time. Then I need to know the truth. For real this time. The next day, they snuck into the restricted section under the invisibility cloak and found something that had been left out of every report. A note in the margins of a war diary, scribbled by Dumbledore himself. The secret keeper was changed. But not in time. Hermione stared at it. This could mean Sirius wasn't the secret keeper. Pettigrew was. Harry gripped the edge of the book. And if that's true, then the real traitor is still out there. Hermione stood slowly. We have to find him. That same week, the Marauders' map fell into their hands, thanks to Fred and George. Hermione was skeptical of using stolen items, but Harry convinced her. It's not just mischief, he said. It shows every person in Hogwarts. Maybe we'll see him. She agreed, but only on the condition that they use it for more than spying. They watched it closely every night, monitoring movements, looking for the impossible. And then one night they saw it. Peter Pettigrew. Walking the halls. Except Peter Pettigrew was supposed to be dead. Hermione froze. It's true. He's here. In the castle. They both stared at the map, hearts pounding. But as they ran into the corridor where he was last seen, there was no one there. Just Ron, holding Scabbers tightly in his hands and staring at them like they were mad. "What are you doing?" he snapped. Hermione stared at the rat. "Where did you find him?" "He was in the dormitory." "Why?" Harry looked at Hermione. "Because your rat might be the key to everything." And just like that, everything started shifting again. The days that followed were heavy with suspicion. Hermione couldn't stop thinking about what they had seen on the Marauders' map. Peter Pettigrew alive, moving through the castle when by all official accounts, he'd been dead for over a decade. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw his name blinking on the parchment, impossibly real. Ron, meanwhile, had retreated back into his usual crowd, but he hadn't forgotten their confrontation. "You think my rat is some Death Eater in disguise?" he scoffed when Hermione pressed him again. "We don't think, Ron," she snapped, eyes flashing. "We saw. His name, Peter Pettigrew, was right there on the map, walking the corridor. And it wasn't you, and it wasn't anyone else. It had to be him." Ron clutched Scabbers protectively. The rat trembled in his hands, and Hermione noted again how unnaturally long-lived he was for a pet. He looked sickly, too thinner, twitchier. As if he knew his time was running out. "I'm not giving him up just because you two want to play detectives," Ron said. "Scabbers is all I've got from Percy's old things. He's harmless." Hermione didn't argue further. She simply turned and left, but her mind was racing. "We need proof," she told Harry later, back in the library where rows of candles flickered low. "We can't just confront him or go to McGonagall without something solid." Harry nodded. "What if we track Pettigrew again? Wait until Ron is asleep and see where Scabbers goes." Hermione hesitated. "You want to spy on him?" "I don't think we have a choice." That night, they waited under the invisibility cloak, hiding near the corner of the boys' dormitory staircase. The Marauders' map lay open between them. For a long time, there was only silence. Then, around midnight, the name appeared again. Peter Pettigrew. And he was on the move. Hermione's breath hitched. "He's going out of the dormitory." Together, barely breathing, they followed the maps as it moved down the hallways, through the corridors, toward the castle's lower levels. There was no one there when they arrived, only the fading sound of footsteps and the distant creak of a door. Then they heard a scuffle. They ran, down a passage behind a suit of armor, into an old storage corridor lined with broken statues and discarded furniture. And there, they saw it, Scabbers, scurrying fast across the floor, followed by Crookshanks with his eyes locked in on the chase. Before either of them could react, a shadow lunged from the corner. It was the black dog, Sirius Black. He snatched up Scabbers in his jaw, then shifted, right there before their eyes, into human form. His hair was matted, face sunken, but his eyes were sharp, alert, and unmistakably alive. Harry stepped forward, wand shaking. "You," he hissed. "You killed my parents." Sirius didn't raise his hands. He didn't run. "No, Harry. I didn't. But I can prove who did." Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. "Don't hex him yet. Listen to what he has to say." Footsteps echoed behind them, Ron, pale and furious. What is going on?" He froze at the sight of Sirius. He's here. Someone go get a teacher." "Stop!" Hermione yelled. "He's not attacking us." Sirius looked at Ron, then at the rat squirming in his grip. "This isn't just a rat. This is Peter Pettigrew. He faked his death. Framed me. And he's been hiding ever since." "No," Ron said, stunned. "That's impossible." But even as he said it, Scabbers, Pettigrew, twisted violently, transformed midair, and collapsed into a squat, trembling man with watery eyes and thinning hair. "Peter Pettigrew." Hermione gasped. Ron stumbled back. What is?" Peter fell to his knees. "Please, Harry, please. You have to understand. He would have killed me. Voldemort would have killed me." "You betrayed them," Harry whispered. "You were the secret keeper." Peter sobbed. "I had no choice. He was going to kill me. He was going to kill all of us." Sirius raised his wand. "And I spent 12 years in Azkaban because of you." Hermione stepped between them. "No, not like this. You want justice, not revenge." Harry stepped beside her. "He's going to Azkaban. Properly this time." Peter looked like he might run, but Crookshanks hissed at him, and Sirius raised his wand again, forcing him back. "We need proof," Hermione said. "We take him to Dumbledore. Let him see the truth." It wasn't easy. but with Harry and Hermione leading the way and Sirius at their side. Finally not an enemy but an ally, they dragged Pettigrew to the headmaster's office. Fudge was already there, alarmed by their story, but Dumbledore listened with calm and quiet intensity. In the end, truth won. Peter was arrested. Sirius was exonerated. And Harry, for the first time, had someone from his past who truly cared about him. When the dust settled, Sirius pulled Hermione aside. "You're the reason he didn't kill him," he said. "You saved more than one life tonight." Hermione shook her head. "I didn't do anything special. You chose to listen when no one else would. That's more than special, Miss Granger." The next day, Ron avoided her. He couldn't look her in the eyes. She understood why. His world had tilted. Everything he believed had been shaken, and she had been at the center of the truth he hadn't seen coming. But she didn't feel pity. She felt clarity. And beside her, Harry, always steady, always brave, stood with a strength that was growing beyond the boy she'd first met on the train. They were no longer children caught in a world too large. They were becoming something more. The buzz around Hogwarts was unlike anything they had experienced. Peter Pettigrew, once believed dead, had been unmasked as a traitor. Sirius Black, the escaped convict and godfather of Harry Potter, was now a free man. Overnight, the tides of reputation had shifted. Hermione walked the halls not just as the cleverest witch in her year, but as someone who had helped change the course of history. And yet, not everyone shared in the celebration. Ron had grown cold. He kept to himself more often now, only occasionally muttering something to Harry when absolutely necessary. Hermione no longer tried to force a conversation. The air between them had curdled into something heavy and sour. But if she was honest with herself, she didn't miss what they'd had. She only regretted that it had turned so ugly. She focused on her studies with renewed energy. Arithmancy, ancient runes, transfiguration. Subjects that once felt like pieces of a puzzle were now sharp weapons in her mind. She found herself raising her hand more boldly, not to prove anything, but because she truly wanted to understand it all. Knowledge was no longer just about grades. It was about clarity. Harry, too, had changed. There was a softness in his voice when he spoke to Sirius in their private letters, and a new calm in the way he responded to Malfoy's taunts. He still flinched at certain names, Voldemort, the Dursleys, but there was a strength in his spine now. Hermione knew Sirius's freedom had given Harry something precious, hope. It was in late November when McGonagall called Hermione into her office. The moment she stepped in, the stern professor gave her an evaluating look over her square spectacles. "I've received word from the ministry," she began, "regarding your involvement in the Pettigrew matter." Hermione's heart skipped. "Am I in trouble?" "No," McGonagall said, lips twitching. "Quite the opposite. Your decision to pause and consider the truth, to encourage restraint, well, not many adults would have done the same." Hermione blinked. "I didn't expect recognition." McGonagall nodded. "You may not have wanted it, but you earned it. The headmaster has personally recommended your name for the Young Witch of Merit citation." "I thank you," Hermione managed, stunned. The professor's face softened. "You should be proud, Miss Granger. Not just for your mind, but for your character." Hermione left the office walking taller, but she didn't boast. She didn't even tell Harry until much later that evening when they were in the common room, huddled over their essays. "That's brilliant," he said, beaming. "You deserve it." "I still can't believe it," she whispered. "It doesn't feel real." "It is. You're just Hermione. And everyone else is finally catching up." She blushed, but the compliment didn't flutter her stomach the way it might have months ago. There was no confusion about her feelings. What she felt for Harry now wasn't just admiration. It was something that made her heart steady and calm, not wild like it had been with Ron. That night, as the snow began to fall outside the Gryffindor Tower, she stood by the window and watched the soft flakes drift through the sky. Somewhere in that quiet, her thoughts turned to the Yule Ball. The announcement had just gone out. All fourth years and above were invited. It wasn't a pressing concern. Not yet, but she knew how it would unfold. Girls would fuss over dresses, boys would panic about asking someone, and most would end up going with whoever was left. She had no idea who she'd go with. And yet, when she imagined stepping into the great hall, robes sweeping the floor, lights glittering above, her mind didn't wander to Ron. It never even touched him. Instead, a clearer image stood there. One with green eyes and a quiet, awkward smile. One who had always seen her, really seen her, even when others hadn't. But she said nothing. Not yet. By mid-December, the castle transformed. Wreaths lined every corridor. Trees shimmered in every common room. And yet, underneath the sparkle, tension brewed. Hagrid had invited them to visit the magical creatures penned to see the newly hatched thestral foals. Rare creatures that only those who had seen death could truly see. Harry had always seen them. Hermione now could too. "They're beautiful," she whispered as the sleek, skeletal-winged foal nuzzled her hand. Harry was quiet. "Most people think they're terrifying. Maybe. But sometimes the things that scare us are just things we don't understand." They stood there a while, snow swirling around them, neither speaking. It was a comfortable silence. Later, in the library, Hermione found herself alone. She liked the quiet here. It let her mind drift. That was when Draco Malfoy walked in. She stiffened, waiting for the usual sneer or insult. But he didn't offer one. He simply strolled past her, plucked a book from the Transfiguration shelf, and muttered, "Granger." "Malfoy," she replied, wary. He paused, then gave her a curious look. "You and Weasley." Not speaking. She didn't answer. He gave a short laugh. "I'm not surprised. He always was a bit too thick to understand when he was being outgrown." Hermione looked up sharply. "Is there a reason you're bothering me?" Malfoy raised an eyebrow. "Relax. I'm not here to start anything. Just saying, maybe you're not so insufferable anymore." He walked away before she could respond. It left her unsettled, unsure of his motive. But more than that, it made her wonder how many other things were changing under the surface. Later that night, Harry found her in the common room again. "Still thinking about the Yule Ball?" he asked, half teasing. "Maybe," she said. He sat beside her, and for a long moment, they just stared into the fire. And in the glow of it, with warmth on her skin and the weight of truth between them, Hermione knew something important. She was no longer waiting for Ron Weasley to notice her. Because the person who mattered already had. The final week before the holidays was buzzing with talk of the Yule Ball. Posters had gone up in the common rooms, Hogsmeade shops displayed dress robes in glittering windows, and students spent more time whispering about dates than about homework. For once, even the library felt quieter, less rustling parchment, more distracted sighs. Hermione, however, kept her focus. She had already finished her astronomy chart and transfiguration essay before most students had even started. Still, there was no denying the anticipation in the air. Lavender and Parvati were nearly bursting with excitement, constantly speculating over who would ask whom. "I bet Ron will go with Padma," Lavender said one evening. Parvati nodded. "And maybe Harry will ask Cho Chang." Hermione said nothing. She just kept reading. But later that night, when she was curled up near the common room fire with a book in her lap and Crookshanks purring at her feet, her thoughts wandered. Not to what others were thinking, but to what she truly felt. She wasn't sure if she wanted to be asked. At least, not by just anyone. She didn't want to be someone's second option, or a name picked at the last moment. And after everything, she certainly didn't want to be asked by Ron. The tension between them had settled into something colder than silence. He no longer argued with her in class, but he didn't acknowledge her either. He wasn't cruel, just absent. And somehow that felt worse. She hadn't told Harry, but she overheard Seamus teasing Ron about asking her to the ball. Ron had replied with a scoff and something that sounded like, "Why would I ask her? She'd probably correct my dancing." It didn't sting. Not really. Instead, Hermione turned to the one person she had always been able to count on. The next day, as they walked back from care of magical creatures, Hermione nudged Harry gently. "Are you going with anyone to the ball?" Harry shook his head, cheeks a little pink from the cold. "Not yet. Everyone keeps saying I should ask Cho, but you don't want to?" she guessed. He shrugged. "I guess I don't really know her. Not like I thought I did." They stopped beneath a snowy archway. Hermione brushed a few flakes from her scarf. "Well," she said carefully, "you don't have to go with someone romantic. You could just go with someone you actually enjoy spending time with." Harry looked at her for a long second. "Are you asking me, Hermione Granger?" She smiled. "That depends. Are you saying yes?" His grin was all the answer she needed. They didn't make a big show of it. No announcements, no whispers. Just quiet understanding. And it felt perfect. When the night of the Yule Ball finally arrived, the castle looked almost unrecognizable. The great hall had been transformed into a winter palace, enchanted snow falling from the ceiling, frost-covered garlands hanging from the rafters, and chandeliers glowing with soft silver light. Hermione stood at the top of the staircase, her dress robes a shade of icy blue that caught the candlelight with every step. Her curls had been smoothed for once, and she wore only a hint of makeup. But the change wasn't just in her appearance, it was in her confidence. As Harry met her at the base of the stairs, he paused. "You look amazing." She smiled. "You don't look too bad yourself." They didn't dance first. They sat, watched, laughed. They pointed out awkward waltzes and crooked bow ties. They shared a pumpkin tart and slipped away when things got too loud. When they finally did dance, it was easy. No pressure, no performance. Just two people moving together in a room full of chaos. "I'm glad I came with you," Harry said, voice low as they swayed to the music. Hermione met his gaze. "Me too." But of course, nothing at Hogwarts stayed simple for long. Later in the evening, as they stepped out into the courtyard for air, Ron found them. He was alone, hands shoved in his pockets, hair windblown. His expression wasn't angry, but it wasn't kind either. "I didn't think you'd come with him," he said to Hermione. She raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" He hesitated. "I thought, after everything, you'd at least ask." Hermione folded her arms. "Ask who?" "You." Ron flushed. "I just didn't think you'd replace me so fast." "Ron," she said calmly, "you can't be replaced if you were never really there." He opened his mouth but didn't speak. Hermione glanced at Harry, who stood quiet beside her, letting her speak for herself. "I spent years waiting for you to respect me," she continued. "But I'm done waiting. I don't want to argue anymore. I don't want to be in competition with your ego." Ron's jaw clenched, but he nodded slowly. "Fine. Whatever." He turned and walked back inside. Hermione let out a breath. Harry took her hand. "You okay?" "I'm better than I've been in a long time." They stood under the stars for a while after that, the faint sound of music drifting through the stone. Hermione knew things would still be complicated. School, magic, danger, they would always come back around. But in that moment she felt steady. Not because she had finally let go of Ron, but because she had finally chosen herself. And that, she knew, was the real magic. The start of the new term brought with it the biting chill of January winds and the return to normalcy after the dazzle of the Yule Ball. But for Hermione, something had changed, not outwardly, perhaps, but deep within. She walked through the castle with a quiet certainty now, her steps lighter, her focus sharper. Ron, true to his nature, had withdrawn even further. He no longer sat beside Harry in the common room, choosing instead to spend time with Seamus and Dean. Whenever Hermione entered the room, his eyes would flick toward her for only a second before darting away. He didn't speak to her, and she didn't mind. Harry, on the other hand, was a steady presence. Their friendship had grown stronger through shared silences and small moments. Studying in the library, joking in the corridors, watching snow fall from the tower window. There were still traces of awkwardness, as if they both sensed they were treading new ground, but neither pushed too hard. During a late-night prefect round, Hermione found herself alone with Cedric Diggory in the corridor near the Ravenclaw Tower. He had just finished his patrol and looked a little tired, but smiled when he saw her. "Quiet night?" he asked. Hermione nodded. "For once. Not even Peeves." Cedric leaned against the wall, glancing around the empty hall. "You were brilliant at the Yule Ball, by the way. You and Harry looked like you were actually having fun." "We were," Hermione said with a small smile. "It's rare, with everything going on." He gave a soft chuckle. "Tell me about it. Between the tournament and Cho being distant lately, I'm beginning to think peace and quiet is underrated." She glanced at him. "Things not going well?" He hesitated. "Not terrible. Just distant. I think the ball made it obvious she and I aren't really on the same page." Hermione understood the feeling all too well. It's hard when you realize that. Cedric gave her a curious look. "What about you and Ron? People always assumed." She cut him off gently. "That was a mistake people made because we argued a lot. But I never liked Ron." "Not like that." "Really?" he asked, surprised. "Really," she said firmly. "We were friends." But friendship doesn't mean tolerating being disrespected or ignored. I've grown past that. Cedric nodded slowly. Good for you. You deserve better. Hermione's heart fluttered a bit, but she pushed the feeling aside. She still wasn't sure what she wanted. For now, it was enough to be free of confusion. Later that week, Professor McGonagall paired her with Draco Malfoy in Transfiguration. Hermione raised an eyebrow but said nothing, while Draco looked vaguely annoyed. As they settled into their work, trying to transform hedgehogs into pincushions, he sneered. So, you're still playing perfect with Potter? Hermione didn't look at him. If by perfect, you mean not causing constant drama, then yes. Unlike you, I actually focus on my studies. He rolled his eyes but said nothing more for a while. They worked in silence, the only sound being the soft pop of magic and McGonagall's occasional correction from across the room. After a few minutes, Draco surprised her. I saw what happened with Weasley at the ball, he muttered. Can't say I blame you. He's a prat. Hermione blinked, turning to him slightly. Did you just say something halfway decent? He smirked. Don't get used to it, Granger. I'm just stating facts. She actually laughed. Not because it was funny, but because the world really was changing. Even Draco Malfoy was capable of honesty, apparently. The next few days moved quickly. In charms, Hermione aced a complicated wand movement that even Flitwick clapped for. In herbology, she corrected Neville's notes with such gentle precision that he beamed for the rest of the day. And in the library, she noticed Harry looking at her just a bit longer than before. One evening, as they walked back to the tower, Harry asked, Do you ever think about after Hogwarts? All the time, Hermione replied. I want to work for the ministry, I think. Or maybe something in magical law. Something where I can actually change things. He nodded. I think you'll do that. Change things. Hermione turned to him, struck by how sincere he sounded. What about you? Harry hesitated. I don't know. I never really get to think that far ahead. With everything, the prophecy Voldemort, it's like I'm always waiting. She reached out and touched his hand lightly. You deserve to think about your future, Harry. Not just surviving, but living. He smiled, eyes a little sad. Maybe I'm starting to because of you. The words hung in the air between them, fragile and warm. They reached the common room and parted ways, but Hermione couldn't stop thinking about what he'd said. Not because it was romantic, necessarily, but because it was honest. She had always seen Harry as more than a hero. He was human, uncertain, and growing just like she was. And maybe, just maybe, they were growing together. In the days that followed, Hermione kept to her rhythm. Studies, prefect duties, quiet talks with Harry. But now there was a sense of unfolding. Of becoming. She didn't miss Ron. She didn't miss what could have been. For the first time in her life, she wasn't chasing anything. She was simply becoming who she was meant to be. And it felt like magic. February crept into Hogwarts with a soft blanket of snow and a hush that made every corridor feel quieter than usual. Outside, the grounds were glazed with frost, and inside, the castle had settled into a calm rhythm. But beneath that stillness, change stirred, quiet and determined. Hermione had grown used to the silence from Ron. He no longer tried to confront her, nor did he bother trying to engage Harry in their usual banter. Whatever lingering friendship had once existed between them was withering, not with a bang, but with a slow, mutual indifference. And for Hermione, that was a relief. She threw herself into her work, but there was more balance in her life now. She wasn't working to prove herself. She was working for herself. She found herself smiling more, lingering longer in the greenhouse to help Neville, and volunteering to tutor struggling younger students without anyone asking. It was during one of these tutoring sessions that she was joined unexpectedly by Ginny. Mind if I help? Ginny asked, sitting beside her without waiting for an answer. Hermione looked at her with surprise. Of course not. That'd be lovely. Ginny grinned, pulling out a quill. They spent the next hour helping a nervous second-year learn how to correctly levitate a set of glass jars. Once the younger student had gone, Ginny turned to Hermione, folding her arms. So, she said, are we going to talk about how you and Harry have been acting like a married couple lately, or are we pretending it's normal? Hermione flushed. We are not acting like a married couple. Right, Ginny said with a smirk. It's completely normal to stare into each other's eyes in the library for 10 minutes without saying anything. Hermione tried to fight the smile tugging at her lips. We're just close. That's all. Ginny's expression softened. I know. I think it's a good thing. You both deserve someone who understands you. Harry's been through so much, Hermione said quietly. I think he just needs someone who sees him as more than the boy who lived. And you do, Ginny said. Honestly, I think you always have. Hermione didn't reply right away. Instead, she glanced out the window where flakes of snow danced in the wind. She remembered the night Harry had said she made him think about the future. That one sentence had shifted something inside her, subtle but unmistakable. She was beginning to wonder if her heart had been trying to tell her something all along. In the days that followed, she and Harry grew even closer. They didn't need to say much. A shared look across the common room. A quiet laugh at breakfast. The way they both reached for the same book in the library and didn't pull their hands back right away. It wasn't overt, but it was there. Even Draco seemed to notice during a particularly tense potions class. You two look like you've just come from writing each other love letters, he muttered, measuring powdered salamander tail. Harry didn't rise to the bait, but Hermione turned and gave Draco a piercing look. If you spent half as much time focusing on your grades as you do commenting on my life, you might actually pass an exam, she said coolly. Draco raised an eyebrow, but to everyone's surprise, he didn't insult her back. Instead, he just smirked. Touché, Granger. Later, as they left the dungeons, Harry glanced sideways at her. You've got a sharp tongue when you need it. Hermione chuckled. I've had years of practice. They walked in companionable silence through the hallway until Harry spoke again. You know, he said hesitantly, Ron cornered me last night. Hermione stiffened. What did he say? Harry sighed. He wanted to know if something was going on between us. I told him the truth. That we're close. That we look out for each other. And how did he take it? Badly, Harry admitted. He said I've changed. That you've changed me. Hermione looked at him carefully. Do you think I have? Harry stopped walking. You've helped me grow. That's not the same as changing someone. You make me better, Hermione. The words were simple, but they struck her like a jolt of warmth in the cold corridor. She nodded slowly, and they continued walking. Up ahead, the corridor opened into the entrance hall, where Professor McGonagall stood with a notice pinned to the wall beside her. As students gathered to read it, Hermione and Harry pushed their way forward. It was an announcement about Hogsmeade Weekend, scheduled for the following Saturday. But what drew Hermione's attention wasn't the trip. It was the small note attached beneath it in McGonagall's careful script. Due to recent behavior concerns, all prefects must check in with staff before departure. Hermione frowned. Behavior concerns? I bet this has something to do with Fred and George, Harry said. But as they moved past the board, Hermione couldn't help but wonder if Hogwarts itself was shifting. Tensions were brewing beneath the surface, between students, between friendships, between everything they once took for granted. That weekend, when they arrived in Hogsmeade, Hermione and Harry didn't go to the usual shops. They wandered the quieter lanes, sipping hot cocoa and talking about the books they wanted to read next. They even visited the little bookstore near the end of the main road, where Hermione lost track of time in the magical history section, and Harry teased her gently for being unable to resist buying 3 new books. As they left the shop, the snow had started to fall again, heavier now. The flakes settled in Hermione's hair, and Harry reached out instinctively, brushing one from her cheek. Their eyes met. For a long moment, the world faded. No spells, no battles, no past regrets, just quiet understanding. Neither said a word. But something had changed. And it wasn't going back. Returning to Hogwarts after that quiet moment in Hogsmeade was like stepping back into another world. The snow might have still fallen, the fire still crackled in the common room hearth, but something inside Hermione had shifted. She could feel it in her bones, in the way she moved beside Harry now. There was a weight to the silence they shared, no longer just comfortable, but full of things left unsaid. The next few days passed in a blur. Schoolwork piled up as exams approached, but Hermione found herself managing it all with a strange sense of calm. Perhaps it was because for once, her mind wasn't filled with anxious worries. It was focused on herself, her future, and Harry. They spent most evenings together now, sometimes studying, sometimes talking, sometimes simply sitting in silence, like the world didn't need to rush them anymore. but others were beginning to notice. Lavender Brown watched them from across the common room with a barely concealed frown. Seamus nudged Dean whenever Hermione and Harry laughed at some private joke. And Ron barely looked their way. He sat with Neville and the twins more often now, muttering under his breath whenever Harry passed by. Then, one evening, just as Hermione closed her Transfiguration textbook and stretched, Harry turned to her and said, "Do you ever wonder what your life would have looked like if things had gone differently?" Hermione tilted her head. "Differently how?" "If you had never sat with me and Ron on that first train ride. If you hadn't stepped in when the troll came. If you'd gone a different path." She considered it. "I'd still be who I am. I'd still love books. I'd still push myself. But maybe I wouldn't have had to spend years pretending I wasn't bothered by the way people treated me. Or worrying that being smart made me less likable." Harry frowned. "Did we make you feel that way?" "Not intentionally," she said gently. "But sometimes you and Ron, especially Ron, acted like I was too much. Too bossy. Too eager. Too clever." Harry looked down. "I'm sorry. You never needed to say it," Hermione replied. "You showed me. Every time you listened. Every time you didn't laugh when I went off on a tangent." He smiled faintly. "I liked your tangents. Still do." She gave him a look. "I know." Their gazes lingered a moment too long. Hermione knew it. She could see it in the sudden way Harry glanced away, pretending to busy himself with straightening his quill. The air felt different now. Tighter. The next morning, in defense against the dark arts, Professor Lupin introduced a new topic: nonverbal defensive magic. It required focus, intent, and trust in your instinct. Hermione excelled instantly, and as usual, Harry followed not far behind. "Pair up," Lupin instructed. "Try to disarm your partner nonverbally." Hermione and Harry paired naturally. Wands raised, eyes locked. She focused on the spell, but her thoughts wavered, on Harry's hand, the way he held his wand with such quiet confidence, the way his green eyes never seemed to miss anything. A flash of magic shot toward her. She countered with a graceful flick, and their spells collided in midair, crackling with energy. Lupin watched, clearly impressed. "Excellent, both of you." Ron, paired with Dean, looked over and scowled. His wand hand jerked too forcefully, sending a wild jinx across the room and knocking over a desk. "Watch it," Parvati snapped, ducking just in time. Ron muttered something and didn't apologize. Hermione caught Harry glancing over, guilt flickering in his eyes. But Hermione didn't feel responsible for Ron anymore. And that realization was oddly freeing. Later that day, she found herself alone in the library, revising an arithmancy chart when someone slid into the seat across from her. She looked up, surprised. "Luna," she greeted. Luna smiled dreamily. "Hello, Hermione. The Raxperts are quiet today, so I thought it was a good time to say something." Hermione blinked. "Oh, about what?" "About how you and Harry are glowing in a way most people don't notice." "But I do." Hermione opened her mouth, then shut it again. "Luna, nothing's happened." "You don't need it to," Luna said, her voice soft. "Some feelings are more obvious than actions." Hermione looked away. "It's complicated." "Not really," Luna said. "You're brave. You've always been brave. So is Harry. Brave enough to love without needing permission." Hermione sat still for a moment after Luna left. The words rang in her ears longer than she wanted to admit. By Friday, Hermione knew she couldn't keep skating along this line. Something had to be said, but she hadn't expected it to come out the way it did. They were back in the common room. Everyone else had gone to bed. Hermione had just closed her final book of the night. Harry looked up from his parchment and smiled faintly. "You're staying up late lately." "Habit," Hermione said. Harry set his quill down. "You've been quiet. I've been thinking." "About?" Hermione looked at him. Really looked. And then she said it. "About how I don't want to keep pretending nothing's changed." Harry didn't ask what she meant. He already knew. She could see it in the way his eyes widened slightly, in the way he leaned forward just a little. "We're not the same," she said. "You're not the boy who needed saving. I'm not the girl waiting for approval. And I don't want to act like we're still those people." Harry nodded slowly. "I don't either." There was a long pause. "Do you think we crossed a line?" he asked. Hermione's voice was steady. "No. I think we finally found the right one. The silence that followed wasn't uncomfortable. It felt like breath held before a leap. And Hermione, for the first time in a long while, wasn't afraid to jump. The next morning arrived with a biting chill, frost etching the window panes like runes from an ancient spellbook. Hermione woke earlier than usual, the memory of her late-night conversation with Harry still fresh in her mind. She didn't regret anything she said, but now that the words were out there, hanging between them, everything felt more real. No longer a possibility. A beginning. At breakfast, she avoided Ron's gaze and sat beside Harry as if nothing had changed. But something had. It was there in the way their arms brushed just slightly, in the way their eyes met with an unspoken understanding. Across the table, Ron's spoon clattered noisily into his porridge. He said nothing, just grabbed his toast and left early, muttering something about Quidditch practice. Hermione exhaled slowly. Harry gave her a look. "You okay?" "I'm fine," she replied. "Just waiting for the other shoe to drop." "You think he'll say something?" "He always does." But Ron didn't say anything for the next few days. He didn't need to. His silence was colder than any insult he'd ever thrown. When they crossed paths, he didn't acknowledge them. He moved in and out of the common room without so much as a glance. Even during group assignments in classes, he partnered with Dean or Seamus without hesitation, leaving Hermione and Harry to their own devices. Still, Hermione tried to stay focused. With exams looming and their newts inching closer, she knew distractions could only go so far. And yet, she couldn't help it. The late-night conversations with Harry. The shared smiles over breakfast. The subtle shift in how they existed near each other. It was both thrilling and terrifying. One evening, as they walked down the corridor toward the library, Harry hesitated. "Hermione," he began, "can I ask you something?" She glanced at him. "Of course. Do you think we're doing the right thing?" "What do you mean?" "Being close. Like this. With Ron so distant. With everything else going on. Do you ever think we're making a mistake?" Hermione stopped walking. "No. Not once." Harry stopped too. She continued. "For once, I'm choosing what's best for me. Not what keeps everyone else comfortable." Harry nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. "I guess I just don't want to hurt anyone." "You're not the one hurting him, Harry," Hermione said gently. "He's choosing to be hurt. That's on him." Just then, a voice echoed from behind. Well, that didn't take long. They turned to see Ron standing by the suit of armor near the corner. His face was hard, arms crossed, eyes burning with resentment. "Ron," Harry said, startled. Ron stepped forward. "You really couldn't wait, could you? Always acting like you're better than everyone, Hermione. And you, Harry, some best friend." Hermione's voice was calm. "This isn't about betrayal. It's about honesty." "Honesty?" Ron scoffed. "You've been dancing around each other for months. You think no one saw it?" "We never planned this," Harry said. "It just happened." Ron laughed bitterly. "Of course it just happened. Everything happens for Harry Potter, doesn't it? He gets the spotlight, the glory, and now Hermione too." "Stop it, Ron," Hermione said sharply. "This isn't about Harry. And it's not about you being left out. This is about how you've treated me for years." Ron stared at her. She continued. "You mocked me for caring too much. You rolled your eyes when I talked about things I loved. You never listened. And when I started finding someone who did, you got angry." Ron's mouth opened, then shut again. "I was your friend, Ron. I tried to be. But you never really saw me. Not the real me." The silence that followed was brutal. Cold. Final. "I can't do this," Ron muttered. "Not with you two pretending like you're innocent." "We're not pretending," Harry said. "But we're also not apologizing for being close." Ron turned and walked away. Hermione stood still, her heart pounding. She didn't feel triumphant. Just empty. Harry reached for her hand. It was a simple touch, no fireworks or romance. Just comfort. They spent the rest of the evening in the library, barely saying a word, but not needing to. The silence between them wasn't awkward. It was healing. The next morning, the tension was thick in the common room. Everyone could feel the fallout. Ron barely spoke to anyone, and the Gryffindors tiptoed around him. Lavender, who had once been his biggest supporter, now avoided his corner of the room. Even Ginny seemed distant. Hermione kept her head high. She knew it wasn't over. There would be whispers, judgments. But she also knew she had nothing to be ashamed of. A few days later, she found a note in her bag. "You did the right thing, Luna." Hermione smiled. That night, as she and Harry walked back to the common room after another long study session, he paused before the portrait hole. "You know," he said, "I've never really felt like I belonged anywhere before." Hermione looked up at him. "But with you it's different. I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be." Hermione's heart ached a little at the honesty in his voice. "You are," she said. And for the first time in a long while, she truly believed it. The days that followed were quieter than usual. The air in Gryffindor Tower still crackled with unspoken tension, but something had changed. People had started adjusting, as they always did at Hogwarts. Even the most dramatic events had a way of settling like sediment in water, drifting quietly to the bottom with time. Hermione noticed how quickly things shifted around her. Dean and Seamus were more talkative toward her, and Harry now, subtly indicating their acceptance. Lavender had returned to her gossip circle, barely sparing Ron a glance anymore. And Ginny, who had once eyed Hermione with subtle judgment, now offered hesitant smiles when they crossed paths. But Ron remained distant. It hurt Hermione more than she admitted to herself. Even if she no longer liked him that way, even if she never had, he had once been one of her closest friends. And now he felt like a stranger living under the same roof. She didn't try to fix it. She knew better now. Instead, she focused on the parts of her life that felt right. Like the evenings spent studying with Harry in the library. Like the afternoons walking through the castle grounds, laughing about silly things, like Philip's obsession with hallway dust or the bizarre flavor of Bertie Bott's beans they both swore never to eat again. It was during one of those late evenings, when the corridors were nearly empty and the moonlight spilled through the arched windows, that Hermione finally asked what had been lingering on her mind. "Harry," she said, stopping beside one of the long windows that overlooked the Black Lake, "do you ever think about what we'll do after Hogwarts?" He looked thoughtful. "Sometimes. But it always feels too big to think about. The war changed everything. Sometimes I feel like I wasn't supposed to live this long." "Don't say that," she said softly. He gave her a small smile. "I'm glad I did. Especially now." Hermione didn't respond right away. Her gaze drifted out over the lake, where the moonlight painted silver ripples across the surface. "I've been thinking," she said finally, "about applying for a research apprenticeship in magical theory. Professor Vector mentioned a program in France. It's months long, but I've always wanted to study arithmancy in more depth." Harry turned to face her fully. "You should do it." "You think so?" "I think you'd be brilliant at it. And I think you should do what makes you happy." There was something in his eyes then. Something unspoken but powerful. Hermione hesitated. "What about you?" "I don't know yet," he admitted. "Kingsley wants me to train as an Auror, but I've been thinking about teaching. Maybe defense. I liked it when I led the DA." Hermione's lips curled into a smile. "You'd be a great professor. You already are, in some ways." He laughed. "Maybe. Though I'd probably spend half the time confiscating prank items from James and Sirius Potter." The image made her laugh too. It was moments like these that made her realize how easy everything had become with Harry. They didn't need to perform. They didn't need to prove anything. It was just right. But right didn't mean simple. The next morning at breakfast, a letter arrived for Harry. It bore the ministry seal. He opened it with one hand while pouring pumpkin juice with the other. His brow furrowed as he read. "What is it?" Hermione asked. "Kingsley," he replied. "He's fast-tracking Auror training and wants me to begin next month. In London." Hermione blinked. "That's soon." "Yeah," Harry said quietly. They sat in silence for a few seconds. The sounds of the great hall, clinking cutlery, murmured conversations, the flap of owl wings, suddenly felt distant. Hermione set her spoon down. "So you'll go?" "I think so. I mean, I haven't decided. But it's something I feel I should do." "You don't owe anyone anything anymore, Harry," she said gently. He looked at her. "Maybe. But I still want to help. If I can stop the next war from ever happening, if I can make the world better, don't I have to try?" She couldn't argue with that. Not really. But the thought of him leaving so soon settled like a weight in her chest. After breakfast, she excused herself and walked to the astronomy tower alone. She needed space. Time to think. The wind whipped her curls around her face as she leaned against the stone railing, gazing out over the hills. She had always known this year would bring changes, that everything wouldn't stay as it had been. But she hadn't expected everything to shift so quickly. Ron gone. Harry leaving. Her possibly going to France. For the first time, the trio she'd once thought unbreakable felt well and truly fractured. She felt a presence beside her and turned to see Harry standing there, his cheeks flushed from the climb. "Thought you might be here," he said. Hermione didn't say anything. He stepped closer, placing his hands on the same stone railing. For a moment, they both just looked out into the horizon. "I'm scared too," he said softly. "Scared of everything changing." She nodded. "Me too. But I don't want to lose you. No matter where we go." Hermione turned to look at him. There it was again, that raw honesty she'd come to treasure. "You won't," she whispered. And then, quietly, carefully, Harry reached out and laced his fingers with hers. They stood like that in silence, fingers entwined, hearts steady. The stars above them glittered like promises waiting to be made. Hermione didn't speak of that moment in the astronomy tower again, not aloud. But it stayed with her, like a whisper tucked behind her heartbeat, rising in quiet moments when she least expected it. She wasn't sure what it meant yet, or what it might grow into, but for the first time in a long while, it didn't frighten her. The days began to tumble faster toward the end of term. NEWD preparation turned into a storm of parchment, late-night study sessions, and endless cups of tea in the library. Hermione, unsurprisingly, kept to a rigid schedule. Harry tried his best to follow it, often trailing a few pages behind. Ron was around, of course, but their interactions had settled into something cold and civil. He no longer tried to argue with her or throw looks across the common room, but neither did he joke or speak unless directly spoken to. It was strange how easily one friendship could unravel while others quietly mended or bloomed. It was Ginny who noticed first. "You and Harry," she said one afternoon in the greenhouse, brushing dirt from her hands. "You've changed." Hermione looked up, startled. "What do you mean?" Ginny raised an eyebrow. "Come on. I'm not blind. You two have been different. Close. And not in the usual Golden Trio way." Hermione hesitated. "We've always been close." "Sure," Ginny said, straightening. "But now you finish each other's thoughts. You go quiet when the other enters the room. You don't look around for Ron anymore." Hermione didn't know what to say to that. Ginny wiped her hands on her robes and studied her with a knowing softness. "I'm not mad, you know." Hermione blinked. "You're not." "I was," Ginny admitted. "For a while. It's hard watching someone you care about drift toward someone else. Especially when you always knew there was something there." Hermione frowned. "We didn't mean." "I know," Ginny interrupted. "I just hope whatever's happening, it makes you happy. Both of you. Because no one deserves that more than Harry." Hermione didn't respond, but her eyes said enough. Later that night, Harry found her in the library again, this time alone. She had books piled high around her, and a hand pressed to her temple, like she was willing the facts into her brain. He smiled as he dropped into the seat beside her. "You're going to melt your eyes if you keep reading like that." "I have a charms theory exam in 3 days," she replied without looking up. "Want me to quiz you?" She finally lifted her gaze and nodded gratefully. They spent the next hour flipping through thick volumes and scribbled notes. Harry read questions, and Hermione rattled off answers with precision and speed that impressed even him. Eventually, though, the pile of books was pushed aside, and the conversation wandered, as it always did, with an ease they never quite had with anyone else. "I talked to Kingsley again," Harry said after a pause. "He said I can delay Auror training if I want. Just a few months." Hermione's brows lifted. "Why would you?" He leaned back in his chair, looking at her. "Because maybe I don't want to leave just yet." Her heart stuttered in her chest. "You've always been the one with plans, Hermione. I've spent so long doing what everyone expected of me. Maybe for once I want to choose something. Someone for myself." She didn't answer at first. The words hung in the air like fog, thick with meaning. Then, softly, she said, "You should do what makes you feel whole, Harry. Not what keeps you safe. Not what keeps others happy. You." He nodded slowly, never taking his eyes off her. There was a knock at the library door. Madame Pants peeked in and gave them a scowl. "Time to clear out." Libraries closing. They gathered their books and left, walking the corridor together in silence. Their footsteps echoed in rhythm, their shoulders brushing occasionally as they turned corners. Outside the common room portrait hole, Harry paused. "I don't want this to end," he said, voice low. "It won't," Hermione said. "We'll find our way, even if it takes time." She didn't know if she meant their friendship, their studies, or this strange new feeling growing quietly between them. Maybe all of it. The following week brought exams and chaos and last-minute essays. The castle buzzed with the energy of students preparing to leave, some for the last time. Hermione received her acceptance letter to the French research program and held it in her hands for a long time before telling anyone. When she finally told Harry, he smiled. "That's incredible. I'm not sure I'll go," she admitted. "It's a big step." He studied her for a moment. "You've never been afraid of big steps. Just afraid of leaving people behind." Hermione nodded. "You're right." Then, gently, he added, "And I'll be here when you come back, if that helps." Hermione felt warmth spread through her chest. The night before the Hogwarts Express was set to leave, a farewell feast was held in the Great Hall. Dumbledore made a speech about courage and unity, about healing and growth, and as everyone clapped, Hermione found her gaze drifting to Harry's. He was already looking at her. They didn't need words. The feast faded into music and chatter, and students began to say their goodbyes. Some were tearful, others eager to leave, and a few just wandered the halls one last time. Hermione and Harry ended up in the courtyard under the stars again. It seemed to always come back to the stars. "I'm glad this year happened," Hermione said, her voice a whisper. "Even the hard parts." Harry reached for her hand again. This time there was no hesitation. "Me too," he said. They stood together, not quite a couple, not quite just friends, something tender and becoming. And for now, that was enough. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from the station with a familiar rumble, leaving a swirl of steam and waving hands behind it. Hermione sat in the compartment with Harry, Luna, Neville, and Ginny. Laughter floated in and out, but a certain quietness lingered between her and Harry. A quietness not of discomfort, but of thought. Hermione stared out the window, watching the countryside slip past like pages in a fast-turning book. She had received the final confirmation from the French Wizarding Research Institute. The letter was nestled in her bag, pressed between the pages of the Theory of Ancient Runes, Volume 3, as though hiding it might somehow slow time. "So," Ginny said, leaning forward, "what's everyone's plan now that school's over?" Neville beamed. "I'm going to apprentice under Professor Sprout at Hogwarts. She said I've got a real knack." "I'm not surprised," Luna said dreamily. "You make plants feel safe." Neville flushed, smiling sheepishly. "And you, Harry?" Ginny asked, shifting slightly, trying to sound casual. Harry hesitated. "Aura training. But, not just yet." Hermione glanced sideways at him, then quickly looked back at the window. "You're delaying it?" Ginny pressed. He nodded. "I want to be sure it's really what I want. I've never had time to think about anything else." Ginny gave a small nod, a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Good for you." "And you, Hermione?" Luna chimed in, her eyes impossibly round. "Have you decided whether you're going to Paris?" Everyone turned to her. The compartment went quiet. "I have the offer," she said slowly. "And it's everything I wanted. But I'm still thinking about it." "You should go," Harry said suddenly. "It's perfect for you." She didn't respond right away, only offered a soft smile before turning back to the window. The rest of the ride passed in a blur. As the train began to slow near King's Cross, there was a flurry of activity. Trunks dragged from overhead compartments, last-minute goodbyes, promises to write. Mrs. Weasley greeted them all on the platform with open arms. She embraced Hermione warmly but paused when she reached Harry. "You'll be staying with us for a bit, dear?" "If that's all right," Harry said, glancing at Hermione. "Of course," Mrs. Weasley said, though her eyes flicked to Ron, who stood a little apart from the group. Ron had changed, too, though not in ways anyone could quite pin down. He was quieter now, more guarded. He still spoke to Harry, but it was strained. To Hermione, he barely said a word. Hermione didn't push it. She had stopped hoping he'd come around. Sometimes people walked out of your life slowly, like rain fading from a window pane. Back at the Burrow, things were lively as always, but Hermione felt out of place, even with Harry nearby. She stayed only 2 nights before excusing herself and returning to her parents' home in London. They welcomed her with open arms. Her mother fussed over her hair, and her father insisted she rest before rushing into more books. But Hermione, as always, was restless. Harry came by the next week. They walked through a quiet Muggle park near her house, away from the magical world and all its ghosts. The trees swayed gently, and the sky was the pale gray of early summer. "I've been thinking," Hermione said, staring at a small pond. "About Paris. About us. About everything." Harry didn't say anything, waiting patiently. "I spent so long chasing what I thought I needed," she continued. "Grades, success, answers. I forgot what it meant to feel something real." Harry reached out and took her hand. "You're the most real thing in my life," he said. "And I don't want to lose that." "I'm scared," Hermione admitted. "What if I go and things change?" "They will," Harry said. "But we don't have to let that be a bad thing." She looked up at him, the ache of uncertainty still behind her eyes. "I want to go," she said softly. "But I want you to be part of my life while I'm there. Letters, visits. Something. You don't have to ask," he said. "You'll never be alone. I promise." She leaned into him, and for the first time in weeks, she let herself feel steady. When they parted that day, Hermione sent the owl. She accepted the position in Paris. The days flew after that. Hermione packed, her room slowly emptying of books and robes and memories. Her parents were both proud and tearful. Harry helped her sort through her Hogwarts trunk, finding old notes and shared scribbles from classes long past. "I remember this," he said, holding up a crumpled note from their 3rd year. "You corrected my essay right in the middle of History of Magic." "I couldn't help it," she said, laughing. "You spelled werewolf with 3 Fs." They both laughed until they were breathless. Then came the day she was to leave. They met at the station, not platform 9 3/4, but a small magical port in central London where international travelers departed. Hermione stood with her bag over her shoulder, wand tucked into her coat. Harry stood beside her, looking like he didn't know whether to smile or cry. "I'll write you as soon as I get there," she said. "I'll be counting the hours," he replied. They embraced, and the hug lingered. When they pulled away, Hermione looked into his eyes. "I'll come back," she said. "I know," he whispered. "Just don't fall for any charming French wizards, all right?" Hermione grinned. "Only if you don't fall for some mysterious witch at Auror training. Deal." She stepped onto the platform, turned once more, and disappeared through the portal. Harry stood there long after she was gone, the wind tugging at his coat, the feeling of her still warm in his arms. Whatever was beginning between them wasn't over. It was just waiting for the right time. The scent of fresh parchment and the faint hint of lavender ink clung to the air as Harry unfolded the latest letter from Hermione. He sat in the quiet of his bedroom at the Burrow, the soft rustle of trees outside the window contrasting with the steady beat of his heart as he read. "Dear Harry, Paris is beautiful in a way I never imagined. The streets are alive with music and conversation, the kind of place where history clings to every stone. I've already begun my work at the research center, and I've been assigned a translation project involving pre-modern magical runes. You'd laugh at how excited I got when I found a misinterpreted charm sequence buried in the margins of a 15th century spellbook. But enough about me. How are you? Have you decided anything about the Auror program? Write soon. Always. Hermione." Harry smiled. He could practically hear her voice in every sentence. She never failed to make magic sound like something worth chasing. Not for power or glory, but for knowledge and understanding. He grabbed a fresh bit of parchment and began to scribble back. "Dear Hermione, no Auror decision yet. I've been training here and there with Kingsley and Tonks, just trying to stay sharp. But I think I'm realizing that I don't want to spend my life chasing dark wizards. I've had enough of that for one lifetime. Ron's been distant. He's working at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes now, and it's good for him. But we barely talk beyond hello. He hasn't asked about you. I miss you. Yours, Harry." He paused at the last line. The word "yours" sat there like an admission, small but unshakable. With a decisive nod, he folded the letter and sent it off with Hedwig, watching as she soared into the clouds, a thread connecting London to Paris. Hermione's life in Paris was intense. The Magical Research Center was housed in a domed glass building nestled near the Seine, hidden to the Muggle eye by complex concealment spells. The work was challenging, exhausting, and often involved hours of solitary translation and decoding. But she loved it. Still, something always felt like it was missing. One evening, after a long day of reviewing obscure potion manuscripts, she wandered into a small wizarding cafe tucked behind a bookshop. It was quiet, lined with floating candles and filled with soft music. She took a seat near the window and pulled out Harry's most recent letter. She reread his words, "I miss you," and it stirred something deep in her. It had been almost 2 months since she'd seen him. Every letter only deepened her awareness of how much of her heart remained in England. A soft voice interrupted her thoughts. "You always sit alone." Hermione glanced up. A young wizard with sandy brown hair and dark spectacles stood beside her, holding a cup of espresso. "I've seen you here before," he added quickly, sensing her caution. "I'm Julian, research assistant at the French archives." Hermione offered a polite smile. "Hermione, also with the archives." He tilted his head. "British, right? I could tell from the quill ink." She blinked. "What?" "British wizarding quills have a sharper pigment. Your letters bleed just a little differently." Hermione chuckled despite herself. "That's an oddly specific observation." "I have a passion for ink," he said with a grin. "May I sit?" She hesitated for a moment, then gestured to the chair. "Sure." Julian was charming in a casual, unassuming way. He spoke with enthusiasm about magical calligraphy and old ink recipes, and even Hermione found herself swept into a conversation about enchanted parchments that could whisper footnotes. But as engaging as he was, she couldn't ignore the letter still open beside her, or the way her heart tugged toward it every time Julian smiled. Later that night, Hermione wrote Harry again. "Dear Harry, I met someone at the cafe today. His name is Julian. He's clever and kind, and we talked about ink for 30 minutes. But all I could think about was whether you'd laugh at the idea of ink whispering footnotes. I'm realizing something. This time apart, it hasn't dulled anything. If anything, I miss you more with every passing day. Maybe it's foolish. Maybe we don't know what this is. But I think I do. I think I'm falling for you. Love, Hermione." When Harry read that letter days later, he sat frozen on the steps of the burrow. The sun had barely risen, and the sky was painted in hues of gold and purple. But nothing in the world could compare to the warmth that spread through him as he read her words. Love, she had written. He didn't wait. That evening, Harry packed a small bag, spoke briefly to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, then operated to the ministry to secure a travel charm. By midnight, he stood in the shadowed corridor outside Hermione's building in Paris, heart racing, letter clutched in his hand. He knocked. Hermione opened the door in her dressing robe, eyes wide and hair a little wild from sleep. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Harry held up the letter. "I didn't want to write back," he said. "I needed to tell you in person." Hermione blinked, breath caught. "I think I've been falling for you too," Harry said. "Since before I even knew it." She stepped forward slowly, her hands finding his. And in that quiet space between letters and longings, Hermione kissed him. A new chapter had begun. The next morning, the streets of Paris shimmered under a light autumn drizzle, but to Hermione, everything felt radiant. Harry had stayed the night, chivalrously on the sofa, but neither of them had slept much. They had talked for hours, falling into easy rhythm, laughter, memories, and confessions tumbling out without resistance. No more hesitation. No more unspoken words. But reality was never far behind. "I can't stay long," Harry said, sipping the bitter French coffee she had brewed. "Kingsley's expecting me back, and Ron. Well, I don't think I should disappear without telling him." Hermione nodded, trying to steady her heart. "Of course. But it doesn't change just because you go back." He reached across the table, brushing her fingers. "I know. And I'm not losing this. I'm not losing you." It was strange and comforting, how easy it felt to believe him. A week later, Hermione received a sealed owl from Professor McGonagall, inviting her to return to Hogwarts for a guest lecture in advanced magical theory. The school was offering a series of talks from young minds in magical research, and Hermione's recent discoveries had already drawn attention in academic circles. She was shocked but thrilled. When she arrived at Hogsmeade Station, the sight of the familiar castle tugged fiercely at her heart. Hogwarts loomed in the distance, majestic and unchanging, even as her own life had shifted entirely. Harry was waiting at the gates. He grinned the moment he saw her. "Welcome back, Professor Granger." She rolled her eyes, but smiled despite herself. "That's guest lecturer to you." They walked up the path together, passing the carriages, the forbidden forest stretching quietly beside them. Harry had returned to occasional volunteer work at the school, helping with dueling club and flying lessons, and the students had taken to him quickly. His presence here felt natural, comforting. "McGonagall's thrilled to have you," Harry said. "She's been bragging about you to the staff for a week." Hermione blushed. "I hope I don't disappoint." "You won't," he said softly. "You never do." That evening, she stood at the front of the Transfiguration classroom, the same room where she'd once sat as a nervous first year, now filled with eager seventh years hanging on her every word. She spoke about magical linguistics, the evolution of incantations, and the delicate power of interpretation in spellcasting. Her voice was calm, clear, and full of conviction. When the lecture ended, the applause was real, even enthusiastic. McGonagall smiled warmly, offering a rare nod of praise. "I think we'll have to invite you back again, Miss Granger." Harry met her just outside the Great Hall, where students bustled past, some still chattering about her lecture. He looked at her like she'd just won the Triwizard Tournament. "I told you," he said. "Brilliant." Later, they wandered down to the Black Lake. The moonlight shimmered on the water, and the night was quiet but alive with memory. They found a bench near the edge of the shore, the same one they'd sat on during sixth year, just before everything had changed. "Do you ever wonder," Hermione asked softly, "what would have happened if I'd liked Ron the way he hoped I did?" Harry was silent for a moment, watching the gentle ripple of water. "All the time," he admitted. "I think about how close we all were, and how fragile it was underneath." "I never loved him," she said. "Not like that. I thought maybe I would one day, because it seemed easier. Predictable." Harry turned to her. "And me?" She smiled sadly. "You scared me. Because you saw me, really saw me. Even when I didn't want to be seen." "I was scared too," Harry said. "Of ruining everything. Of choosing wrong. Of choosing you and losing him." "We're not the same people anymore," Hermione whispered. "No," he agreed. "But I like who we've become." He reached for her hand again. This time, she didn't hesitate. Meanwhile, not far away, Ron stood beneath the Ollery Tower, having arrived earlier that day with a delivery of enchanted fireworks from George. He hadn't meant to overhear, but he had. Their conversation floated on the wind, quiet but distinct. He stepped back into the shadows. His chest ached, not with anger this time, but with something heavier. He had known for a while now. Harry had been different ever since Hermione left. Less restless. More focused. And Hermione's letters, though Ron rarely read them anymore, had shifted too. Less about the past. More about the future. Without him, as Ron made his way back to Hogsmeade, he didn't say anything to anyone. He simply let the silence settle in, like snow on the shoulders of someone who had finally stopped running. At Hogwarts, the world kept moving. Leaves changed. Classes resumed. And something between Harry and Hermione bloomed slowly and fully, like magic that had waited years to be spoken aloud. They had chosen each other. At last. The next morning brought a golden haze over Hogwarts, the crisp air carrying the scent of leaves and morning dew. Hermione stood by the window in her guest quarters, watching students file toward their classes, scarves flying behind them like banners. Everything looked as it had years ago, and yet nothing felt the same. She was different now. So was Harry. And so was Ron. As she headed down to the Great Hall for breakfast, her footsteps echoed in the corridor, the portrait of the fat lady giving her a sleepy smile. Inside, students chattered over toast and pumpkin juice, but the staff table felt oddly tense. Ron was there. He had arrived earlier than expected for the fireworks demonstration George had scheduled for the 5th years. No one had warned her he would be joining them at the castle. Hermione's stomach tightened as she approached. He was laughing with Neville, but his eyes caught hers before she could look away. There was no flash of bitterness, no storm of emotion. Just something quieter. He nodded politely. That alone felt like a shift in the world. She slid into the seat beside Harry, who gave her a questioning glance. She shook her head slightly. "I'm fine," she whispered. The breakfast passed in a blur. Ron avoided talking directly to her, though he didn't ignore her entirely. He asked about her research, made a mild joke about her professor voice, and congratulated her on the lecture with what sounded like genuine pride. Still, something hung in the air between them, unspoken, unsettled. Later that afternoon, as the students gathered on the grassy slopes behind the castle for the Weasleys' Wild Whiz-Bangs demo, Hermione watched from the edges with Harry by her side. Bright-colored fireworks burst into dragons, phoenixes, and glowing hippogriffs. Laughter rang out, and for a moment, everything felt light again. Then Ron approached her. He motioned toward the lake, away from the crowd. "Do you mind?" Hermione hesitated, then nodded. Harry gave her hand a small squeeze before letting her go. They walked in silence until they reached the edge of the water, where the ripples danced like candlelight. Ron finally spoke. "I heard you two last night. Down here. Didn't mean to, but I did." Hermione froze. "Ron, I'm not angry," he said quickly, looking out across the water. "Not anymore." She turned to him, eyes searching his face. "Really?" He gave a weak laugh. "Took me long enough, right? I think I was more in love with the idea of us than with you." Hermione looked down. "I'm sorry I couldn't be who you wanted." "You were exactly who I needed," Ron said quietly. "For a long time. But maybe not who I was meant for." They stood in silence for a while, the weight of years between them beginning to shift, to settle. "I miss being friends," he added. Hermione felt something sting in her chest. "So do I." Ron finally looked at her. "We can't go back. But maybe we don't have to stay stuck in the middle either." She nodded. "I'd like that." When they returned to the castle, Harry was waiting just outside the courtyard. He looked at Ron cautiously, but Ron only gave a shrug and a tired smile. "You take care of her, yeah," he said. Harry nodded. "Always." Ron walked away without looking back, but Hermione could feel that something between the three of them had shifted. Not vanished, not healed entirely, but changed. That night, as she and Harry sat in the library beneath the enchanted ceiling, Hermione exhaled deeply. "I didn't know if he'd ever come to terms with it," she said softly. Harry leaned back in his chair. "I think he already had. He just didn't know how to say it." They watched the ceiling swirl with stars, books laid open before them but unread. "I'm glad I came back," she said. "So am I," Harry replied, brushing her hand with his. "But what happens now?" Hermione smiled. "Now, I finish my research. You keep helping here. And maybe we just let things unfold, one honest day at a time." Harry grinned. "Sounds like a Hermione Granger plan." As the candlelight flickered, she leaned her head on his shoulder. The silence between them now was warm, peaceful. Not filled with the things they didn't say, but with everything they finally had. The past hadn't broken them. It had shaped them. And now, at last, they were ready to move forward. The days at Hogwarts passed with a quiet steadiness. With Ron's visit behind her and their conversation gently closing a long, uncomfortable chapter, Hermione felt lighter, though not without the occasional pang of reflection. She often caught herself gazing out the tall castle windows, watching students hurry through corridors with stacks of books in their arms and urgency in their steps. It reminded her of her younger self, always with a plan, always moving forward. Harry had taken to walking her back from the library in the evenings, sometimes talking, sometimes simply enjoying the silence between them. The castle felt more like home again, not just a place frozen in memory. There was peace here now, a kind of calm she hadn't realized she'd been craving. One chilly evening, after a long discussion with Professor McGonagall about expanding the student leadership program, Hermione decided to visit Hagrid. She hadn't seen him since returning and felt guilty for putting it off. She wrapped her cloak tighter around her and made the familiar trek across the grounds to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid opened the door with his usual booming enthusiasm. "Hermione, thought yet gone and forgotten Noel Hagrid." She smiled. "Never. Things have just been a bit overwhelming." He ushered her inside, where the fire crackled merrily and Fong thumped his tail lazily against the floor. Over tea, they spoke about everything: her work, how the forest was faring, how Buckbeak had finally moved to a sanctuary in Wales. Hagrid's eyes sparkled when she mentioned Harry's involvement in the mentoring program. "Always knew you two would find your way back to each other," he said with a grin. Hermione looked down into her tea, her cheeks pink. "It's not exactly like that." Hagrid chuckled. "Maybe not yet." When she left Hagrid's hut, the sky had turned a deep indigo, stars scattered across the heavens. She walked slowly, thinking over his words. Maybe not yet. She didn't know what the future held, but for the first time in a long time, she wasn't trying to control it. Back inside the castle, she found Harry waiting just outside the library doors, leaning casually against the stone archway. "Thought you might be here," he said, offering a smile. "I brought this." He held out a flask. "Hot chocolate, courtesy of the house elves." She laughed softly and took a sip. "Perfect." They wandered into the library, which was nearly empty at this hour. They settled into one of the window seats, the moonlight streaming in around them. "Ron sent a letter," Harry said after a moment. "Wrote to me and Ginny. He says he's thinking of traveling." Hermione blinked. "Traveling?" Harry nodded. "Just for a while. Wants to clear his head. Said something about wanting to understand himself without the war, without expectations. Said he's proud of you." Hermione's chest tightened. He didn't have to say that. Maybe not, but I think he needed to. They sat in silence for a while. Hermione turned toward the window, watching the moon shimmer on the black lake. A group of students crossed the bridge below, their laughter faint through the stone walls. "I used to think everything needed to be decided right away," she said quietly. "Who we were, where we belonged, who we'd end up with. But maybe it's okay not to know. Maybe it's okay to figure it out as we go." Harry leaned back, resting his head against the cool glass. "That's what I've been doing for years. Just figuring it out." She smiled at him. "You're doing better than you think." He reached over, gently brushing a loose strand of hair from her face. "So are you." The warmth of his touch lingered longer than it should have. She didn't move away. And in that moment, it wasn't about past feelings or future hopes. It was just comfort. Familiar, safe, and deeply genuine. Over the next few weeks, Hermione threw herself into finishing her research paper for the Department of Magical Law Reform. She presented a draft to Professor McGonagall, who praised its clarity and depth. The headmistress even hinted at recommending Hermione to join the Wisengamot in a few years' time. But amid the long hours and heavy parchments, her moments with Harry became the rhythm of her days. Walks along the lake, late-night talks in the astronomy tower, shared laughter in the kitchens with the house elves. It all felt natural, like a dance they had learned without even realizing it. One evening, while cataloging old defense against the dark arts curriculum in the restricted section, Hermione pulled a dusty volume from the shelf and gasped as a folded piece of parchment fell from between the pages. Harry leaned in, curious. It was a letter. Unaddressed, unsealed, written in flowing handwriting. "Dear you, if you're reading this, I hope you know how sorry I am. I never meant to hurt anyone. But sometimes even love can be clumsy. I didn't know what I wanted. I only knew I didn't want to lose what we had. But I see now that holding on too tightly only makes things slip through your fingers faster. It wasn't your fault. Please be happy, even if it's not with me." Hermione's breath caught. Harry read it beside her, silent. Neither of them said anything for a while. Then Hermione folded the letter carefully and placed it back inside the book. "Whose was it?" Harry asked. "I don't know," she murmured. "But it feels like it was meant for more than just one person." They returned the book to the shelf. As they left the library, Harry reached for her hand. This time, she didn't let go. The crisp autumn air had deepened into winter's quiet promise. Snow had begun to dust the castle's ancient stone edges, and the great hall shimmered with floating candles casting a warm golden glow against the cold outside. Students bustled in and out of classrooms wrapped in thick scarves, noses pink, laughter echoing through the halls. Hermione found herself spending more and more time in the library, not because she had pressing assignments, but because it had become her sanctuary again. Rows of ancient tomes, the rustle of parchment, and the familiar scent of old ink made her feel like herself. But lately, it was the shared glances across the shelves, the way Harry would pass her a note between pages, or the occasional shared smirk when Madame Pants wasn't looking, that added a new warmth to the place. Today was one of those days. She sat cross-legged on the floor between the divination and magical history sections, flipping through a particularly dense volume on the origins of magical legislation. Harry plopped down beside her, holding a book she had asked for earlier. Magical Jurisprudence Through the Ages, he said, reading the title aloud with mock seriousness. Sounds thrilling. Hermione smirked. Says the boy who once failed nearly every essay in this subject. I had more exciting things to do back then, he said, nudging her arm. She shook her head, laughing softly. You were hopeless. Still am. Except when it comes to you. The words hung in the air between them. Hermione's smile faded just slightly, replaced by something quieter, deeper. She looked at him, unsure whether to tease or speak honestly. But the truth was, her feelings for Harry had been evolving slowly, like a slow tide creeping up a shore she hadn't expected. Before she could respond, a voice interrupted their moment. Granger. Draco Malfoy stood at the end of the aisle, arms folded, an unreadable expression on his face. Malfoy, Hermione said coolly, straightening up. Need something? Draco glanced briefly at Harry, then back to her. McGonagall's looking for you. Something about the outreach letters to Beau's batons. Hermione gathered her notes quickly. Thanks. As she stood, Draco didn't move, and for a moment, it seemed like he wanted to say more. His eyes flicked to Harry, then back to Hermione again. You're different this year. Hermione blinked. Excuse me? You, he said plainly. You're more calm. Less wound up. Less Weasley. The comment wasn't said cruelly. If anything, it sounded like a peculiar form of admiration. But Harry stood, stepping subtly between them. Watch what you say, he said quietly. Draco gave a short shrug, then turned and walked off without another word. Hermione sighed. He's been strange lately. Not rude exactly. Just odd. Maybe he's realizing not everyone hates him anymore, Harry said. Or maybe he's still trying to figure out where he belongs. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. We all are. That evening, McGonagall met Hermione in her office with a thick stack of correspondence. As they sorted through enchanted letters from schools around Europe, the headmistress paused and looked over her glasses. Miss Granger, may I ask you something personal? Hermione sat straighter. Of course, Professor. You've always had a remarkable focus. Ambition. But now I see something else, contentment. Something I rarely saw even during your top-performing years. Hermione felt her cheeks flush. I think I've let go of a few things I used to hold onto too tightly. Like Ronald Weasley? Hermione looked down, smiling faintly. Yes, exactly like him. McGonagall nodded, as though she'd already known. It takes strength to admit something isn't working. Even more to walk away from it gracefully. After their meeting, Hermione stepped out into the corridor. Snow was falling gently outside, the castle quiet in the way it always was when dinner was over and most students retreated to common rooms. Harry was waiting for her just past the Transfiguration classroom. Thought you'd be here, he said. She smiled. You always know. They walked side by side down the corridor. As they passed one of the tall windows, Hermione paused, her gaze drawn to the snowfall. Do you ever think about how different things could have been? She asked quietly. If we hadn't all been caught in a war. If we'd made different choices. All the time, Harry replied. But I also think we're exactly where we need to be now. Hermione turned toward him, his words settling into her like warmth. I used to think love had to come with chaos, she admitted. Drama. Misunderstanding. Something always breaking that had to be fixed again. Harry's voice was soft. But it doesn't. No, she said. It really doesn't. They stood like that for a while, the soft light from the window casting silver outlines across their faces. There was no grand moment, no sudden declaration. Just two people learning how to be near each other again, not because of circumstance, but by choice. Back in the Gryffindor common room later that night, Hermione sat on the couch with Crookshanks curled in her lap. Ginny joined her with 2 mugs of tea and handed one over. I see you and Harry are practically glued at the hip again, she said with a teasing grin. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Should I be worried? Ginny laughed. Hardly. I've moved on. We're all different now. Yeah, Hermione said softly, staring into her tea. We really are. Ginny leaned in closer. Just make sure you're honest with yourself. About what you want. Harry's not Ron, he won't push. Hermione nodded. She wasn't afraid anymore. Of Ron. Of her past. Of what people expected her to be. For the first time, she was just Hermione. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. The next morning arrived cloaked in snow and silence. The grounds outside the castle had become a sea of white, untouched and glittering in the soft light. From her window in Gryffindor Tower, Hermione watched as first years threw snowballs at each other, while Hagrid attempted to calm an overexcited group of hippogriffs near the forest edge. It was peaceful, eerily so, after the emotional turbulence of the past few months. Hermione slipped into her robes slowly, her thoughts drifting to the night before. She and Harry had not kissed. They hadn't even held hands. But there had been something significant in the stillness between them, in the things not said but understood. She wasn't rushing toward anything anymore. Not trying to prove a point or win someone's approval. For once, her heart was steady. Downstairs in the common room, she found Harry already waiting. He was lounging on the couch near the fire, flipping through a herbology textbook without reading a single word. "I think your tea addiction is catching up with me," he said as she approached. "I've already had 2 cups. Hermione chuckled and sat beside him. "I suppose there are worse things to be addicted to." They left for breakfast together, passing through corridors buzzing with energy. The excitement of winter had infected everyone. The upcoming Hogsmeade visit was all anyone could talk about. When they arrived in the Great Hall, Ron was already at the table, surrounded by Lavender and a few others, his laughter loud and forced. Hermione hesitated only slightly before sitting down across from him. Ron glanced up, his eyes flicking from her to Harry. He didn't say anything, but the flicker of tension was unmistakable. Hermione ignored it. "Morning," she said casually, loading her plate with toast and eggs. "Morning," Ron mumbled, not meeting her eyes. Harry sat beside her, clearly sensing the undercurrent, but choosing not to acknowledge it. Hermione appreciated that. He never made her feel like she had to perform anymore. After breakfast, Hermione headed to the library to meet with a few 6th years she was tutoring for their upcoming arithmancy exam. As she passed through the corridor near the staircases, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. "Oi! Hermione, wait up!" She turned to find Ron jogging to catch up, his hair still messy from sleep and snowflakes clinging to his shoulders. "Can we talk?" he asked. Hermione eyed him for a moment, then nodded. "All right." They slipped into an empty classroom, the door creaking slightly as it closed behind them. Ron paced for a moment before speaking. "Look, I know things have been weird between us, and I probably deserve that. But I don't want us to hate each other." "I don't hate you, Ron," she said, surprised by how true that sounded. "I just don't feel the same anymore. And maybe I never did." He winced. "That stings." "I know," she said gently. "But we've been holding on to something that was never real. You wanted someone who fit perfectly into your world, who wouldn't challenge you all the time. I wanted someone who understood how my mind worked, who didn't get angry when I wanted more." Ron stared at her, and for once didn't argue. "So it's Potter now, is it?" Hermione's eyes narrowed. "This isn't about Harry. This is about me realizing I don't have to keep pretending something was right when it never was." He looked down at his shoes. "Right." They stood there for a beat. Hermione didn't feel cruel or triumphant, just tired. This conversation had been a long time coming. "I still want to be friends," she said softly. "But only if we both mean it." Ron nodded slowly. "I'll try." Back in the library, Hermione found herself more focused than usual. The tutoring session went smoothly, her students grateful and responsive. It felt good to give her energy to something useful, something not wrapped in emotional knots. Later that evening, as the sky turned a soft lavender, Hermione joined Harry in the astronomy tower. It had become something of a tradition, meeting there to watch the stars, just the two of them. "You all right?" he asked as she settled beside him. "I talked to Ron today." Harry raised an eyebrow, but didn't interrupt. "I told him the truth. That it was never really right between us. That I didn't want to keep pretending." "How did he take it?" "Better than I expected. Worse than I hoped." Harry smiled faintly. "You're braver than I am. I always hated confrontation. You faced down Voldemort. I think you'll be fine." They sat in silence for a while, watching a trail of meteors dance across the sky. The wind was cold, but Hermione didn't feel it. Not really. Not with Harry beside her, his quiet presence like a protective charm. "Can I ask you something?" she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Anything. Did you ever think about me? Before? During everything?" He didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice was sure. "All the time." Hermione's breath caught. "But I thought you loved Ron. I didn't want to get in the way." "You wouldn't have," she said, almost laughing. "You never could." Harry turned to face her, his green eyes glowing in the moonlight. "What about now?" Hermione looked at him, truly looked, and felt the words fall easily. "I think I'm finally ready." Harry reached out and took her hand, not rushed, not desperate, just honest. Her fingers curled around his, and she felt that quiet click inside her, like something long out of place had finally slid where it belonged. It wasn't flashy or dramatic. No grand gestures. Just two people who had finally found each other at the right time. Outside, snow continued to fall. The snow crunched softly under Hermione's boots as she walked the cobbled path into Hogsmeade. It was a picture-perfect winter day, with frost glittering on windowsills and thick snow piled on rooftops. Most students were buzzing with energy, excited to visit Honeydukes, Zonkos, or Madame Pudafoots. But Hermione's steps were calmer, measured, as she walked beside Harry down the hill, wrapped in a scarf Ginny had knitted. They hadn't spoken much about what happened on the astronomy tower. Neither of them needed to. There was an unspoken understanding now, something deeper than declarations. Their hands brushed occasionally as they walked, and every time they did, Hermione felt a quiet warmth spread through her chest. "I heard the Three Broomsticks is serving treacle tart today," Harry said, peering ahead through the falling snow. Hermione grinned. "Then I assume we're not going to Zonko's first?" He gave her a sideways smile. "You know me too well." The streets of Hogsmeade were crowded, students bustling in every direction. Hermione spotted Neville laughing with Luna near Scrivenshafts and Dean and Seamus arguing over which joke product to buy. For once, there was no awkwardness or anxiety weighing on her. She felt like she was exactly where she was supposed to be. But it didn't take long before the whispers started. "Did you see them? Holding hands. I thought she liked Ron. I heard they kissed in the astronomy tower." Hermione's stomach tightened slightly, though she tried to ignore it. Harry must have heard it too, because he glanced at her. "You okay?" "I'm fine," she said, forcing a smile. "People just like to talk." "Let them," Harry said gently. "They always have." Inside the Three Broomsticks, the warmth hit them immediately, chasing away the cold from their cheeks. They found a booth near the back, and Madame Rosmerta brought them hot butterbeer and a slice of treacle tart each, just as promised. The chatter in the tavern was loud, and Hermione could feel eyes on her, but she kept her gaze fixed on Harry. "You know," she said, breaking off a piece of tart, "I used to imagine coming here with someone. Just like this." Harry leaned forward. "Someone like me?" She laughed softly. "No, not someone like you. You." He blinked, surprised. "Really?" Hermione nodded, a bit embarrassed. "Even when I thought you didn't see me that way, I always felt safest around you. I didn't want to admit it because of Ron. Because of everything." Harry reached across the table, his fingers grazing hers. "Well, I guess I'm lucky then." Before Hermione could respond, a familiar voice interrupted. "So it's true then." Ron stood a few feet away, a mug of butterbeer in his hand, and lavender clinging to his arm. His expression wasn't angry, but there was a flicker of something else, disappointment maybe, or regret. Hermione met his eyes. "It is." Ron nodded slowly. "Right. Well, guess I'll see you around." He turned and walked away, Lavender looking smug. Hermione sighed and looked down at her butterbeer. "I suppose that was inevitable," she muttered. Harry watched Ron leave, then turned back to her. "Do you want to go somewhere quieter?" Hermione nodded. "Yes, please." They left the Three Broomsticks behind and strolled to the outskirts of the village, where the snow-covered trees offered silence and privacy. The lake near the Shrieking Shack was frozen over, shimmering beneath the soft gray sky. "Do you think he'll ever forgive me?" Hermione asked, wrapping her arms around herself. "I think he's angry now, but he'll come around. He cares about you too much not to." "I hope so. I never wanted to hurt him." "I know you didn't." They stood in silence for a moment, watching as a pair of third years threw snowballs across the frozen lake. Hermione tilted her head toward Harry. You're handling all of this better than I thought. I've had practice, he said with a small smile. You remember the Cho situation? She laughed. That was a disaster. I was clueless. You're still clueless sometimes, she teased. Harry feigned offense. Oi! They both laughed, and the tension that had hovered around them all day began to dissolve. Hermione took his hand again, this time not caring who saw. As they made their way back toward the village, a voice called out to them from behind. Hermione! They turned to find Ginny standing near the tree line, her expression unreadable. She walked up to them, stopping a few feet away. I wanted to say something, Ginny said, her voice low. I was angry at first. About you too. Mostly because I felt like I didn't see it coming. Hermione opened her mouth to apologize, but Ginny held up a hand. It's okay. I've thought about it a lot, and I realized it makes sense. You and Harry. It always kind of did. Hermione blinked, unsure if she'd heard her right. I just want you both to be happy, Ginny said, offering a soft smile. And I know you will be. Harry looked touched. Thanks, Ginny. Really? Ginny nodded and turned to go, her fiery hair bouncing as she walked back toward the shops. Hermione watched her leave, feeling a wave of emotion swell in her chest. Acceptance. Relief. Peace. We've come a long way, she said quietly. Harry squeezed her hand. And we've still got a long way to go. They walked back to the castle as the sun began to dip behind the snowy hills, casting long golden shadows over the path. For the first time in a long while, Hermione wasn't looking back. She was looking forward. The Gryffindor common room was warm and golden, the fire crackling steadily in the hearth while clusters of students played chess, studied, or chatted in low voices. Hermione sat on the couch closest to the fire, her legs curled under her and a book open on her lap. But for once, her eyes weren't scanning the pages. They were fixed on the flames, lost in thought. Across from her, Harry sat in an armchair, balancing a pile of chocolate frog cards on the armrest, pretending to sort them. He wasn't reading either. His eyes kept drifting to Hermione, as if they were having a silent conversation without words. It had been a week since Hogsmeade. A week since Ron had walked away without confrontation. A week since Ginny had given them her quiet blessing. And yet the stillness that followed felt almost louder than the moments before it. Hermione finally broke the silence. Everyone's waiting for something, she said suddenly. Harry looked up. Waiting for what? For us to fall apart, she said, turning to face him properly. Waiting for it to turn into a mess like everything else around here eventually does. Harry tilted his head, thinking, let them wait. We're not doing this for them. Hermione gave him a small smile, but there was something unsettled behind it. She set her book aside and rose, walking over to the window. Snow still blanketed the grounds outside, the forbidden forest cloaked in white mist. She leaned against the stone, arms crossed. Ron hasn't spoken to me once, she murmured. Not even in class. Not even a look. Harry joined her, resting beside her against the wall. That's his choice, Hermione. Not yours. I know, she said softly. But he used to be my best friend. Even if he never loved me, he was always there. Harry reached out, brushing a strand of her hair back. He's hurting. But he'll come around. Ron may be stubborn, but he's not cruel. Hermione nodded, her voice dropping to a whisper. I hope you're right. A knock at the portrait hole broke their moment. Ginny stepped inside, her arms full of parchments and a stack of books nearly toppling from her grip. Behind her was Neville, helping carry what she couldn't. Library crew's expanding, Ginny said with a grin, nodding toward the pair of them. I need help prepping for the Newt-level revisions McGonagall dropped on us. More like she dropped them from the astronomy tower, Neville muttered. That's how heavy they feel. Hermione smiled and moved to clear space on the table. I'll help. Harry, you too? Absolutely not, he said, grinning. I value my sanity. Hermione threw him a mock glare and he quickly added, but I'll stay and supervise. Books opened, quills scratched parchment, and despite the stress of Newts looming over them, the mood in the common room lightened. Ginny and Hermione exchanged notes and whispered about Flitwick's charm theory. Neville recited herbology classifications while chewing the end of his quill. Harry chimed in occasionally, mostly to ask absurd questions about whether a mandrake could hypothetically be used as a houseplant. Later that night, after Neville and Ginny had gone to bed and the fire had burned low, Harry and Hermione remained, shoulder to shoulder on the couch, wrapped in silence. "Do you ever think about after?" Hermione asked quietly. "After school?" She nodded. "After Hogwarts? After the war?" Harry leaned his head back. "All the time. Sometimes I think about becoming an Auror. Other times, I just want to disappear somewhere peaceful, away from everything." Hermione folded her arms around her knees. "I used to think I'd work for the Ministry. Fight for elf rights. Rewrite magical law. But now, I don't know. Things feel different. The wars made everything feel more urgent, more fragile." Harry turned to her, his eyes serious. "Whatever happens, I hope you're there with me. After." Hermione looked at him. Not smiled, not blushed, just looked steady and clear. "I will be." They sat like that for a while, until the fire dwindled to glowing embers. They didn't need to speak anymore. Some things they'd learned were better left unspoken, felt rather than said. As they got up and headed toward the stairs, Harry hesitated. "You know, for someone who never liked Ron, you've handled all of this with more grace than I could have." Hermione paused at the top of the stairs. "I liked the idea of him," she said, looking over her shoulder. "But I never loved him. That's why this with you feels so much more real." Harry smiled. "Then let's keep it real." She returned the smile a little softer and disappeared up the staircase. Back in the common room, Harry stood still for a moment, letting the warmth of the fire and her words linger with him. Then he turned toward the boys' dormitory, heart a little fuller than it had been the day before. The winds of March had begun to howl across the castle, sending a chill through the corridors that no amount of magical heating could fully banish. Classes grew more intense as professors doubled down on their newt preparation efforts. But for Harry and Hermione, the quiet moments in between became their refuge. Even in the chaos, their bond continued to solidify, not with grand gestures, but with every small, unspoken understanding. Hermione had begun to spend more time with Ginny again, and Harry often found himself walking beside Neville or Luna on the way to class, but he always ended his days with Hermione, sitting beside her in the common room or studying in the library. Still, Ron's silence stretched on like a growing crack in a frozen lake. He was civil in group discussions, but never more than that. It wasn't anger anymore, it was distance. Hermione noticed, even if she never said anything. Late one Thursday night, when most of Gryffindor had gone to bed, Harry and Hermione stayed curled around piles of parchment, working on an arithmancy chart. "I hate this subject," Harry grumbled. "You're the one who insisted on helping me," Hermione said, eyes twinkling. "You could have been asleep by now." Harry rolled his eyes but grinned. "And miss a chance to spend hours doing complicated math with you? Never." Hermione nudged his arm. "Be grateful I'm not making you rewrite the footnotes." "I'll take my blessings where I can," he said, stretching. But then the portrait hole creaked open and Ron walked in. His eyes landed on them. Hermione still leaned in toward Harry, her arm brushing his, and something flickered across his face. Not fury, not grief, just resignation. He walked straight to the boys' staircase. "Ron," Hermione called softly before she could stop herself. He paused on the stairs but didn't turn. "I know I should have said something earlier," she continued, "but I didn't want to make it worse." Ron's shoulders tensed. "You didn't say anything because you knew how I'd react." Hermione stood up slowly. "Maybe. Or maybe I didn't say anything because I thought if I just waited long enough, you'd understand. I didn't want to hurt you." Ron turned then, just slightly, enough that they could see his profile in the dim light. "I understand," he said finally. "You chose Harry." Hermione stepped forward. "I didn't choose anyone. I just stopped pretending." Ron nodded. "Yeah, I get that now." And with that, he disappeared up the stairs, leaving behind a weight neither of them could shake. The next morning at breakfast, Ron sat next to Seamus and laughed at a joke about exploding cauldrons. He didn't look over at Hermione once, but for the first time in weeks, it felt like maybe he was trying to move on. Ginny noticed. "He's acting like a human again," she whispered to Hermione, eyeing Ron. "You talked to him?" Hermione nodded. "A little. It's not perfect, but it's progress." Ginny leaned closer. You and Harry, I mean. Are you happy?" Hermione smiled, the kind that wasn't just on her lips but in her eyes. "Yes. I think I really am." Ginny gave a small nod. Good. You deserve it. Classes passed quickly that day. In defense against the dark arts, Professor McGonagall had them working through advanced shield charms. As Hermione demonstrated a near-perfect Protego Totalum, Harry watched with admiration from across the room. You're watching her again, Neville said quietly as he cast a deflecting charm that bounced wildly off the wall. Harry turned, startled. Was I? Neville grinned. Don't worry, mate. I think half the school knows you two are together. It's not exactly a secret. Harry laughed. Guess we're not as subtle as we thought. Later that evening, Hermione found him on the astronomy tower, staring up at the stars. She sat beside him without speaking for a few minutes. It's peaceful up here, she said finally. I come here when I want to think. What are you thinking about now? Harry hesitated, then said, Us. This. Whether it's real, or just something that feels good during a war. Hermione leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. It's real. Not because we need each other, but because we see each other. You don't treat me like I'm only a brain. And I don't expect you to be the hero all the time. He smiled softly. You're right. You never did like boys who needed saving. And you never liked girls who waited around to be rescued. They sat there until the stars shifted overhead and the wind grew colder. When they finally stood to leave, Hermione reached for his hand. He took it without hesitation. Neither of them said anything else, but they didn't need to. Because even in the middle of uncertainty, some truths didn't need to be spoken. They were just there. The morning sun filtered through the enchanted windows of the great hall, casting golden light over half-eaten toast and scattered copies of the Daily Prophet. Hermione sat across from Harry, a book half open in front of her, but her eyes were focused on an envelope clutched tightly in her hand. It had arrived by owl post that morning, sealed in her mother's neat handwriting. Everything all right? Harry asked gently, noticing she hadn't even touched her tea. She blinked out of her thoughts and gave a hesitant nod. It's from my parents. I've been writing to them, but I didn't expect a reply so soon. Want to read it together? Hermione hesitated, then opened the letter slowly, unfolding the crisp parchment with care. Her eyes scanned the words in silence. Harry watched the emotions flicker across her face, relief, concern, then something softer. She handed the letter to him. Dearest Hermione, we've received your letter. It's clear you've grown so much since we last saw you. Your writing feels different, calmer, more certain. Your father and I are proud of the choices you're making, even if we don't always understand the world you're in. We don't know much about this war you're caught in, but we know you've always had a strong sense of what's right. Trust that, and trust yourself. Love, always, Mum. Harry handed the letter back to her with a smile. They really do know you. Hermione folded the letter neatly and slipped it into her bag. They always supported me, even when I wiped their memories back in our 6th year. I wish I could protect them again. You're doing what you can, Harry said. And when this is over, you'll bring them back. Together. Later that day, the trio found themselves in Professor Flitwick's classroom, reviewing complex nonverbal spells. Though Ron was still distant, he no longer made any pointed remarks or exchanged tense glares. It was almost as if an invisible thread holding the old dynamic had finally been cut, leaving room for something new to form. During the practice session, Hermione paired with Harry. Their wands moved in near-perfect synchrony. Flitwick beamed at them. You two have excellent magical harmony, he said, clapping his hands. You should consider advanced dueling if you haven't already. Magical harmony, Harry muttered with a crooked smile. That's one way to describe us. Hermione smiled back. I've heard worse. As the week went on, the Gryffindor common room buzzed with talk of upcoming exams and end-of-term trips to Hogsmeade. With the castle quieter than usual, Harry and Hermione slipped away one evening to the Black Lake. They walked in silence for a time, listening to the water lap gently against the shore. I've been thinking, Hermione said suddenly, about what happens after this. Harry looked at her, curious. After the war? She nodded. After Hogwarts, after Voldemort, after all of it. What do we do then? It was a question Harry hadn't let himself dwell on. So much of his life had been defined by the next battle, the next danger. The idea of a future beyond all that still felt fragile, like glass underfoot. I don't know, he admitted. Maybe I'll join the Aurors. Maybe I'll disappear into a small flat with a library and no Dark Lords to worry about. Hermione laughed. A library sounds tempting, though I think you'd miss the chaos. I'd rather miss it than keep living in it, Harry said. Then he turned to her more seriously. What about you? I used to think I wanted to work at the ministry, change things from within. But now, she paused. Now I just want to do something meaningful. Something that helps. Harry reached down, gently brushing her hand with his. Whatever you do, you'll change the world. You always have. They stood by the lake until the sky turned dark and the castle began to glow behind them, the windows lit like scattered stars. That night, as Hermione returned to her dormitory, she found a note folded neatly on her pillow. No name, just her own written in Ron's handwriting on the outside. She sat on the edge of her bed and opened it slowly. Hermione, I was angry for a long time. Angry at you, at Harry, at myself. But mostly, I was angry because I thought we were supposed to end up together. Like it was written somewhere. And when that didn't happen, I felt like everything else was falling apart too. But I see it now. You were never mine to lose. And maybe I never really knew you, not like Harry does. I'm still trying to figure out who I am when I'm not chasing after someone else's story. I hope we can be friends again someday. Ron. Hermione stared at the parchment for a long while, a strange ache forming in her chest. Not pain, not regret, just the closing of a chapter that had long since ended. She folded the letter and tucked it into her drawer beside her parents' note. And for the first time in what felt like ages, she slept peacefully. The next morning, she met Harry on the steps to the library, her expression thoughtful. Everything okay? He asked. She nodded. Yes. Things are finally starting to make sense. As they walked side by side into the library, the heavy weight of the past seemed to lift a little, making space for what was yet to come. Spring crept into Hogwarts like a soft breath, warming the stone corridors and waking the forbidden forest from its long slumber. Students lounged on the lawns, parchments fluttering in the breeze, while laughter echoed from the courtyards. It should have felt peaceful. It should have felt normal. But Harry and Hermione knew better. They sat beneath the same tree by the Black Lake where they had talked many times before, their bags beside them, books unopened. Hermione was plucking at the grass absently, her mind far away. You're quiet today, Harry said, watching her closely. I've been thinking about the next Horcrux, she replied. We've gone too long without making progress. The locket was destroyed, yes, but the cup, the diadem, Nagini, there's too much left. Harry frowned. And we still don't even know what the last Horcrux is. Or where it is. Hermione looked up. I've been going over Dumbledore's notes. He suspected something tied to Ravenclaw, but it wasn't just about the diadem. There's something more. A connection he never confirmed. Harry leaned back against the tree trunk. Do you think it's Hogwarts itself? She shook her head. No. Too obvious. Too dangerous. I think it's something Voldemort wouldn't think anyone would notice. Something hidden in plain sight. Before they could dig deeper, a shadow fell over them. It was Neville, holding a piece of parchment. You two might want to see this, he said. Hermione took the parchment and read it quickly. Her brow furrowed. This is a list of students who have been called to the headmistress's office over the last 3 days. All Muggleborns. Neville nodded grimly. No one's come back from those meetings. There's talk that the ministry is starting to act again. More control, more pressure. Harry stood. McGonagall would never go along with that. I don't think it's her choice, Neville said quietly. I heard from Ginny. Caro been seen around the castle again. They're making moves. Hermione felt a chill crawl up her spine. If they're rounding up Muggle-born students, then Hogwarts isn't safe anymore. Not for people like me. You're not going anywhere, Harry said firmly. We're not letting them take you. But even as he said it, Hermione knew how fragile their safety had become. The castle walls no longer felt like protection, but like the outer shell of something ready to crack. That night, in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione paced restlessly in front of the fire. Harry sat on the couch, watching the flames. Ron was absent, likely out with Seamus and Dean, trying to pretend life was normal. We can't wait any longer, Hermione said. We have to leave Hogwarts. Finish the mission. Harry nodded. Agreed. But we'll need help. We'll need safe passage out. If they're watching every door, we can't just walk out of the castle. Hermione pulled out a map she'd been sketching for weeks. There's a passage behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy. It hasn't been used in years, but I found it mentioned in Hogwarts, a history. If we can get to the edge of the forest undetected, we can disapparate from there. He smiled faintly. You really have thought of everything. I've had time, she said softly. And I'm not letting anyone take that away. Over the next few days, preparations began. Quiet ones. Harry met with Neville and Luna beneath the room of requirement. Hermione slipped coded notes into Ginny's bag. Dean and Seamus agreed to act as lookouts. The DA was alive again, small, careful, but burning with purpose. On the eve of their departure, Hermione stood by her dormitory window, looking out across the grounds. The stars were out, bright and unblinking. Her thoughts wandered to her parents, to the safe house in Australia where they lived new lives without memories of her. She whispered a promise to the night, that she would come back, that she would make everything right. Downstairs, Harry waited. When she joined him in the common room, he took her hand without a word. It felt natural now, the way they moved together, the silent understanding that didn't need spells or explanations. Are you ready? He asked. She nodded. Let's finish what we started. They made their way through the darkened castle, avoiding Filch and the patrolling suits of armor. When they reached the statue of Gregory the Smarmy, Hermione tapped it twice with her wand. Descendium, she whispered. The statue groaned and slid aside, revealing a narrow tunnel cloaked in shadows. They slipped inside just as footsteps echoed in the distance. The passage was tight and cold, but it led them steadily downward. At its end, they emerged near the edge of the forbidden forest, a safe distance from the wards. Hermione turned back to look at the castle one last time. Hogwarts had shaped her, challenged her, and now it was pushing her onward. Ready? Harry asked again. She reached for his hand. Always. They stepped into the trees and vanished. The forbidden forest loomed before them, vast and silent under the light of the moon. Trees reached upward like skeletal fingers, their twisted limbs swaying with the wind. Harry and Hermione stood at the edge, holding their breath as if waiting for the darkness to speak first. We're far enough from the castle to disapparate, Harry whispered. Hermione glanced around, her wand drawn. Let's not wait. They turned on the spot and vanished with a crack, leaving behind the only home they had ever known. They reappeared in a clearing deep in the countryside, surrounded by tall hedges and the soft hum of insects. Hermione stumbled slightly, but Harry caught her arm. Still better than last time, she muttered. The safe house was hidden behind a protective charm, known only to a few members of the Order. Hermione raised her wand and whispered the password McGonagall had passed to her weeks ago. Phoenix Flame. The air shimmered. The illusion melted away, revealing a small cottage, ivy creeping up its stone walls, candlelight flickering in the window. Inside, the cottage smelled of parchment and pine. Books were stacked high on every surface, and the warmth from the hearth made the air feel like a blanket. Hermione sighed in relief. They were greeted by a familiar face, Kingsley Shacklebolt, sitting in an armchair with a book in hand. He looked up, eyebrows lifting. You're early. They started rounding up Muggle-born students, Hermione said. We couldn't wait. Kingsley nodded grimly and stood. You did the right thing. This place is secure. You'll be safe here while you regroup. Hermione stepped forward. We don't want to hide, Kingsley. We need to continue what Dumbledore started. The Horcruxes. And you will, Kingsley interrupted. But even Dumbledore paused to prepare. Rest tonight. We'll talk in the morning. Hermione hesitated, but Harry placed a hand on her shoulder. He's right. They ate a quiet dinner of bread and stew, then climbed a narrow staircase to the upper floor. Hermione's room was small, but it held a charm of its own. A narrow bed with a faded quilt. A desk littered with parchment. A window overlooking a field where fireflies blinked in the dark. She sat on the bed and let herself breathe. For the first time in months, the weight of Hogwarts wasn't pressing on her chest. Still, the silence didn't last. A knock on the door made her look up. Harry entered, his hair wind-blown and his eyes tired. I couldn't sleep, he said. Neither could I, she replied. He sat beside her, their knees touching. Do you regret it? Leaving? Hermione looked out the window. No. It feels like the end of something. And I don't know if we'll ever go back. We will, Harry said. And when we do, it'll be on our terms. She smiled faintly. You sound certain. I have to be. They sat in silence, the kind that wasn't heavy or awkward but familiar. Hermione leaned her head on his shoulder. We'll find the Horcruxes, she whispered. No matter how many there are. And we'll destroy them all. The next morning dawned gray and cold. Rain tapped lightly against the window panes as Hermione pulled on a thick jumper and padded downstairs. Kingsley was already awake, standing beside a large map spread across the table. We've been tracking movement, he explained as Harry joined them. Reports of strange magical surges near a forest in Albania, and another near a ruined manor in Wales. Horcruxes? Hermione asked. Possibly. Or traps. Voldemort's protections are unpredictable. Harry leaned over the map. Let's start with the manor. If we're wrong, we move on. If we're right. Kingsley pointed to a section on the edge of the map. There's an order contact in Caer Sellen. You'll go by Portkey. I'll arrange it for sunset. As the day wore on, Hermione filled a satchel with essentials, spellbooks, vials of potion, maps, spare clothes. Her hands were steady, her mind focused. But in her chest, a strange ache bloomed. This was it. They were truly beginning. No more hiding, no more classrooms, no more waiting for others to act. She and Harry were now the sharp edge of resistance. As the sun began to set, Kingsley returned with a battered old boot and a countdown. 3, 2, 1. They vanished. Caer Sellen greeted them with fog and wind. The village was quiet, almost deserted. Their contact was a young witch named Ceres, who led them through winding alleys and into the ruins of a chapel. I've been watching the manor for weeks, she said, brushing damp hair from her face. There's something wrong with it. No one lives there, but the lights flicker. The walls hum. Birds won't fly over it. Hermione nodded. Sounds like a Horcrux. They planned for nightfall. Harry and Hermione crouched in the shadow of a broken stone wall, watching the manor through enchanted binoculars. Hermione clutched her wand tightly. Ready. Harry gave a sharp nod. Let's go. They slipped through the overgrown garden, creeping toward the rotting front doors. Hermione cast a spell to detect magical wards. None, surprisingly. As if the building itself dared them to enter. Inside, the air was thick and stale. Dust hung like smoke. Portraits lined the walls, their subjects eyeless and silent. At the heart of the house stood a pedestal, and atop it, a silver dagger. Harry froze. That's it. Hermione's breath hitched. No, that's the decoy. A whisper coiled through the air like mist. A low, sinister voice. You seek what you cannot destroy. And suddenly, the floor vanished beneath them. Darkness swallowed them whole. Hermione landed hard on a stone floor, the impact jarring her knees and knocking the air from her lungs. She scrambled up instantly, wand drawn, her eyes darting around in the pitch-black space. A second thud beside her told her Harry had landed too. Lumos, they both whispered in unison, and twin beams of light illuminated a cavernous chamber beneath the manor. The walls were slick with moss and glistened like they were weeping. Cracked columns supported a high ceiling, and shadows twisted along the floor. A thick, damp chill permeated the air. The echo of their arrival still bounced off the stones. Where are we? Harry muttered, brushing dust from his jacket. Hermione narrowed her eyes. A trap room. Voldemort must have designed this to catch anyone clever, or foolish, enough to get past the fake Horcrux. From somewhere deep in the chamber, a low growl rumbled. Hermione's wand snapped toward the sound. They moved slowly, backs together, stepping deeper into the room. As they approached the center, a twisted archway revealed itself, a frame of bone carved with runes neither of them recognized. Beyond it, another room pulsed with a sickly green light. The Horcrux has to be in there, Harry said. Or another trap, Hermione whispered. I'll take it either way, he replied. They passed through the archway, and the air shifted. A sharp, cold pressure pressed against Hermione's mind, like something trying to crawl in. Voices whispered. You will never be enough, Hermione. Harry will always choose someone else. You are just the clever girl. Nothing more. She clenched her teeth, raised her wand to her temple, and hissed, Protego Mentis. The mental barrier snapped into place. The voices faded. Harry, do you hear them? He gave a tight nod, his brow furrowed. Yeah. They're saying things I don't want to hear. Don't listen. It's legilimency. The room's enchanted to break us down. At the far end stood a pedestal, and on it, a black locket that seemed to twist and twitch in the light like it was alive. Hermione stepped forward, extending her hand, only for thick chains to snap up from the floor and coil around her wrist. She yelped as the cold iron bit into her skin. Hermione! Harry slashed at the chains with a severing charm, but the links were enchanted. More chains burst from the floor, trying to wrap around his legs. Incendio! Hermione cried, blasting fire at the base of the chains. The flames licked upward, and the metal shrieked as it hissed and retracted. Harry grabbed her and yanked her back. Forget touching it, he said, breathing hard. We need to find a way to extract it safely. Hermione nodded, still shaking. It's like the locket at Grimmauld Place. We need to contain it first. Something it can't influence. She rummaged in her bag with trembling fingers, pulling out a tiny glass phial etched with anti-dark magic runes. This might work. Harry focused on the locket. I'll distract it. You levitated into the phial. They moved quickly. As Harry sent blinding light flaring across the room, Hermione muttered, Wingardium Leviosa, and carefully guided the locket upward, its writhing body fighting against the spell. The moment it hovered over the phial, she flipped it open. The locket dropped in with a hiss, and the glow snapped out instantly. Silence fell. Hermione sealed the phial and dropped to the ground, exhausted. That was the real one. Harry sank beside her, nodding. I could feel it trying to get into my head. That thing, it wanted to destroy us. She turned the phial in her hand, studying the way the locket now lay lifeless. We'll destroy it, but not here. They stood, more slowly this time, and began to search for a way out. The chamber was a maze of stone corridors and dead ends, likely meant to leave intruders wandering until they collapsed. But Hermione marked every turn they took with chalk from her bag, and after nearly 2 hours of searching, they found a narrow stairwell leading upward. The steps creaked under their feet as they ascended back toward the manor. They emerged in what looked like an old drawing room, dust motes swirling through broken window panes. Ceres was waiting just outside, pacing with her wand drawn. Where have you been? She hissed. It's been hours. I was about to storm in myself. We found it, Harry said, lifting the sealed phial. One of the Horcruxes. Ceres's eyes widened. And you lived to tell the tale. They returned to the safe house well past midnight, their robes torn and their faces streaked with grime. Kingsley was waiting, a bottle of fire whiskey in hand. First one? He asked, arching a brow. Real one, Hermione confirmed. He nodded. Then you've made your first real step toward ending him. They didn't speak much after that. Hermione took a long bath, her muscles aching with every movement. Her thoughts spun with everything they'd seen, everything they'd faced. And how much more was still to come. When she finally fell into bed, the locket, now locked inside a magically shielded box beside her, seemed to pulse faintly in the dark. One down. Unknown how many more to go. Morning in the safe house dawned gray and cold. The fog outside clung to the windows like a warning. Hermione sat at the small wooden table in the kitchen, her tea long gone cold, eyes locked on the sealed box containing the Horcrux. It sat in the center like an unwelcome guest. Harry entered, rubbing his eyes, hair sticking up even worse than usual. He glanced at the box, then at Hermione. Did you sleep? Barely, she murmured. It keeps humming. Harry dropped into the chair across from her. We need to destroy it. Now. I've been researching. She tapped a notebook filled with tight, messy handwriting. We need something stronger than the usual spells. Fiendfire is one of the few curses strong enough to annihilate dark magical objects, but it's unpredictable. He frowned. Unpredictable, like, it might burn the entire house down? Exactly. She looked up. But we can't keep it around. It'll eat away at us. There was a knock on the door. Kingsley poked his head in. You two might want to come outside. There's someone here you'll want to see. Hermione and Harry exchanged a glance, then stood quickly and followed him out to the small clearing behind the safe house. A cloaked figure stood near the edge of the woods, flanked by 2 Order members. The figure removed her hood. Hannah Abbott? Hermione asked, surprised. Hannah stepped forward, face pale and tense. I heard what you're doing. I want to help. Help, Harry echoed. Hannah nodded. My family's gone. Death Eaters. I've got nowhere else. But I know how to use Fiendfire. My uncle, he taught me before he was killed. Hermione stared at her. That's an incredibly dangerous spell. Even the Ministry restricts. I know what I'm doing, Hannah cut in. I've practiced. I've used it before. Harry raised an eyebrow. On what? Hannah looked down. A Death Eater. During a raid. I didn't mean to. Kingsley raised a hand. She's telling the truth. I verified it myself. She's stable. And determined. Hermione nodded slowly. We'll watch you closely. One wrong move and… You can stun me yourself, Hannah replied. That night, they prepared the clearing. They laid wards around the perimeter, enchanted to suppress the flames if they surged too far. The Horcrux, still inside its glass phial, was placed atop a black stone altar borrowed from an abandoned Ministry outpost nearby. Harry stood back, wand ready. Hermione stood beside him, both of them alert. Hannah stepped forward. Her voice trembled as she spoke the incantation. Incendia Inferna. At first, there was only silence. Then a low hiss. A spark. A tendril of fire slithered from her wand, like a living snake, red and orange and blue at the core. It coiled around the altar, then sprang upward like a geyser. Hermione took a step back as heat slammed into her face. The Fiendfire was beautiful and horrifying. Shapes moved inside it, dragons, serpents, wolves made of flame, all swirling around the altar. The Horcrux reacted. The locket screamed, a piercing, high-pitched shriek that made Hermione's bones ache. It writhed inside the phial, cracked the glass, and burst free. Harry shouted, It's escaping. No, it's being dragged in. Hermione called, pointing. The fire creatures turned as one and lunged at the locket. It tried to dart away, floating on black wisps of dark magic. But the fire wrapped around it like a noose and pulled it into the heart of the inferno. There was a blinding flash. Then silence. The Fiendfire receded, folding in on itself like a collapsing star. A gust of wind knocked them all back. The grass was scorched, the altar blackened and split in two. The Horcrux was gone. Hannah swayed, then fell to her knees, breathing hard. Kingsley stepped forward, eyes wide. That was clean. Controlled. Hermione ran to the altar, wand at the ready. Nothing remained. No trace of the locket. No dark energy. Just scorched earth. It worked, she whispered. It's gone. Harry joined her. One down. Hermione looked at him. And it nearly killed us just to destroy one. We still don't know where the others are. Which means we start hunting, he said. Properly. They returned to the house, their nerves worn thin. Hannah curled up on a couch in exhaustion. Kingsley quietly offered to watch over her while she slept. That night, Hermione couldn't sleep again. She sat at the window, watching fog settle in the trees, clutching her notebook and planning the next step. The moment she closed her eyes, she dreamed of fire, roaring, alive and hungry, and of a locket's scream echoing in the flames. But deeper than the fear was determination. She had never loved Ron. Never believed in the future everyone expected her to have. But this fight, this resistance, felt like the right path. The only one that mattered. She opened her notebook and underlined a name. Bellatrix Lestrange. The cup. The vault. Tomorrow they would go to Gringotts. The plan to break into Gringotts was dangerous. Mad suicidal, even. But Hermione couldn't think of another way. She and Harry had spent the last 2 days planning every step. Every spell, every illusion, every disguise. They needed Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. And that meant tricking the goblins. Or fighting them. By dawn, they were ready. Hermione stood in front of the mirror, wand in hand, murmuring the transformation spell. Her features twisted, lengthened, sharpened. When she looked again, Bellatrix Lestrange stared back at her. Wild hair, hollow eyes, cruel smirk. Creepy, Harry muttered. You look exactly like her. Hermione gave a grim nod. Let's hope the goblins think so too. With Hannah staying behind to continue helping Kingsley and the Order, Hermione, Harry, and a reluctant Griphook, who had agreed to guide them in exchange for the sword of Gryffindor, set out under the cover of disillusionment charms. Gringotts loomed like a fortress. Cold white stone. Steel doors. Watchful guards. They entered through the front. Hermione kept her shoulders back, walking with the arrogant swagger she'd observed in Bellatrix countless times during her time at Hogwarts. Her voice, when she spoke to the goblin at the desk, was icy and commanding. "I demand access to my vault." The goblin looked skeptical but nodded. "Of course, Madame Lestrange. We'll take you to the cart." Hermione exhaled carefully as they were led into the twisting, torchlit tunnels beneath Gringotts. They climbed into the mine cart, the goblin conductor giving her one last wary glance before sending the cart hurtling down the tracks. Wind whipped past their faces as they descended. Harry clung to the sides, knuckles white. Griphook sat beside him, silent. Hermione stared ahead, every nerve tight. She knew the dragon was coming. Knew about the enchantments, the duplications, the alarms. Sure enough, when the cart stopped and they were led to Vault 687, the familiar growl of the chained dragon echoed through the chamber. Hermione flinched as its pale, blind eyes turned toward them. The goblin conductor bowed to the beast. "Stand back." It whimpered but didn't move. The vault door loomed before them, covered in protective runes. Griphook whispered, "Be ready. The moment the vault opens, the enchantments will trigger. Multiply anything you touch. Don't get buried." Hermione nodded. The door creaked open. Inside were mounds of gold, cursed jewels, dusty books, and on a high shelf, an ornate goblet glinting with dark energy. Hufflepuff's cup. "There," Harry said. Hermione sprang forward, but kept her wand steady. She levitated the cup with a precise flick. It worked, until the cup touched the shelf. The enchantment exploded. The gold began multiplying. Coins burst out of nowhere, falling like a golden avalanche. Hermione cried out, diving to the side. Harry was buried to his waist. The goblet vanished beneath the tide of cursed treasures. "Accio cup!" Hermione yelled, but the spell was deflected. "I see it," Harry shouted, reaching, grabbing, then screaming. "It's burning me." He threw it to Hermione. She caught it with a summoning charm, avoiding direct contact. The moment she had it, she stuffed it into a charmed pouch. "Gio!" she yelled. Griphook didn't follow. Instead, he snatched the sword of Gryffindor from Harry's belt and leapt onto the goblin conductor, shouting something in gobbledygook. "You traitor!" Harry yelled. But Griphook was already fleeing, sword in hand. And the dragon, enraged by the commotion, roared. Its chain snapped. It charged. Hermione didn't hesitate. On the dragon. "Now!" They ran and clambered onto its back just as the beast reared up, wings unfurling, gold coins flying in all directions. Hermione grabbed a jagged spine for balance as the dragon took off, slamming through the ceiling with a burst of white-hot fire. They burst through the marble roof of Gringotts and into the sky over Diagon Alley, wind and screams trailing behind them. The dragon soared higher, its blind eyes wide with panic. Harry held on desperately, yelling over the roar. "How do we get off?" "We wait," Hermione shouted. "It'll land eventually." An hour later, the dragon slowed. Its wings drooped. It descended toward a forest clearing near the edge of the Scottish Highlands and collapsed in a heap, panting and steaming. They slid off its back and hit the ground hard. Hermione stood first, brushing dust from her clothes. "We have it," she said, holding up the pouch. "The cup. One more Horcrux." Harry looked at her, exhausted but smiling. "That's 2 down." Hermione nodded, but her gaze was distant. "Something's wrong," she whispered. "I don't know why, but I feel it. Like something is shifting." Harry stared at her. "Do you think it's connected? The more we destroy, the more Voldemort feels it." "Yes." Hermione took a slow breath. "He'll know soon. If he doesn't already." Harry looked at the horizon. "We need to move fast. Find the next one." Hermione's eyes darkened. "I think I know where it is." She turned toward the distance, heart pounding. The room of requirement. The corridors of Hogwarts were colder than Hermione remembered. Despite the castle's towering walls and magical wards, a heavy darkness settled in every hallway. The Carrows had turned the school into a prison. The portraits were silent. The staircases shifted more sluggishly. And the students they passed looked worn, eyes dull with fear. Hermione, disguised again with a simple glamour charm, moved beside Harry through the hidden passageway Neville had shown them. One that connected the Hog's Head to a forgotten chamber near the Ravenclaw common room. "They patrol more now," Neville whispered from behind, voice low. "Especially the upper floors. It's worse at night." Curfew is enforced with cruciatus. Hermione winced. You said the room of requirement still appears for those in need? Neville nodded. Only if you know how to ask for it. It's been hiding students. Resisting. Protecting, even. Hermione's heart clenched at the thought that the very school had taken a side. That even ancient magic was rebelling against Voldemort's influence. They reached the 7th floor. The corridor was quiet. Hermione approached the blank stretch of wall, then began pacing 3 times in front of it, thinking as clearly as she could. I need the version of the room of requirement that hides objects, that hides secrets. The version from 6th year. The one Draco Malfoy used. Harry stood behind her, wand out, tense. Neville stayed back, ready to distract if needed. On the 3rd pass, the door melted into view. They slipped inside. Hermione gasped. It was just as she remembered, filled with towering shelves of forgotten objects, hidden relics, and discarded magic. Thousands of items, covered in dust and shadows. And somewhere among them was Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem. We split up, Hermione whispered. But stay close enough to hear each other. They began searching. Hermione moved slowly through the aisles, wand tip glowing faintly, whispering detection charms as she passed enchanted mirrors, cracked cauldrons, cursed jewelry. Each step deeper brought an eerie sense of déjà vu, as if the room itself remembered her, as if the magic was whispering through the walls. Minutes passed. Then Harry called out, Hermione. Over here. She ran toward him. He pointed up. There, atop a broken bust, was the silver diadem, dull yet humming with something foul. A shadow of magic radiated from it. Hermione took a step closer. It's definitely it. I can feel it. But a cold laugh echoed through the room. They spun around. From behind the shadows emerged a figure. Draco Malfoy. Not the Malfoy they once knew. His face was pale, thinner, but sharper. He held his wand up but not aimed. His eyes were focused on Hermione. I knew you'd come here, he said softly. You always were the clever one. Hermione froze. Draco, what are you doing here? Looking, he said simply. For you. Harry stepped between them. Get out of our way. Draco ignored him. His eyes never left Hermione. The others think you're dead. That you disappeared when the ministry fell. But I knew you wouldn't run. Not really. Hermione's grip tightened on her wand. Why are you here, Draco? I came for the same reason you did, he said. To end it. I can't keep pretending I believe in him. My family is drowning in his madness. You could have told someone. You could have helped us before. He gave a bitter smile. And be killed? Like my aunt? Like Severus? No. I've been waiting. Watching. Planning. I followed you here because I thought, maybe it was time to stop being afraid. Harry raised his wand. You expect us to believe you? Draco's wand clattered to the floor. I'm not here to fight. Hermione stared at him, unsure. Torn. Help us destroy it, she said finally, nodding toward the diadem. Draco hesitated, then climbed the shelf, careful and quiet. He took the diadem in both hands, shuddering as he did, and handed it down. It whispers, he muttered. It knows my fears. Hermione summoned a protective glass case and sealed the diadem inside. We need to destroy it away from the school. Draco looked around, nervous. You won't make it far. Not unless you know they're here. Who? Harry asked. Snatchers, he whispered. Inside the castle. In the dungeons. Some of them are using polyjuice to pose as students. Neville cursed under his breath. Hermione stepped closer. Why are you telling us this? Because I want to help, Draco said, his voice trembling now. Because I'm tired of being a coward. Hermione's eyes softened. She could see the truth in him. The fear. The regret. And something else, something raw and honest. Then help us leave. Help us make it out with this. Draco nodded. He led them back through the maze of forgotten things, avoiding creaking floors and unstable piles. Every step, he checked over his shoulder. Every turn, he whispered when to wait or move. Finally, they reached the door. Hermione glanced back once, then followed Harry and Neville through. The door closed. Hermione turned to Draco. This doesn't make us friends, she said. But it means I'll remember you tried. Draco nodded once, solemn. He turned and vanished into the shadows again. Back in the passageway, Harry exhaled in relief. That was close. Hermione opened the pouch and looked at the diadem inside the glass case. 3 down. Neville looked at her. Where next? Hermione's voice was low. Voldemort's snake. Nagini. She's the last piece. And the most dangerous. The morning fog curled thick around the castle grounds, masking the outlines of trees and statues like pale ghosts. Inside the Room of Requirement, now transformed into a temporary hideout for Dumbledore's army, tension buzzed like electricity. Word had begun to spread. Harry Potter was back. Hermione stood near a map she'd enchanted, showing the movement of staff and known Death Eater sympathizers inside the castle. Tiny magical figures flickered across the parchment. The diadem, now locked within a charmed pouch that resisted most spells, pulsed faintly in her satchel. Its dark aura, even sealed away, still pressed against her thoughts like a whisper from deep water. "We can't stay here long," she said, eyes on the parchment. "Once Voldemort knows we're in Hogwarts, he'll come. And the battle will begin." Harry nodded. "We need to find Nagini first. She's the last Horcrux." Neville leaned forward. "Do we even know where she is?" Hermione hesitated. "I've been thinking about that. The connection between Voldemort and the snake is different. She's never far from him. We'd have to get close." "That's suicide," Seamus muttered from the back. "You're talking about walking straight into you-know-whose shadow." "I'm not saying we fight him," Hermione replied. "But if we can lure Nagini away, separate her from him." "She's guarded," Harry added. "Always. I've seen it, even in the visions. He protects her like he would himself." Luna, sitting cross-legged on the floor with a butterbeer cork necklace hanging askew, suddenly spoke. "Then maybe we don't find her. Maybe she finds us." Hermione blinked. "What do you mean?" "She's not just a snake anymore," Luna said dreamily. "She's part of him. She'll come if he feels threatened. Especially if he thinks you're getting too close." There was silence as the logic settled over the room. Hermione's brow furrowed. "So if we destroy the diadem, and he feels it, he'll send her," Harry finished. "And maybe even come himself." Neville shifted uneasily. "And if he comes here, then the final battle begins." Hermione looked at Harry, then at the others. "We need time. Time to destroy the diadem. Time to prepare. And if we're lucky, maybe time to end this once and for all." That night, in a hidden chamber sealed by runes, they began the ritual to destroy the Horcrux. Hermione laid out the items carefully, basilisk fong from their earlier trip to the Chamber of Secrets, protective wards, and layers of enchantments in case of backlash. The glass case containing the diadem sat at the center. Harry stood beside her, wand in hand. "Are you ready?" "No," she admitted, "but we don't have a choice." She shattered the glass with a flick of her wand. The diadem flew into the air as if resisting, shrieking with a sound that wasn't quite audible, yet made the bones rattle beneath their skin. Hermione didn't hesitate. She grabbed the basilisk fong and plunged it straight into the heart of the diadem. The reaction was instant. A pulse of black magic exploded outward, knocking them off their feet. A terrible scream echoed through the room, not just in sound, but in thought and memory. Visions flickered before them. Ravenclaw's wisdom twisted into pride, students lost in madness, a cold shadow laughing. Then silence. The diadem lay broken, dark smoke curling from its shattered form. Hermione's hands trembled. "It's done." Harry helped her up. "That was the last one. Except Nagini." Before they could speak further, the map Hermione had left on the table began glowing violently. She rushed over. A red mark pulsed in the forbidden forest. "Moving. Fast. Something's coming," she whispered. "Something big." Harry stared. "It's her." They didn't wait. By the time they reached the edge of the forest, the air had shifted. It was too still, too quiet. The night sky hung heavy above them as they crept between the trees, their wands lit only faintly. And then they heard it. A low hiss, followed by the sound of something massive slithering across dead leaves. Hermione saw it first. A shadow weaving between the trees, long, fluid, too fast for something so large. It circled them without fully revealing itself. "She's toying with us," Hermione murmured. "She knows we're here." Suddenly, the creature darted forward, fangs bared, green eyes glowing like emerald fire. "Move!" Harry shouted, hurling a spell that lit up the woods in a burst of gold. Nagini recoiled, her body smashing through branches and bark. She hissed in rage. Hermione took cover behind a tree, whispering defensive charms. "We can't face her head-on." "I need a clear shot," Harry called. But the snake was fast, faster than any normal creature. She darted, struck, vanished, reappeared. They were dealing not just with a beast, but with a piece of Voldemort's own soul. Hermione suddenly remembered the enchanted sword of Gryffindor still buried in the room of requirement. But there was no time to retrieve it. Neville, panting, appeared behind them, having followed from the castle. "I brought something," he said breathlessly, holding up a glass case. Inside lay the same fong they'd used for the diadem. Another, kept just in case. Hermione's eyes widened. "Brilliant." Nagini struck again, this time nearly catching Harry's leg. He rolled aside just in time. "We need to trap her," Hermione said. "Force her into one spot." She and Neville began weaving a containment charm, ancient and difficult. The magic sparked between the trees, a glowing barrier that took form in seconds. Nagini, sensing the trap, lunged. Harry was ready. He caught her mid-lunge with a stunning spell that dazed her just long enough. Hermione tossed the fong to Neville. He didn't hesitate. With a fierce yell, Neville drove the fong deep into Nagini's open mouth. The snake convulsed, twisted, and let out a soundless scream. And then, like the locket, like the cup, like the diadem, she died. And in that moment, Voldemort screamed across the bond Harry still unwillingly shared with him. A scream of rage, of loss, of breaking. The final Horcrux was gone. Hermione fell to her knees, chest heaving. "It's over." Harry shook his head. "No, not yet." Because Voldemort would come. And the last fight was about to begin. The halls of Hogwarts trembled with whispers. Every portrait on the walls seemed to know what was coming. In the Great Hall, students, teachers, and fighters from the Order of the Phoenix gathered under the flickering candlelight, their faces pale, their hands trembling. It was the silence before thunder, the moment when all eyes turned to the door, waiting. Hermione stood just outside the hall with Harry, Ron, and Neville. Her fingers were still stained with traces of magical residue from the Horcrux's destruction. She kept glancing at Harry, who was uncharacteristically quiet. His scar throbbed faintly, a warning that Voldemort knew that he was close. "He felt it," Harry finally said, voice low. "The moment Nagini died. He knew she was the last. And now he's coming." Hermione looked down the corridor that led to the Forbidden Forest. She remembered Dumbledore's words from long ago, about how love was the only magic Voldemort could never understand. But she also knew that love wouldn't stop the battle. McGonagall approached swiftly, her robes billowing. "The staff are ready. We've locked down every passage. The protective enchantments are in place, but we all know they won't hold him for long." "Is everyone armed?" Harry asked. She nodded. "The Room of Requirement has been supplying everything it can. Even the house elves have taken up arms. And the Slytherins, those who stayed, have chosen to fight." Hermione blinked in surprise. "Slytherins?" McGonagall's mouth twitched. "Not all of them are cowards. Some chose to defend the castle. It seems Draco Malfoy convinced them." Hermione's heart clenched slightly. She hadn't seen Draco since before they entered the forest to face Nagini. They hadn't spoken since the night she told him she didn't regret choosing this path, even if it meant standing against him. She didn't know if he'd survived. "Where is he now?" she asked quickly. McGonagall shook her head. "Last I saw, he was heading to the astronomy tower. He said if the Dark Lord came, he wanted the highest ground possible." Hermione didn't say anything. She simply turned and started walking. "Hermione," Harry called, but she raised a hand. "I'll be back. I need to see him." The climb to the astronomy tower was eerily quiet. The portraits didn't speak. The staircases didn't shift. It was as if the castle itself was holding its breath. She found Draco leaning against the parapet, wand in hand, eyes staring into the distance where the forest met the night. "I thought you left," she said softly. He turned slowly. His face was bruised, dirt smeared across his cheek. "I thought you'd never speak to me again." Hermione walked closer. "You stayed." "I had to," he said. "Not because I suddenly became brave, but because you were right. I can't keep pretending I'm not part of this war." She stood beside him. For a moment they said nothing. Then Hermione reached out and took his hand. I'm glad you're here, she said. Draco glanced at her. You still believe we'll win? Hermione didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked out across the horizon. Lights flickered near the edge of the forest, movements of Death Eaters preparing for assault. I believe in Harry, she said. And I believe in what we're fighting for. Draco looked down at their intertwined hands. If this is the end, I just wanted you to know, I meant what I said in the library. I never wanted to be on the wrong side of you. Hermione smiled sadly. Then don't be. Suddenly, the sky lit up. A burst of green light streaked through the air, followed by a thunderous boom. The protective enchantments around Hogwarts flared like a dome of blue fire, then began to crack. Hermione turned sharply. It started. They rushed down the tower steps together, spells echoing in the distance. The castle shook. The Battle of Hogwarts had begun. In the Great Hall, chaos reigned. Students were ushered into defensive positions. Flitwick led a squad of Ravenclaws in casting shielding spells over the walls. Hagrid stood with Grop, ready to defend the grounds. Harry met Hermione's eyes across the crowd. It's time, he said simply. They split into groups. Hermione went with Neville and Ginny to defend the bridge to the courtyard. Harry, accompanied by Luna and Ron, moved toward the front gates where the main assault had begun. The first wave hit like a storm. Death Eaters operated into the courtyard, curses flying like rain. Spells lit up the night in a display of violent color. The sounds of shouting, screaming, and crumbling stone echoed through the halls. Hermione fought with precise fury. Every movement was deliberate. Her wand moved like a sword, her mind calculating each counter-curse before it was needed. A Death Eater lunged toward Ginny. Hermione blasted him backward with a nonverbal spell so powerful he didn't rise again. Neville, blood running down his arm, refused to fall back. We hold the line, he shouted. And hold it they did. Until the second wave came. Giants. 2 of them. Breaking through the outer wall like it was parchment. One roared, swinging a club the size of a tree. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Hermione's heart froze. Fall back, she yelled. Fall back to the entrance hall. The defenders pulled back as debris rained from above. One of the staircases collapsed behind them, sealing off the route. Hermione grabbed Ginny's hand and dragged her into the nearest hallway, shielding them both as the giant's club smashed into the floor behind them. We can't fight them directly, Ginny panted. We'll be crushed. Hermione's mind raced. No, but we can trap them. She turned toward the nearest archway. Neville, lure the big one into the courtyard arch. When he steps through, collapse the columns. Neville nodded grimly and took off. Hermione and Ginny flanked him, sending stunning spells toward the giant's feet to irritate it and draw it forward. As predicted, it stormed into the archway. Hermione screamed, now! Neville sent a blasting hex into the supporting column. The arch crumbled. The giant went down with a thunderous roar, buried beneath stone. The battle raged on, but Hogwarts was still standing. Barely. Hermione wiped blood from her brow and looked up. A shadow loomed at the gates. Tall, pale, eyes like burning coals. He had arrived. Voldemort had entered the castle. And now the end was near. The silence that followed Voldemort's arrival was deeper than any magic. Even the air held its breath. In the shadow of the castle gates, the Dark Lord stood tall and unchallenged, flanked by a circle of Death Eaters. His pale face was unreadable, but the smirk on his lips sent a shiver through everyone who looked at him. Inside the entrance hall, the defenders of Hogwarts gathered. Dust clung to their robes, their faces were streaked with sweat and blood, but none retreated. Hermione stood among them, chest heaving from the battle, eyes locked on the slowly opening gates. Harry hadn't returned yet. Every second that passed only heightened the tension. McGonagall stepped forward, wand at the ready, and so did Kingsley and Professor Sprout. Even the portraits along the walls straightened in their frames, watching with solemn expressions. Then Voldemort's voice echoed across the grounds, cold and smooth. Harry Potter, he called, I know you hear me. Come to me. Alone. Or I will burn your precious school to the ground, brick by brick. Hermione's heart twisted painfully. She knew Harry was hearing him, wherever he was, and she feared what choice he'd make. Draco came running through a side hallway, covered in ash. "The astronomy tower's lost," he reported, barely out of breath. "Goyle and Knott fell. But we took some of them with us." He saw Hermione, and his expression softened only slightly. "He's here, isn't he?" Hermione nodded. "And Harry, he hasn't come back yet." As if summoned by their words, a swirl of robes appeared at the far end of the corridor. Harry, flanked by Ron and Luna, emerged. He looked exhausted but determined. Hermione ran to him. "You can't go to him." "I have to," Harry said, voice low. "It's the only way to end this." "You don't have to die," she whispered, gripping his sleeve. Harry met her eyes. "I'm not planning to. But I have to finish it." She wanted to beg him to stay, but she knew he wouldn't. Instead, she drew him close and held him tightly. Ron joined, wrapping his arm around both of them. Luna watched with glassy eyes but nodded solemnly. Harry pulled away. "Stay here. Keep everyone safe." Hermione touched his arm. "We'll hold the castle." He looked at Ron and gave a firm nod. Then, without another word, he turned and walked through the broken entrance and into the night. The gates creaked open as he approached, and Voldemort stepped forward slowly, Death Eaters parting to let him through. Hermione, Ron, and Luna climbed to the top of the entrance hall stairs to watch. Neither of the two spoke at first. The space between them seemed to hold centuries of war. Finally, Voldemort raised his wand. "No more running?" Harry shook his head. "No more running. You've lost everything. Friends. Family. Hope." Harry's expression didn't change. "Maybe. But I've never stopped fighting. And you've already lost. You just don't know it yet." The smirk fell from Voldemort's face. Then they dueled. It began as a spark, then a storm. Spells collided in the air, dazzling bursts of gold and green. The force of their magic shook the ground. Fire lit the sky, shadows of their battle dancing along the walls of Hogwarts. Inside the castle, Hermione took command. "Flitwick," she shouted, "reinforce the eastern corridor. Luna, help Madame Pomfrey set up another medical station near the Transfiguration classroom." Ron turned to her. "We're running low on potion supplies. Then use the room of requirement. Tell it what we need. It'll provide it, if it still has enough magic left." As Ron sprinted off, Draco approached her again. He'd been fighting nonstop, his robes tattered and his eyes wild. "I saw the duel," he said. He's holding his own." Hermione looked toward the doors. "But he won't for long. Not if he's alone." Then a terrible sound tore through the sky, a long, high scream that shook the glass in the windows. Everyone froze. A figure stumbled through the smoke. It was Harry. He fell to his knees. "No," Hermione whispered, running for the exit. Before she could reach him, a massive explosion threw her backward. When she opened her eyes, Voldemort stood over Harry's fallen form, triumphant. "Your savior is gone," Voldemort declared, his voice echoing across the courtyard. "Bow or be destroyed." Hermione pulled herself up, wand shaking in her hand. Tears blurred her vision, but rage kept her standing. She stepped forward, and then another voice rose in defiance. "No!" Neville pushed through the crowd, sword in hand. The sword of Gryffindor gleamed in the moonlight. Voldemort turned his wand. Before he could curse him, Neville struck. With one clean motion, he swung the sword and severed the head of Nagini, who had slithered unnoticed back to Voldemort's side. The last Horcrux was gone. Voldemort staggered. Harry opened his eyes. Gasps rippled through the crowd. He hadn't been dead, only stunned. And now, with Voldemort weakened by the final Horcrux's destruction, he rose to his feet. "You've lost, Tom," Harry said calmly. Voldemort screamed, launching the killing curse again. But this time, Harry didn't dodge. He countered. Expelliarmus. The green and red spells collided midair. Power surged through the courtyard, winds howling around them. For a heartbeat, it looked like Voldemort would win. But the Elder Wand twisted in his hand. It turned on its master. With a blast of white light, Voldemort's body was thrown back. And then he was still. Gone. Truly gone. Silence blanketed the castle. Then slowly applause began. Cheers. Tears. Students and teachers embraced. The nightmare was over. Hermione stood still, unable to move. Harry looked up at her. For a long moment, neither said anything. Then she ran into his arms. And for the first time in what felt like forever, she cried, not out of grief or fear, but relief. Hogwarts had survived. They had all survived. But the rebuilding had only just begun. The smoke clung to the walls of Hogwarts like a fading memory. As the sun broke over the horizon, golden rays pierced through the broken windows, illuminating the debris-strewn corridors with a warm, almost sacred light. It was the first sunrise in years that did not carry the weight of war. Inside the Great Hall, makeshift beds lined the stone floor. Some students and staff slept in deep exhaustion, while others sat in silence, staring at the aftermath of the night. The long tables had been pushed aside to make room for the wounded. The enchanted ceiling above them showed a sky slowly brightening, the clouds tinged pink and orange. Hermione sat at the far end, her back against a pillar, a wool blanket draped over her shoulders. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, flashes of the battle returned. Ron bleeding near the astronomy tower, Draco shielding a first year, Harry lying still in the courtyard. And now it was over. Voldemort was gone. Harry sat next to her, a cup of tea cooling in his hands. He had barely spoken since returning from the courtyard, the weight of everything still settling inside him. His robes were torn and ash-stained, his glasses cracked, but there was a quiet calm in his face. Hermione glanced sideways at him. "You should rest." Harry gave a tired smile. "I will. After everyone else does." She looked out across the hall. Ron was helping Neville move fallen chairs. Luna was talking gently to a group of first years who had spent the night crying. McGonagall, exhausted but composed, paced near the entrance, quietly giving instructions to professors and healers. For once, there was no trace of panic. Just effort. Just people coming together. "You know what's strange?" Hermione whispered. Harry turned to her. "I don't feel triumphant. I thought I'd feel like we won, but instead, I feel like we just survived." Harry nodded slowly. "Because we did. We didn't win a game. We lived through something we never should have had to." She rested her head on his shoulder. "We'll have to rebuild everything, won't we? From the ground up." He didn't mean just the castle. By afternoon, students began sending owls to their families. Many were already arriving at the gates, running across the grounds to embrace their children. The sobs, the laughter, the reunions. Hermione watched them all from a window above the courtyard, her hands pressed to the cold glass. Ron appeared beside her. "They're starting to clear the south wing. Gonna take a while, but it's a start." She turned to him, studying his face. There were dark circles under his eyes, a fresh scar along his jaw. He had changed. They all had. "You okay?" she asked. He shrugged. "As okay as I can be. Better than yesterday. Worse than tomorrow, probably." She smiled faintly. "I saw the way you looked at Harry," Ron added after a pause. Hermione's smile faded. "Ron." "I know," he cut in. "You never liked me like that." "Not really. I think, maybe I just wanted it to be true because it was easy." Hermione exhaled, the relief bittersweet. "I didn't want to hurt you." "You didn't." Ron looked out the window. "We're friends." "That's real." They stood in comfortable silence, the kind that didn't need fixing. Later that day, McGonagall called an emergency meeting in what was left of the headmaster's office. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Luna joined her, along with Kingsley and Professor Flitwick. "There is much to do," McGonagall said, voice quiet but firm. "Hogwarts must be repaired. The ministry must be restructured. And justice must be served." Kingsley nodded. "The Death Eaters who surrendered are being kept under watch. The ones who ran, well, we'll find them." Neville leaned forward. "What about the students? The ones who joined them?" "There will be trials," Kingsley said. "But we must be careful not to punish those who were coerced or misled." Hermione spoke up. "And we need to reform how things are taught. No more glorifying blood status or hiding the truth about the past." Everyone turned to her. "You're right," McGonagall said. "It's time for a different kind of Hogwarts." As the meeting ended, Hermione lingered behind. She looked out the shattered office window, watching the sunlight move across the courtyard. Draco Malfoy stood near the steps, arms crossed, alone. Hermione hesitated, then descended the spiral staircase and walked straight to him. He saw her and stiffened slightly. "Granger." "Malfoy," she replied. They stood in silence for a few moments, the awkwardness between them thick but not unfriendly. "You fought well," she finally said. Draco gave a dry chuckle. "You mean I didn't run?" I meant what I said. She looked at him carefully. You made a choice. A better one this time. He glanced away. Doesn't change the past. No, Hermione agreed. But it changes what comes next. He looked at her then. Really looked. And for the first time, she saw the boy who had lost his way, not the one who had tried to torment her for years. And maybe, beneath all the wreckage, there was something worth salvaging. Thank you, Draco said quietly. Hermione nodded. Take care of yourself, Malfoy. You too. As she walked away, the wind picked up, rustling through the trees like whispered secrets. The battle had ended, but the story was far from over. The wizarding world was waking up, and Hermione Granger was ready for what came next. Summer at Hogwarts had never felt quite like this before. The grounds, still bearing the scars of battle, were being restored inch by magic and manual effort. Rubble floated back into place with the wave of a wand. Stone staircases rebuilt themselves, groaning like old bones snapping back into place. The lake shimmered more peacefully now, as if recognizing the stillness in the air. But inside the castle, silence had a different weight, one of reflection, of planning, of deciding what the world would look like next. Hermione had taken up temporary residence in the library, helping Madame Pants catalog damaged books and magical scrolls that had survived the attack. She liked the quiet, the order. Each book she restored felt like reclaiming a tiny piece of the world they'd almost lost. But it was more than that. For the first time in a long while, she felt like she was building something instead of defending it. A soft knock interrupted her sorting. She turned to find Ginny standing in the doorway, holding a stack of parchment. Morning, Ginny said, her voice lower than usual. Hermione gestured her in. Come to help or to hide? Bit of both. They sat together at the long oak table. Ginny placed the parchment between them. I've been writing letters, Ginny explained. To people who fought. People who lost someone. People who never made it back. Hermione reached for one and read the first few lines. It was addressed to Colin Creevy's parents. The words were simple, honest. Beautiful, even in grief. These are lovely, she whispered. I thought it might help, Ginny said. Letting them know what their children did. What they meant. Hermione nodded, moved. Can I help? For the next hour, the girls wrote together. Some letters were only a few lines. Others filled whole pages. They wrote to Susan Bones' aunt, to Lavender Brown's parents, to the Carrows students who had resisted quietly, even under torture, and to Dean Thomas's mother, who didn't know her son had nearly died protecting others. It wasn't glory they wrote about. It was courage. Human, flawed, unforgettable courage. By afternoon, Hermione stepped out into the courtyard for air. The sun warmed her skin and birds chirped in cautious melodies. Hogwarts was alive again. From across the stone path, Harry waved her over. He was sitting under the old beech tree near the lake, a pile of books beside him. Planning your post-war curriculum already? She teased, settling beside him. Trying to figure out what to do next, he admitted. Kingsley offered me a place with the Aurors. Said I could skip training if I wanted. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Are you going to? I don't know. I thought that's what I wanted. But now, I'm not sure. She didn't pressure him. Instead, she looked out over the lake, the reflection of the castle rippling slightly on the water. You could do anything, Harry. The question is, what would make you happy? He chuckled softly. That's the hard part, isn't it? She rested her hand briefly on his. You don't owe the world the rest of your life. You already gave it everything. Harry smiled but said nothing, his eyes distant. Later that evening, while helping Neville replant the damaged greenhouse, Hermione saw Draco again. He was moving bags of potion ingredients alongside Professor Slughorn. He looked thinner, paler, but focused. He didn't glance at her this time, but she didn't mind. He was doing something worthwhile. That, in itself, meant more than words. When she returned to Gryffindor Tower, temporarily restored for the remaining students, she found a letter on her bed. There was no name on the envelope, just her own. She opened it carefully. Hermione, I'm not good at talking, or writing, or saying anything worth hearing. But I owe you something, and this is the best I can do. You saved my life. Not just on the battlefield, but in the days before and after. I saw you fight for what was right, even when I hated you for it, even when I didn't understand it. You made me want to be better. I'm leaving Hogwarts soon. I don't know where I'll go, but I'll try to deserve the second chance you gave me. Thank you. There was no signature, but Hermione didn't need one. She folded the letter and placed it carefully in the drawer beside her bed. She sat on the edge of her mattress, the moonlight spilling through the window. Everything had changed. And yet, somehow, it felt like things were just beginning. In the coming weeks, the wizarding world would rebuild itself. Ministries restructured, schools revised, laws rewritten. People would return to homes that felt unfamiliar, to routines that felt hollow. But among them were young witches and wizards who had seen the worst and chosen to stay kind. To fight with integrity. To heal. And at the heart of it all, Hermione Granger was ready. Not as someone's sidekick. Not as a clever girl with all the answers. But as herself. A leader. A voice. A symbol of the world they could build from the ashes. The day the Hogwarts Express departed with its few remaining passengers, the air at the station felt heavier than usual. It wasn't the usual mixture of tears and excitement, of trunks jostling and owls screeching. It was quieter, more pensive, like everyone knew they were stepping into a world that no longer fit its old shape. Hermione stood at platform 9 3/4 with a single trunk and a dozen books tucked into every available pocket and bag. She had said her goodbyes to McGonagall and to Professor Flitwick, who had promised to send her news of the castle's recovery. Hagrid had given her a tight, almost crushing hug and slipped a tiny pink umbrella into her bag. For luck, he'd said with a wink. Harry was heading off with Ron to the Burrow for a few weeks, and Hermione had declined the invitation. She knew Molly would welcome her, but the thought of being around Ron, who still hadn't spoken much since the final battle, wasn't something she was ready for. And she had somewhere else to be. As the train pulled away, Hermione leaned back against the window and closed her eyes. She wasn't going home. Not yet. Instead, she was going to a small wizarding village in northern Scotland, where an independent magical research institute had invited her to assist with restoring magical archives lost during the war. It was quiet work, and it wouldn't make headlines, but that was precisely what she needed. The next few days passed in a calm she hadn't experienced in years. She woke early, walked to the stone building nestled into the edge of the Highlands, and spent her days poring over ruined texts, translating ancient runes, and repairing spell-damaged scrolls. Her fingers grew ink-stained, her robes perpetually dusty. It was bliss. She hadn't seen or heard from Draco since his letter. She hadn't expected to. Yet she thought of him often, more often than she liked to admit. His silence didn't feel like rejection. It felt like space. A space she too needed. But one rainy afternoon, as she walked back from the archive with her hood pulled up and boots sinking into mud, she saw a figure standing by the old gate of her cottage. Draco. He was drenched, his hair plastered to his forehead, but he wasn't hiding. No dark cloak, no pretending he wasn't who he was. She stopped a few feet away from him. He said nothing at first, just looked at her like he wasn't sure if she'd hex him or hug him. "You found me," she said simply. He gave a small nod. "Wasn't that hard? You're not exactly subtle with your research affiliations." Hermione tried not to smile. "What are you doing here?" "I wasn't sure," he admitted. "But I figured if I didn't show up and say something now, I'd never get the chance again." She hesitated, then gestured toward the cottage. "You're soaked. Come in." Inside, the fire was already crackling. Hermione set the kettle on the stove and handed him a towel. He dried off in silence while she prepared tea. When they finally sat down, he looked around the room. Bare walls, piles of parchment, a single armchair, and a desk covered in runes. "Very you," he murmured. Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Is that an insult or a compliment?" He looked down into his tea. "Compliment. Definitely." She let the silence settle before she asked, "What are you doing with yourself?" He shrugged. "Helping my mother rebuild the manor. Keeping my father out of trouble. But I want to do something else. I just don't know what yet." "You don't have to figure it out right away," Hermione said gently. "The world needs more rebuilding than we can handle in 1 year." "I know," he said. Then, hesitantly, "I didn't come here just to talk about the world." Her heartbeat ticked faster. "No," he shook his head. "I came because you're the only person who ever looked at me and saw something I didn't even believe existed. And because after everything, I still think about you." Hermione studied him. He looked nervous but sincere. There was no swagger in his tone, no mask. Just him. I've thought about you too, she said. Draco's eyes lifted. You have? She smiled softly. Not always fondly. But yes. I've wondered if you were okay. If you meant what you wrote. I did, he said quickly. Every word. They sat in quiet understanding. Rain beat against the windows. The fire glowed warmly between them. Finally, Hermione reached across the table and placed her hand over his. I'm not saying I know what this is, or what it could be, but I'm willing to find out. Draco looked at her, genuinely stunned. You are? I'm tired of pretending I don't care, she said, voice firm. I care. About the world. About people. And yes, about you. His expression softened in a way she hadn't seen before. It was like the last wall he held up finally cracked. For the first time, there was nothing between them. No past sins, no expectations, no rivalries. Just possibility. And in the quiet comfort of that rain-soaked evening, something new began. The next morning, Hermione awoke to sunlight streaming through the small cottage window. For the first time in weeks, it wasn't just the calm of the Highlands she noticed. It was the quiet warmth of companionship, the kind that lingered even after the fire had burned out. Draco had fallen asleep in the armchair, a book open on his chest, his features relaxed in a way Hermione had rarely seen. She moved quietly, making tea and watching him from the corner of her eye. The sight was oddly domestic, oddly natural. And it scared her a little. When he stirred and blinked sleepily at her, Hermione passed him a cup and sat down across from him. Sleep well, she asked. As well as one can in a chair with springs in all the wrong places, he muttered, though his voice held no malice. He looked around. I didn't mean to stay the night. I didn't ask you to leave, she replied simply. He nodded and sipped the tea, studying her over the rim of the cup. So what now? Hermione wasn't sure. She'd thought about 100 scenarios, but none felt like this quiet, tentative peace. I'm not looking for a fairy tale, she said slowly. But I also don't want to walk away from something that feels real. Draco set down his cup. I've spent so long hiding from who I was that I never thought about who I could be. You made me start. And you've helped me stop blaming myself for everything that went wrong, Hermione admitted. It's strange. The war broke everything, and yet, it's given me a chance to rebuild differently. He stood and walked over to the window, gazing out at the mist curling over the fields. You know, if someone had told me 2 years ago that Hermione Granger would be the one person who made me believe in something better, I would have hexed them. Hermione laughed lightly. You and me both. They spent the rest of the day side by side in the archive, restoring fragments of lost magical texts. Occasionally their hands would brush, or they would exchange a knowing glance when deciphering an ancient symbol. The silence between them was no longer awkward. It was comforting. Later that evening, a letter arrived via a sleek dark owl. It dropped a ministry-stamped envelope into Hermione's hands before vanishing into the dusk. She broke the seal, unfolded the parchment, and read silently. Draco noticed her brows furrow. What is it? They're offering me a position, she said. The Department of Magical Education. They want to reform the curriculum. Include more truth about the war, more ethics, more real history. He watched her face, trying to read what she wasn't saying. That's good, right? It is. But it means moving back to London. Leaving the archive. Starting over again. Draco didn't speak for a moment. Then he asked, Do you want to go? I think I do, Hermione said. It matters. But I also don't want to lose what I've found here. He nodded slowly. I understand. Hermione looked at him carefully. What about you? What do you want to do now? I've had a few offers. Mostly from people trying to clean up old messes. There's a group working on magical justice reform. They asked if I'd consider speaking publicly about my family's role in the war. She raised her eyebrows. That's a big step. He nodded. It is. But maybe it's time. They stood in the kitchen after dinner, washing dishes by hand, both too thoughtful to speak. Finally, Hermione said, We don't have to decide everything tonight. Draco looked at her with a half-smile. But we do need to decide something. She dried her hands on a towel and turned to face him. Come to London with me. Just for a while. No commitments. No promises. Just come and see. His eyes searched hers. And if I don't fit in there? Then we'll find somewhere else, she said softly. We're not locked into anyone else's expectations anymore. Draco stepped closer. You really think we can make this work? I don't know, she whispered. But I want to try. His hand brushed her cheek, and for the first time, she leaned into the touch. No tension. No masks. Just the truth of the moment. I'll come with you, he said. Not because I know how it ends, but because you're the first person I've ever wanted to start something with. She smiled, her heart steady for the first time in what felt like years. Then let's start. Together, they packed up the cottage over the next few days, sending books and parchments ahead by owl. When the train pulled into the nearby station, they boarded side by side. Draco sat by the window, Hermione curled next to him with her head on his shoulder. Neither of them spoke much on the journey. Words weren't needed now. The world outside rushed by, and for the first time, the future didn't seem like a storm to weather or a path to fear. It felt like something they could shape together. London was as noisy and overwhelming as Hermione remembered, a bustling contrast to the quiet seclusion of the Highlands. The Ministry stood tall and gleaming in the early morning sun, a stark monument to how much had changed, and how much still needed to. As she walked through its polished halls with Draco beside her, Hermione felt the weight of responsibility settle over her again. Only this time, she wasn't shouldering it alone. They found a modest flat in a quiet Muggle-adjacent street near Diagon Alley. Hermione liked the anonymity it offered, and Draco, despite initial grumbles about the lack of manor-level grandeur, seemed content enough with the space, especially after he realized the fireplace could still connect to the Floo network. Hermione's new role at the Department of Magical Education started immediately. She dove into her work with her usual fervor, sorting through decades of outdated curriculum, petitioning for new texts, and lobbying for open dialogue about the truth of the war. It was exhausting, and every day brought new resistance, mostly from older officials who still believed certain topics were too dangerous to discuss. Draco, meanwhile, kept a lower profile. He began attending meetings with the Magical Justice Council, providing insight into the Death Eater mindset and offering support to initiatives focusing on rehabilitation and education rather than imprisonment. It wasn't glamorous, and it certainly wasn't comfortable, but Hermione noticed a quiet resolve in him that reminded her how far he had come. But not everyone was pleased with their new partnership. The letters began arriving in mid-autumn. They were unsigned, charmed with minor hexes, and filled with veiled threats. Some called Hermione a traitor to her friends. Others warned Draco that redemption was a myth no one believed in. At first, they burned them without comment. But after the third owl arrived in a week, Hermione began to worry. "Someone's watching us," she murmured one night, holding the latest note over the kitchen sink, its ink fading as flames consumed it. "They know where we live." Draco leaned against the counter, arms crossed. "You think it's someone from the old crowd? Could be. Or someone who doesn't like that we're rewriting the story they were comfortable with." He didn't reply for a long moment. "We can move again if you want." "No," she said firmly. "That's exactly what they want. Fear." Draco nodded, but something in his eyes said he wasn't convinced. That night, he double-checked the wards around the flat and added several of his own, darker protections from the old Malfoy library. Charms Hermione recognized but didn't question. It was during one particularly tense week, after a surprise ministry audit of her proposed curriculum, that she finally snapped. She arrived home, slammed her satchel on the table, and muttered, "They're trying to make me quit." Draco looked up from his reading. "Who?" "The board. They rejected my proposal again. Said my plans to include a comprehensive history of blood politics were too controversial. And one of them actually had the audacity to say I was letting my personal connections cloud my judgment." Draco's jaw tightened. "Meaning me. Meaning us," she said bitterly. "They think because I'm with you, I've lost my objectivity. That I'm no longer neutral. As if neutrality was ever an option when people were dying." Draco stood and crossed the room, placing his hands on her shoulders. "You're not wrong, Hermione. And you're not alone." She looked up at him, exhaustion in her eyes. "It feels like we're fighting a war no one wants to admit ever happened." "That's because they're scared of admitting they stood by," he said quietly. "Letting people like my father call the shots. They stayed like that for a long time, the hum of London muffled by the layers of charm and silence around them. Then something changed. A week later, Hermione received a letter, not a threat, but a request. It was from a seventh-year student at Hogwarts, a girl named Amira Catry. She had heard about Hermione's push for educational reform and wanted help starting a student-led club focused on post-war magical ethics. "I don't know if they'll let us," the girl had written. "But I don't think we can wait anymore for the grown-ups to fix things." Hermione smiled as she read the letter over breakfast, passing it to Draco with a raised eyebrow. "She's brave," he said after scanning it. "Reminds me of you." They wrote back that afternoon, and by the end of the week, Hermione had convinced the department to allow her a one-time speaking visit at Hogwarts. Draco didn't come with her. He said the castle still made him feel like he was 13 again, but he walked her to the train station. At platform 9 3/4, Hermione stood with her hand in his. "You'll be brilliant," Draco said. "Just don't let them make you feel like you owe them anything." "I won't," she promised. He kissed her forehead before she boarded the train. As it pulled away, Hermione sat by the window, watching London fall away behind her, knowing that what lay ahead at Hogwarts was more than a speech. It was a confrontation with her past, and maybe a glimpse into the future she was helping shape. She had never liked Ron. That much had become clearer with time. But more importantly, she had learned to like herself, unshaped by old loyalties, unbound from old stories. And in the space that truth had made, something new was growing. Something worth protecting. As the Hogwarts Express snaked through the green hills toward the castle, Hermione felt a strange tension settle in her chest. It had been years since she'd returned to Hogwarts not as a student, but now as a speaker, an adult entrusted with shaping young minds. Her fingers drummed nervously against her notebook, filled with thoughts, quotes, and fragments of the truth she hoped to share. But despite her meticulous planning, nothing could prepare her for how strange it felt to come back to the place that had once been everything, and yet now felt like a ghost wearing familiar skin. The train finally came to a stop. The platform buzzed with students, laughter, and floating lanterns. She stepped down with calm authority, but her stomach twisted as she caught glimpses of young faces watching her, whispering behind cupped hands. Some looked excited, others uncertain, and a few, particularly those with badges pinned proudly to their robes, looked suspicious. Professor McGonagall greeted her at the castle entrance. Though age had deepened the lines in her face, her presence was no less formidable. "Granger," she said briskly, giving her a rare smile. "It's good to have you back." "It's good to be back," Hermione replied, though her voice betrayed a flicker of doubt. They walked through the entrance hall, the stone walls echoing their steps. Everything looked so familiar. The moving staircases, the enchanted ceiling, the smell of old parchment and candles. Yet everything had changed. Hermione wasn't the bushy-haired girl hurrying to Charms class anymore. She was here with purpose. The great hall was already filling with students, a sea of black robes and chattering energy. Banners hung proudly over each table, and the staff table gleamed at the far end. Amira, the student who had written her, stood near the front, waving excitedly. "You'll speak after dinner," McGonagall said softly. "Some students are resistant to the new conversations, but I trust you'll handle it with tact." Hermione nodded. "Thank you for giving me this chance." As the meal progressed, she barely touched her food. Her eyes wandered, noting the subtle shifts in student behavior. Slytherin sat more intermingled with other houses than before, yet pockets of tension still lingered, especially among those whose surnames carried weight, Greengrass, not Travers. When the clinking of cutlery ceased and McGonagall rose to introduce her, Hermione took a breath, stood, and walked to the front with steady steps. She faced the hall, wand amplifying her voice. "Many of you know me as Hermione Granger," she began, eyes scanning the tables. "Some may remember me from the war. Some may know me only from books or rumors. Today, I'm not here to tell you what to believe. I'm here to tell you what happened. What's still happening." The room fell into a quiet hush. "We were students once, just like you," she continued. "We sat at these tables, argued over homework, worried about exams. And while we were doing that, a war was brewing around us. We didn't choose to fight, but we had to." She told them about the lies woven into the old curriculum, the erasure of truth, the importance of questioning narratives passed down from those in power. She spoke of the dangers of silence and complicity, of how change doesn't come from comfort, but from discomfort, confrontation, and the courage to speak even when your voice shakes. Her gaze found Amira, sitting straight-backed among her peers, absorbing every word. "And I want you to understand this," Hermione said finally, her voice softening. "No one has to follow the footsteps laid out for them. Blood, house, legacy, they don't define who you are. You do." There was a pause, then scattered applause. Some students clapped hesitantly, others more confidently. A few remained still, arms crossed. But Hermione didn't need thunderous approval. She hadn't come for applause. After the speech, a small crowd of students came forward, some with questions, others just to thank her. Amira hugged her tightly. "I want to start the ethics club next week," she said breathlessly. "We already have 10 names. Hermione smiled. "Let me know if you need any books or support. I'll make sure you get them." As the students drifted away, Hermione felt a strange warmth in her chest. Maybe Hogwarts still had the potential to grow, to be better. She stayed the night in the guest quarters near the astronomy tower. In the early hours, she couldn't sleep and wandered the halls she once knew so well. When she reached the Gryffindor common room portrait, she paused but didn't go in. It wasn't hers anymore. The next morning, McGonagall met her for tea before her departure. "You did well," the headmistress said. "But I must warn you, some parents are already sending owls." Hermione gave a tired smile. "Let them. If they're rattled, it means they're listening." She fled back home in the afternoon, soot-covered and tired, but smiling. Draco looked up from the table where he'd been sketching something idly on a scrap of parchment. "Well, it went better than I expected," Hermione said, dropping her bag and sinking into the sofa. "And worse than I hoped." Draco snorted. "That's life." Hermione glanced over at the parchment. It was a rough drawing of a circular seal. Latin etched into the border. Justice and reconciliation entwined at the center. "What's this?" He hesitated. "A proposal. For a new magical mediation council. I thought, if the Wisengamot won't change, maybe we start something they can't ignore." Hermione blinked. "You've been busy. Not all of us get to give fiery speeches to impressionable minds," he said with a smirk. She leaned over and kissed his cheek. "Maybe next time, you should come with me." He tilted his head. "And risk someone asking me to explain my past to a room full of teenagers?" She grinned. "Exactly." Outside, London roared on. But inside that quiet flat, 2 people who had once been enemies now plotted something dangerously hopeful. Not for glory, not for redemption, but for truth. The morning air in London had taken on a cooler crispness, the sort that hinted autumn was coming early. Hermione stood by the window of their shared flat, sipping a cup of black tea as the clouds drifted lazily overhead. Below, the Muggle world bustled, unaware of the quiet revolution brewing within the wizarding community. She tapped the rim of the mug absent-mindedly, her mind still lingering on the words Draco had written the night before. The parchment sketch of the Magical Mediation Council seal lay unfolded on the table between them. Hermione had reread the Latin phrase he'd chosen at least 10 times. Veritas inter tenebras. Truth in the shadows. Simple. Bold. Fitting. They were no longer just living in the aftermath of a war. They were building something new, something born not out of anger or vengeance, but out of necessity. The truth they had fought for was too fragile to be left in the hands of the powerful few. "You're unusually quiet this morning," Draco said, stepping into the room with 2 more steaming mugs. He set hers down, then settled beside her on the sofa. "I keep wondering how we'll get people to trust it," Hermione said, nodding toward the parchment. "The idea's brilliant, but it challenges centuries of legal tradition. You know how the Ministry is. How the Wisengamot is." "That's the point," Draco replied. "If we wait for them to change from the inside, we'll be dead and buried before anything moves." Hermione set her mug down and turned to him. "You'd really stand up against your own family for this?" He met her gaze. "I already did." That silenced her, and not for the first time. Every so often, she forgot how far Draco had come. How many bridges he had burned quietly while trying to build new ones with his own 2 hands. They spent the rest of the day planning. They didn't send owls to high-ranking officials or write columns in the Prophet. Instead, they went grassroots. Hermione reached out to a small group of legal-minded witches and wizards, ones who had been shunned for questioning the system. Healers, exorers, scholars, even a few retired goblin diplomats. Draco, with his last name and reputation, opened doors in places she never could. They were an odd pair, but together they moved fast. Within a week, they had enough interest to host the first closed meeting. They rented a discreet hall in Diagon Alley, masked by layers of enchantments to keep out nosy ears or interrupting magic. As people began to arrive, Hermione felt her nerves flare. She recognized several faces, some from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, others from St. Mungo's, even a few former classmates like Terry Boot and Padma Patil, now working in legal reform. Draco stood near the back, his posture stiff but composed. He didn't like crowds, not anymore. But he was here. That meant more than words. Hermione stepped forward. "Thank you all for coming," she began, voice steady. "I won't waste time. This isn't just another think tank or discussion group. We're here to build a third path. A system where truth and mediation replace politics and vengeance. A place for those harmed and those who regret causing harm to meet on equal ground." There was a silence, thick with uncertainty. "Is this a court?" someone asked. "No," she replied. "It's a space outside the court. For now. Eventually, maybe it will be recognized legally. But today it's just people. Talking honestly. Trying to heal." An older wizard with graying hair leaned forward. "And what if people use this to escape punishment?" "They won't," Draco cut in suddenly. "Because this isn't about escape. It's about ownership. Those who come here will come by choice. And they will not be protected from the consequences, only offered a chance to listen. And to be heard." Hermione saw the shift. The eyebrows that lowered. The expressions that softened. The tension that broke. The meeting stretched into the evening. Stories were shared. Proposals discussed. By the end, they had agreed to trial the council in private, inviting both victims and perpetrators from post-war cases who had fallen through the cracks of the justice system. It was a beginning. Later that night, they walked through a quiet street in Diagon Alley, the gas lamps flickering overhead. "I didn't think they'd stay," Draco said, his voice quiet. Hermione looked up at him. "They stayed because they want what we want." He gave a faint nod. "Do you think we're doing the right thing?" "I think, for once, we're not waiting for someone else to fix things," she replied. "We're doing it ourselves. That has to mean something." He didn't answer right away, but his fingers brushed hers gently as they walked. At the far end of the alley, a familiar figure stepped from the shadows. "Blimey," said Ron, his voice flat. "So it's true. You really are doing this. With him." Hermione froze. Ron looked older. His face was more lined, his robes more worn, but his eyes, those stormy blue eyes, still carried that hurt, unresolved edge. "I heard about the council," he added. "Didn't believe it until now." Draco shifted slightly but didn't speak. He waited. Hermione took a breath. "Ron, this isn't about the past." He snorted. "Isn't it? You think dragging up old wounds is going to make things better." "It's not about dragging them up," she said calmly. "It's about facing them. Together. The war didn't end just because Voldemort died. It kept hurting people. Still is." Ron's jaw tightened. "You should have told me. You made it clear years ago you didn't want to hear anything from me," she said, not unkindly. Ron looked between the two of them, disappointment flickering across his face. "You know where I stand," he muttered. "Good luck. Just don't expect me to cheer you on." And with that, he turned and walked away into the shadows. Draco sighed. That went well. Hermione's shoulders sagged slightly. "I didn't expect his blessing." "You okay?" She nodded. "Yeah. Just hurts. But we've got more important things to do." And she meant it. The following days brought a strange mix of progress and resistance. Hermione poured herself into the development of the Mediation Council, refining protocols, outlining confidentiality agreements, and writing case structures that could hold weight if ever presented to the Wisengamot. Word of their efforts spread quicker than she expected, and though there were detractors, the number of those quietly reaching out in support far outweighed them. She was sitting in the old study room of their flat, parchments and scrolls scattered across the table, when a soft knock interrupted her concentration. She glanced up, and to her surprise, found Ginny standing at the door. I let myself in, Ginny said gently. You weren't answering owls. Hermione rose, brushing curls out of her eyes. I've been busy. Ginny offered a tired smile. So I heard. You're practically headline news without actually being in the headlines. You always had a talent for stealth fame. They sat, and for a moment neither spoke. There had been distance between them since the war. Not because of conflict, but because grief had changed them both. Ginny had stayed loyal to the old foundations of the world, while Hermione had begun to question everything they had once accepted. You've seen Ron, Ginny said finally. Hermione nodded. He found us in Diagon Alley. I didn't even know he was back in London. He's been staying with George, helping out with the shop a bit. I think he's still figuring out who he is now. I know the feeling, Hermione said. Ginny traced the rim of her teacup with a finger. He's hurt, you know. Not just by you. By everything. The war broke something in him, and he never learned how to heal. I tried to reach out. He shut me out, Hermione replied, not with bitterness but quiet fact. I'm not here to defend him, Ginny said. Just to say, he doesn't hate you. He just doesn't know how to forgive something he hasn't understood. Hermione looked down at her hands. I didn't stop being his friend. I just stopped being someone he could control. There's a difference. Ginny nodded. That's fair. They spoke for a while longer, and as Ginny stood to leave, she turned back. I think what you're doing is important. Brave, even. But be careful, Hermione. The system doesn't like being challenged. It tends to fight back. That night, Hermione lay awake longer than usual. Ginny's words stayed with her. And yet, even with the warning, she couldn't stop. The council wasn't just an idea anymore. It was moving. Living. Draco returned late, having met with an older half-blood historian who had worked on international magical law translations. He dropped a thick stack of reference books on the table and sighed. She said she's willing to help us draft multilingual documentation. If we're thinking of expanding eventually. We have to get through this pilot phase first, Hermione murmured, sitting up. He looked at her, noticing the tiredness behind her eyes. You all right? I saw Ginny. Draco paused. And she's not against us. But she warned me that the ministry will try to shut this down. He gave a faint smile. We knew that. Do you think we're moving too fast? I think if we wait any longer, they'll find a way to stop us before we've even begun. The first formal session of the Mediation Council was set for the following Tuesday. 3 volunteers had agreed to participate, an ex-Auror who had mistakenly raided a Muggle family's home during the war, and a mother whose teenage son had been one of the victims. It was a case no one had wanted to touch, not because it was too big, but because it was too complex for the standard justice system. They arrived in the hidden chamber behind Flourish and Blots, which Hermione and Draco had transfigured into a secure, neutral space. The walls were lined with shelves containing legal and magical literature, and floating candles provided gentle, calming light. Hermione welcomed both parties with warmth and no judgment. The ex-Auror, Malcolm Viril, was a grizzled man in his 50s, shoulders hunched from guilt. The mother, Helena Broom, had grief in her eyes but no venom. They sat across from each other, silent for a long moment before Malcolm spoke. I thought I was doing the right thing, he said, his voice shaking. We were told they were hiding something dark. I didn't even question it. I just followed orders. Helena didn't reply at first. She watched him, her eyes filled with pain. And my son died because of that. He wasn't even magical. He didn't understand why strangers were breaking down his door. Tears welled in Malcolm's eyes. I live with that every day. Hermione didn't interrupt. She let the silence breathe. This wasn't about judgment. It was about acknowledgement. I'm not asking you to forgive me, Malcolm said. I just needed you to know that I never meant for any of it to happen. Helena took a long breath. I came here thinking I'd hate you. That nothing you'd say could mean anything. But hearing this, it matters. Maybe not enough to make the pain go away, but enough to make me feel like I'm not invisible anymore. It was only the beginning, but it was real. No law had been passed. No official verdict had been handed down. But in that room, truth had found space. And that was enough. As the meeting ended, Draco stood beside Hermione and whispered, "It worked." She didn't smile. She was too tired, too full of thoughts. But she nodded. Later that evening, as they stepped outside into the chilled August night, Hermione spotted a shadow leaning against the alley wall. It was Kingsley Shacklebolt. "Hermione." "Draco," he said, voice calm and firm. "We need to talk." Draco stiffened. "Are we being arrested?" Kingsley raised an eyebrow. "Not quite, but the Ministry is watching. You've stirred something. And not everyone likes being stirred." Hermione stepped forward, heart racing. "We're not doing anything illegal." "No," Kingsley agreed. "But you are doing something revolutionary. That's what scares them." He handed Hermione a sealed envelope. "This came across my desk today. From the International Confederation. They're curious." And with that, he disappeared into the shadows. Hermione stared at the envelope in her hands. Curious could mean anything. Hermione broke the seal on the envelope with trembling fingers. Draco stood beside her, silent, watching the flicker of her expression as she unfolded the parchment. Her eyes scanned the page quickly at first, then slowed, absorbing every carefully crafted word. "It's an invitation," she whispered, "to present our work. To the International Confederation of Wizards. Geneva. Next month." Draco exhaled low, steady. "They're watching us. But they're not dismissing us." "No," she murmured. "They're taking us seriously." The letter was formal but unmistakably interested. The Confederation had caught wind of the Council's mission and early proceedings. Apparently, a representative from the French ministry had attended their first session under a disillusionment charm and had submitted a report. The Confederation now requested a full account of the project, its structure, and its long-term goals. "This changes things," Hermione said. "It puts us in their spotlight," Draco agreed. "Which means the British ministry won't be able to pretend we're just an underground curiosity anymore." Hermione turned toward him. "But it also means more eyes. More politics. More danger." He nodded. "But also more support. We can't do this alone forever." That night, as the letter lay open on the table, the flat felt both smaller and larger than ever before. Hermione sat cross-legged on the floor, scribbling outlines, potential presentation structures, anticipating questions and objections. Draco leaned against the sofa behind her, watching her mind churn like wildfire. "It's insane," she said suddenly, glancing up at him. "That they care. That something we started in secret is now being seen as a model." "You make people listen," he said quietly, "even when they don't want to." Their second mediation session took place just 2 days later, and this time, 2 junior ministry officials requested to observe. Hermione was suspicious but agreed, under strict non-interference conditions. This case involved 2 former Slytherin students who had been caught hexing a Muggle-born peer during their 6th year. The incident had never been formally addressed after the war, but the victim had recently written to the council, seeking a resolution. Not punishment, just truth. The room was tense from the start. The accused, twins Lyle and Garrick Blaine, sat rigidly in their chairs. Across from them, the victim, a woman named Cara Weasley, kept her voice steady but her wand close. "I didn't come here expecting an apology," Cara said. "But I need you to hear me. What you did made me afraid to walk through the dungeons alone. You turned school into a place of fear." Lyle shifted uncomfortably. Garrick avoided her eyes. "We were idiots," Lyle said. "And cruel. And I've spent years pretending it wasn't real." "But it was." Cara stared at him, lips tight. "Why did you do it?" Garrick finally looked up. "Because we were taught to. Not directly. But through whispers. Through what the house valued. What our parents said. Who the professors protected. You were different. So we lashed out." Draco watched the exchange with narrowed eyes. He knew those boys. He had once been those boys. Hermione intervened only once, gently guiding the discussion back when tempers flared. At the end of the 2-hour session, Cara stood and walked to the door without looking back. "I don't forgive you," she said over her shoulder. "But now at least I can breathe." The ministry observers left without comment, their expressions unreadable. The next morning, an unsigned letter arrived via owl. "Keep going. The tide is shifting. They won't admit it, but they're afraid. That means you're doing something right." It was scrawled in an old-fashioned ink, no identifying marks. Hermione read it aloud, then handed it to Draco. "Think it's from Kingsley?" "Maybe," he said, lips twitching into a dry smirk. "Or someone else hiding in the ranks." That afternoon, An official memo was delivered from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The Council of Magical Mediation must register itself with the Ministry within 10 business days, or it will be deemed an unauthorized magical body, subject to formal dissolution. Hermione stared at the parchment. So they blinked. They're trying to control it, Draco said. Not destroy it. Yet. Which means we have leverage. She sent back a reply that same evening. The Council is happy to comply with Ministry registration under the following terms: independence of session content, protected anonymity of participants, and the right to operate without prior Ministry approval of case selection. Draco raised his eyebrows as he read it. That's bold. They won't accept it, Hermione replied. But they'll have to meet us somewhere in the middle, especially now that the Confederation is watching. 2 days passed before the response came. It was written by Robards himself, the current head of magical law enforcement. The language was clipped but respectful. We are willing to consider your terms. A meeting will be scheduled. In the meantime, do not conduct further sessions until proper interim authorization is granted. Hermione narrowed her eyes. They want to pause us. Buy time. We'll give them time, Draco said slowly, but not silence. They agreed to delay sessions, but not their outreach. Hermione began writing detailed reports, not just for the Confederation, but for various newspapers across Europe. She left out names and cases, protecting privacy, but made the mission clear. The magical world needed more than justice. It needed healing. Letters of support began to pour in. A healer from Berlin. A professor from Mahotokoro. Even a quiet nod from a Durmstrang graduate who had lost siblings in the war. And then one unexpected visitor came knocking. It was Percy Weasley. Hermione opened the door, stunned. Percy stood in his crisp ministry robes, holding a thick stack of papers. I'm not here to argue, he said, awkwardly but sincerely. I'm here because I believe what you're doing is right, and because I've drafted a proposal that could get you interim authorization. Hermione blinked. You're helping us? Quietly. But yes, because you're making the ministry look inward. And it's about bloody time someone did. As Hermione took the papers, Draco stepped into the room behind her, arms crossed but curious. Welcome to the Resistance, he said dryly. Percy snorted. I prefer to think of it as enlightened bureaucracy. Hermione couldn't help but laugh. The lines were shifting. People who had once been silent were now standing beside them. The world wasn't changing overnight. But it was changing. And Hermione Granger, the girl who once memorized rules, was now writing new ones. The ministry boardroom felt colder than usual, the enchanted torches on the walls flickering with a sterile blue flame. Hermione adjusted the collar of her robes, her fingers brushing the folder in her hands. Across the polished obsidian table sat Robards, chin high, flanked by 2 unsmiling witches in deep green robes. One was from Magical Regulation, the other from the Department of International Cooperation. To her right, Percy sat upright, composed, though his knee bounced slightly under the table. Draco stood behind Hermione, hands clasped, refusing to sit among ministry officials. His eyes never stopped scanning the room. Robards cleared his throat. The ministry acknowledges the growing impact of your council, Ms. Granger, he began. And in light of the Confederation's recent interest, we are inclined to formalize a relationship. Hermione didn't flinch. A relationship is built on trust and mutual respect. We won't serve as an extension of your punishment system. We're not asking you to, said the witch from Magical Regulation, smoothing a strand of silver hair. But we do require oversight. Transparency. We've been transparent from the start, Draco said. You simply haven't looked. The woman's eyes narrowed. And you are. Draco Malfoy. Silence followed. The witch from International Cooperation leaned forward. A Malfoy and a Muggle-born working side by side, she said, her voice unreadable. Strange times indeed. Hermione kept her gaze even. Strange or necessary? A pause. Robards broke it with a sigh. Let's talk terms. What followed was 2 hours of tense negotiation. The ministry insisted on registration, records, access to case summaries. Hermione pushed back, offering anonymized summaries, but not participant names. They debated location, funding, legal boundaries. It was exhausting, and by the end, even Percy looked worn thin. But at the conclusion, an agreement, tense and temporary, was reached. The council would operate as a recognized magical body. Independent, semi-autonomous, answerable only to an internal ethics panel they would assemble themselves. Oversight would come later, after a formal 6-month trial period. The ink wasn't even dry before Hermione was already drafting the names for the ethics panel. When they left the ministry building, it was raining lightly. Percy peeled off with a tired wave, leaving Draco and Hermione standing on the wide stone steps, looking out at the bustling wizarding world below. "Well," she asked, slipping her hands into her pockets. Draco gave a rare smile. "I'd say you just outmaneuvered the ministry. I didn't do it alone." "No," he said. "But you let it." They walked in silence through the drizzle, weaving through alleyways toward the council's modest meeting room. There, waiting on the stoop, was someone Hermione hadn't expected to see again. Ginny. Ginny Weasley looked up, her red hair pulled back, eyes sharp. "Sorry for just dropping in," she said. "But I think you'll want to hear this." Hermione ushered her inside quickly, drying their robes with a quick spell. Ginny handed her a crumpled piece of parchment. "I overheard something strange at the Prophet," she said. "They're planning a smear piece." Hermione read the first line and felt her stomach twist. Granger's counsel, justice or just a grudge? "It's a hit job," Ginny said. "Someone's pulling strings to discredit you. They're framing it like you're exploiting war traumas for attention." Draco muttered a curse under his breath. Hermione took a deep breath. "Let them publish it." Ginny raised an eyebrow. "What? We won't play defense," Hermione said firmly. "We'll publish our own piece. On our own terms. The Prophet doesn't own the narrative anymore." Within hours, she and Draco penned a personal statement. They described the mission, the cases, the wounds that still bled under Wizarding Society's polished exterior. They spoke of healing, not through silence or shame, but through facing the past with honesty. They released it through the International Confederation's newsletter, bypassing the Prophet altogether. When the Prophet's piece finally hit newsstands 3 days later, it was met with mixed response. But by then, Hermione and Draco's statement had already been read by thousands across Europe. And the letters poured in. A student from Durmstrang who had hidden her lineage for years. A young wizard from Brazil whose father was an ex-Death Eater trying to make amends. A healer in Ireland who wanted to establish a sister council for magical trauma survivors. They weren't alone anymore. But not everyone was pleased. 2 nights later, their meeting room was broken into. Books were torn, shelves overturned. One wall had a message scrawled in red ink. "You can't rewrite history." Hermione stared at it, jaw tight. "No," she whispered. "But we can damn well stop pretending it ended cleanly." Draco stood beside her, wand drawn. "We need more protection. Wards. A guard rotation." "Agreed," she said. They worked through the night restoring the space. When dawn broke, the room was whole again. Stronger. Brighter. And when the first participants arrived for the next mediation, they found Hermione and Draco waiting, calm, composed, unshaken. The council would not be silenced. No matter who tried. Hermione sat on the floor of the quiet meeting room, back against the wall, knees drawn up, watching the early morning light spill in through the tall windows. A soft knock interrupted the stillness, and without lifting her head, she murmured, "Come in." Draco stepped inside, holding 2 steaming mugs. He handed one to her without a word and sat beside her. Neither spoke for several minutes. They had both been awake since the attack. Despite the wards, despite the precautions, someone had still found a way inside. And it hadn't been just vandalism, it had been a message. A threat. Hermione felt it settle like a stone in her stomach. "Did the Prophet cover the break-in?" she asked finally. Draco shook his head. "Barely a whisper. Minor incident at a private magical office. They're pretending it didn't happen. Because they know exactly who did it," Hermione said quietly. "Or at least who they work for." Draco didn't argue. He took a sip from his mug and stared ahead. "Do you regret it?" she asked after a while. "Starting all this?" He looked at her then. "No. Do you?" "Not even for a second," she said, with more certainty than she expected. "But I didn't realize how deep it ran. The anger. The fear." Draco exhaled, nodding. "You thought the war ended. You thought peace meant acceptance. I thought time would heal." "Time doesn't heal," he said. It just gives people more practice pretending. They sat in silence again, each lost in their own thoughts, until Hermione finally stood. We have another session today. I'll be fine. She wasn't. That afternoon, a particularly volatile pair arrived, siblings of a known Death Eater. One believed their brother had been manipulated. The other had cut off all contact and blamed him for everything their family suffered. The argument escalated quickly. Hermione tried to mediate, but the older sister rose, voice shaking. You don't understand. You don't know what it's like to wake up every day wondering if your last name is a curse. I can't erase it. I can't undo what he did. Draco stood slowly. No, you can't, he said. But you can decide what your name stands for now. She froze. Her eyes darted to him. You would say that. You changed your name by making people forget who you were. Draco's jaw tightened. I didn't forget who I was. I just stopped letting it define me. Hermione stepped forward. You're both hurting. And you're both right. The shame, the guilt, the fury, they're all valid. But if you don't talk to each other, if you don't try to understand, you'll spend your whole life fighting a war that already ended. It didn't resolve everything, but it ended the shouting. The siblings agreed to return. That alone was a win. After the session, Hermione locked herself in her office and cried. Quiet, exhausted tears. Not for the pain they'd faced, but for how endless it all felt. When she emerged an hour later, she found Ginny sitting at the main table, scanning parchment. They're building another narrative, she said without preamble. One where you're this rogue idealist trying to control the post-war narrative. Some of it's coming from inside the ministry. Quietly, indirectly. Hermione pulled a chair beside her. And what's your suggestion? Ginny gave her a tight smile. We go bigger. Hermione blinked. What? We host a conference. International. Invite councils from other countries. Trauma specialists. Magical historians. Victims. Former perpetrators. Make it so big they can't pretend it doesn't exist. Hermione stared at her, stunned. You want to throw a war trauma conference? Ginny leaned in. I want to remind the wizarding world that truth doesn't belong to anyone. And you're the only person who can do that, Hermione. By the end of the week, they had a location, neutral territory, protected by the Confederation. They sent owls across Europe, South America, even as far as Japan and Nigeria. And to Hermione's amazement, responses came swiftly. It seemed others had been waiting for someone to take the first step. Draco was skeptical at first. You're putting a target on your back. Again. I already have one, Hermione said. Might as well make it useful. Ron showed up the day before the event. He wasn't invited. He stood just outside the event hall, hands in his pockets, not quite meeting her eyes. I heard what you're doing, he said. I had to see it for myself. You didn't believe the articles? She asked, voice calm. I don't know what I believe anymore, he admitted. But I think I owe you an apology. Hermione folded her arms. For what exactly? For everything, he said. For not understanding you. For thinking that loving you meant I could shape you. For thinking we had to end up together just because we started out as friends. She blinked. That wasn't what she expected. You were never the problem, she said softly. We just wanted different things. And I was too afraid to say it back then. He looked relieved. Or maybe just lighter. I'm proud of you, he said. Really. This council, it's something only you could have built. Then he left, and Hermione was left with a strange mixture of closure and grief. The night before the conference, she stood in the grand hall alone. The banners were up. The seats were arranged. Everything was ready. And yet, she felt the old weight of the war settle on her shoulders once more. Not as a burden, but as a memory, a scar. And as the doors opened to welcome the world, Hermione stood tall. Not because she was unafraid, but because she knew she was no longer standing alone. The conference hall buzzed with quiet energy, murmured conversations echoing off the high marble ceiling. Flags from magical communities all over the world draped along the walls, each one a symbol of resilience, unity, and history. Hermione stood at the edge of the stage, scanning the crowd. Every seat was filled. Diplomats, scholars, survivors, aurors, even students. So many faces, so many lives touched by war. She clutched her parchment tighter than necessary. For all the speeches she had given, this one felt different. Heavier. Not because it was the largest audience, but because this time, she wasn't speaking for just herself. Draco appeared beside her, adjusting the collar of his robe. "You're shaking." Hermione exhaled. "I know. You've got this," he said, eyes on the stage. "They came here because of you. Speak the truth. You always have." She gave a small smile. "Stay close. Always." She stepped up to the podium. A hush fell over the room, and all eyes turned to her. "My name is Hermione Granger," she began, her voice calm and clear. "I fought in a war I didn't start. I made decisions I still question. I lost friends. I watched others lose themselves. And for a long time after it ended, I told myself that healing was just a matter of time." She paused, meeting as many gazes as she could. But time doesn't heal wounds. It just lets them fester in silence. And silence is dangerous. It creates division. It breeds fear. It allows lies to masquerade as history. A ripple moved through the crowd. "That's why we're here. To listen. To speak. To share. Not to erase the past, but to confront it. Together." She stepped back, and the applause thundered through the hall. Throughout the day, panelists shared their stories. A former hit wizard from Germany described his guilt over missions he was ordered to carry out. A healer from Nigeria spoke about treating magical PTSD with ancestral memory charms. A young woman from Brazil talked about growing up in a community that was caught in the crossfire of two rival wizarding factions. And in every story, Hermione saw the same thread: people trying to reclaim their humanity. When Draco spoke on the final panel, the tension in the room shifted. His past wasn't a secret, but hearing him speak openly about his role in the war, the choices he made, the cowardice he had to confront in himself, it changed the room. "I used to think being silent made me safe," he said. "That if I said nothing, I wasn't responsible. But silence is just as loud as action. I'm here today not because I want forgiveness. I'm here because I finally understand that silence hurts people too." He stepped down and walked straight to Hermione. "Proud?" he asked under his breath. "More than you know," she whispered. That night, the final gathering was held outdoors, under an enchanted canopy of floating lanterns. The mood had softened. Strangers exchanged stories freely now. Hermione wandered between groups, listening, sometimes joining, sometimes simply observing. Luna found her by the lake. "I didn't think this many people still cared," Hermione said quietly. "They always cared," Luna replied. "They just needed someone brave enough to say it out loud first." Hermione looked at her. "Do you ever wish it had all gone differently?" "I wish fewer people had been hurt," Luna said. "But I think the pain taught us things we would have never learned otherwise." Nearby, Ginny stood with Neville, gesturing animatedly about a future project. Dean was talking with a delegate from New Zealand. Padma and her sister Parvati were sketching ideas for a traveling museum. Hermione watched it all, her chest full and aching at once. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder. She turned to see a girl no older than 16, with short curls and wide, serious eyes. "Ms. Granger," the girl said, hesitant. I just wanted to thank you. I lost my brother in the war. He was only 17. No one ever talked about it. It felt like he vanished. But today, it felt like he existed again. Even for a little while." Hermione reached for her hand and held it. "He did exist. And he mattered. And we will never forget him." Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she nodded and moved away. Draco approached quietly. "You okay?" Hermione swallowed the lump in her throat. "I will be." He tilted his head. "You want to dance?" She looked at him, surprised. "You hate dancing." "I'm trying new things," he said with a small smirk. They joined the soft crowd under the lanterns. It wasn't romantic in the traditional sense, but it was something honest. Two people who had survived the worst, still learning to live again. When the music faded, Hermione stepped aside and looked up at the sky. The lanterns shimmered above like stars. The world wasn't healed, but it was beginning to listen. And for the first time, Hermione felt that they had truly made a difference. The sun rose slowly over the hills surrounding the Scottish countryside, casting golden light across the dewy grass of Hogwarts. Hermione stood at the edge of the courtyard, arms wrapped around herself as the morning air bit softly at her skin. Behind her, the castle slept. Even the portraits seemed unusually still. It had been 2 weeks since the Global Magical Reconciliation Summit ended. The Daily Prophet had published 3 front-page articles. The French magical press praised Hermione's speech for its courage. The American wizarding community had invited her to speak next spring. But now, all of it felt distant, as though it had happened to someone else. She had returned to Hogwarts alone, unsure what she was looking for. Footsteps crunched behind her. She turned to find Professor McGonagall, her expression unreadable as always but softened by time and affection. "You couldn't stay away long," McGonagall said with the faintest trace of a smile. Hermione offered a sheepish shrug. "This place is stitched into me." McGonagall moved beside her, clasping her hands behind her back. "And you into it." They stood in silence for a while, watching the sun lift the shadows from the grounds. "Do you regret it?" Hermione finally asked. "Staying here all these years?" "Never," McGonagall said. "We all fight our wars differently. Some leave. Some rebuild. I chose to teach." She turned to Hermione. "And you?" "I thought I wanted to fix the world," Hermione said. "But maybe I just wanted to feel like it hadn't all been for nothing." McGonagall didn't speak, only nodded gently. It was enough. Later that day, Hermione wandered the corridors. Each hallway whispered memories. First year, the troll, the library, the ball, the battle. She paused outside the old Charms classroom and smiled as Professor Flitwick's unmistakable voice floated through the door, still enthusiastic after all these years. Then she found herself in front of the Gryffindor common room portrait. Fat Lady looked down at her, blinking in surprise. "Hermione Granger. My goodness. No password needed, dear. Come in, come in." The common room was smaller than she remembered, or maybe she had just grown larger in her own mind. It was empty, except for the warm fire crackling in the hearth and a few forgotten books on the tables. She sank into one of the deep armchairs. Here, she had laughed with Harry, argued with Ron, studied through countless nights, cried more times than she could count, but it no longer felt like home. She pulled out a parchment from her bag. A letter, one she had written 3 times and discarded each version. This time it was addressed to Ron. "Dear Ron, I hope you're well. I don't know if this will find you, or if you'll even want to read it, but I wanted to say thank you. For everything. For being my friend. For fighting beside me. For all the times we clashed and grew from it. I was angry for a long time. At you. At myself. At the world. But I've made peace with it. I never loved you the way you might have hoped. And I think you knew that before I did. But I did love you. As family. I wish you happiness wherever you are. With respect, always. Hermione." She sealed it with a soft exhale. She would send it later. Or maybe she wouldn't. But the act of writing it had loosened something heavy inside her. That evening, as she stepped outside for fresh air, she found Draco leaning against a low wall near the greenhouses, arms crossed, wind tousling his hair. "I figured I'd find you here," he said. "You've got that look." "What look?" "The I'm going to argue with a gargoyle and then reorganize the archives look." She chuckled. "Not far off." He looked at her seriously for a moment. "You okay?" "I think so," she said. "I've let go of a lot. And somehow I feel lighter." "I meant what I said at the summit," he added. "I'm not asking forgiveness. But I am trying to be better." "I know," she replied. "And you are." They walked in silence for a moment, their footsteps echoing softly on the stone path. "Do you ever think about leaving England?" Draco asked suddenly. Hermione looked at him. "Sometimes." "Why?" "I don't know," he said. "There's a whole world out there. Maybe we've done what we can here." She considered this. The idea of something new. Not running away, but starting fresh. "You'd really go?" she asked. "With you," he said. In a heartbeat. She didn't answer, just reached for his hand. It wasn't about romance. It wasn't about revenge or guilt or dreams lost. It was about rebuilding something, stone by stone, truth by truth. Hermione looked out at the lake, where the moon had begun to rise, casting long silver shadows over the water. Tomorrow wasn't written yet, but for the first time in a long time, she looked forward to it. 3 weeks later, Hermione stood in her tiny flat in Muggle London, the one she had barely used during her years at the ministry. It was tucked above a dusty second-hand bookshop where the owner never asked questions, only offered her free tea and the occasional sarcastic opinion on wizarding politics. She had returned to this place not because she had nowhere else to go, but because it reminded her that she still had choices. Her old ministry robes hung in the back of the wardrobe, still pressed, still untouched. But today she wore something simpler, a soft jumper, faded jeans, and her wand tucked discreetly into a satchel. She stared out the rain-streaked window at the streets below, where the world kept moving as if it hadn't noticed the war had ended, or that someone like her had played a part in it. A knock on the door pulled her from her thoughts. When she opened it, Draco stood there, coat soaked and blonde hair darker with rain. He held a folded map and a crooked smile. "Is it mad that I'm early?" he asked. "Or is this fashionably impulsive?" "You're 3 hours early," she said, stepping aside. "But I'll allow it." He stepped in, shaking out his coat. "I thought you'd try to talk yourself out of it. Figured being here would stop you from overthinking." "I never overthink," she muttered, snatching the map from his hands. "Of course not. Just 6 contingency plans per day." Hermione walked over to the table where 2 mugs sat cooling beside a stack of notes. "You know this isn't a vacation, right? The wizarding school in Morocco is requesting academic support to revise their defense curriculum, and the Vietnamese ministry wants help identifying relics smuggled during Grindelwald's rise. It's going to be months of hard work." Draco leaned casually on the arm of her worn-out sofa. "That's the idea. Something real. Something different. No eyes watching. No family name expectations. No prophecies." Hermione folded the map open, smoothing it across the table. "We'll start with Vietnam. Their culture of magic is so different, rooted in elemental balance, spirit connections. I think we'll learn more than we teach. I'm counting on it." He walked over beside her, eyes scanning the inked lines and marks she had already annotated. He pointed to a circle around Hanoi. "And here you've already got a guest lecture planned, I see." She tried not to smile. "It's optional. They invited me." Of course they did. The next morning, they left by port key, their only luggage a pair of magically expanded bags. No press releases. No fanfare. Just 2 people chasing something larger than themselves. Hanoi was warm and humid, its skies bright and chaotic. Hermione felt her lungs fill with something she didn't recognize at first, until she realized it was possibility. Their first meeting with the Vietnamese Magical Council was held beneath the roots of a massive banyan tree. The wizards there wore robes woven from silk and bark, their magic humming softly through the space. Hermione listened more than she spoke, absorbing everything. Draco, to her surprise, had become skilled at asking questions without arrogance. They made a good team. At night, they explored the floating markets, riding broomsticks low over the water. They spoke to potion vendors who brewed from lotus flowers and fish scales. Draco bartered poorly. Hermione laughed more in 1 week than she had in years. By the 3rd week, she received a letter forwarded from the Hogwarts Ollery. It was from Ginny. "Hermione, I heard through Neville that you've left, and that you're happy. I want you to know, whatever happened between us, I never hated you. I was hurt, but I get it now. Ron's gone his own way. He's in Romania with Charlie. I think he's finally where he needs to be. As for me, I'm coaching a youth Quidditch team. Can you believe it? Thank you for being honest, even when it was hard. You were always the brave one. Love, Ginny." Hermione folded the letter slowly. She didn't cry, but something in her settled. One night, weeks later, she and Draco sat on a rooftop overlooking the river. The sky was thick with stars, the air alive with the hum of distant magic and laughter. He passed her a small bottle of fire whiskey smuggled in from a pub in Hogsmeade. "Do you ever wonder," he said, "what would have happened if you had liked Ron?" She took a sip and handed the bottle back. "No, because I never did. And I'm finally okay with that." Draco leaned back, arms crossed behind his head. "I think the world tried too hard to decide who we should be." "I know it did," she said. "And for too long I let it." She looked over at him. His expression wasn't smug or flirtatious. Just open. Human. Changed. "Do you think we're becoming who we were meant to be?" she asked. "I think we're choosing who we want to be," he replied. Hermione leaned her head against his shoulder, not needing more than the silence that followed. They didn't need labels. They didn't need certainty. What they had was forward motion. And that finally was enough. Hogwarts stood quiet under a pale spring dawn, the turrets silver-tipped with dew. From the edge of the forbidden forest, Hermione watched as the castle shimmered in the distance. Her boots pressed into the soft grass of the hillside, and in her hand she held a letter, sealed not with wax, but bound with a simple charm of her own making. She hadn't been back in nearly a year. Behind her, Draco adjusted the strap of his traveling bag. "Are you sure you want to do this alone?" Hermione nodded. It started here. It should end here too. He didn't argue. He knew by now when to give her space. She walked the path slowly, past Hagrid's empty hut, past the Black Lake, where sunlight danced over the water's surface like forgotten laughter. She didn't head straight for the castle. Instead, she made her way to the graveyard, the small one behind the main greenhouses, where some students, those who had fallen in the Battle of Hogwarts, were remembered. There was a bench there, weather-worn, quiet. She sat down and unfolded the letter. It wasn't for Ron, or Harry, or anyone else. It was for herself. Hermione Jean Granger. You did not owe anyone your affection. You were never cruel for choosing differently. You loved your friends, and that was enough. You walked away from a path others had written for you and carved your own. You made mistakes, and you made amends. You were brilliant, but more importantly, you were honest. You let yourself feel, and then you let yourself heal. And that has always been your greatest strength. She set the letter down beneath a stone on the bench, anchoring it like a time capsule no one else would read. Not because she needed to forget, but because she had finally accepted everything that had brought her here. From behind, a familiar voice called her name. She turned. Harry stood there, hands in his coat pockets, awkward and smiling. "You came back." "I needed to," Hermione said. He approached slowly, then sat beside her on the bench. "Ginny told me you're consulting with 4 international ministries now." 5, starting next month," she replied. "But I'm not settling into anything just yet." He studied her for a moment. "I know things were complicated with Ron. I think we all expected something that never made sense." Hermione nodded. "We were never right for each other. I think I knew that from the beginning. I just didn't want to disappoint anyone." "You didn't," Harry said. "You saved us. Again and again. Even when we didn't understand you." She smiled faintly. "Thanks for saying that." They sat in silence, the wind moving gently through the tall grass around them. "Do you still talk to Draco?" Harry finally asked. Hermione looked off toward the forest, where she knew Draco was waiting, pretending to be disinterested while secretly counting the minutes. "Every day." Harry raised an eyebrow, amused. "You two surprised me." "I surprised myself." "Is it serious?" Hermione tilted her head. "It's honest. And that's more than I ever thought I'd find." Harry looked genuinely happy for her. "You deserve that." They stood together a few minutes later, sharing one last glance toward the school they had once called home. Then Harry walked back toward the main path, and Hermione turned the other way. Draco leaned against a tree, arms folded. "Did you leave your dramatic soul-searching monologue under a rock?" She smirked. "Yes. Want to go read it?" "Absolutely not." She joined him, and they walked side by side back toward the edge of the grounds. She didn't need to look back. Not anymore. At the gates, she paused. "There was a time I thought everything in my life hinged on whether Ron Weasley loved me back." "And now?" Draco asked. Hermione looked at the sky. The whole world opened before her. "Now I know it hinged on whether I loved myself enough to let go." He didn't respond. He just reached out his hand, not to hold hers, but to walk beside her. No titles. No expectations. Not a fairy tale ending, but a real one. And in the end, that was the better story. The end.